Everyone, namaste. Have a nice day. On behalf of our department, I invite Rajendra Tamara, Principal College of Arts and Commerce, Syllabus. I request Yogacharya Ananda Balayogi Bhavanani, Director, Professor, Yoga Therapy, Pondicherry. And I request Professor Bhanukumar, Honorable Director, Department of Yoga and Consciousness. Dr. K. Ramesh Babu Garu, Head of Department, Yoga and Consciousness. Today seminar, Chief Krishna Garu and some organizing committee members traveling. Now I request prayer by Radhikumar.
शुक्लां भरदरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये। जय गणनायक विनायका विनतिनि विनुमो शुभदायका। जय गणनायक विनायका विनुमो शुभदायका। जय पार्वती तनय जय विघ्नराय। जय पार्वती तनय जय विघ्नराय। जय गणनायक विनायका विनतिनि विनुमो शुभदायका। मूषिकवाहना मुल्लोक पूजिता विघ्नालु तొలగించువాతా। मूषिकवाहना मुल्लोक पूजिता विघ्नालु तొలగించు विजय प्रदाता। आर्तजन रक्षका भक्तजन पाला। आर्तजन रक्षका भक्तजन पाला। दीन बांधव करुण कुरिपिंచి మమ్మేలు। दीन बांधव करुण कुरिपिंచి మమ్మేలు। जय गणनायक विनायका शुभदायका। ఏ దేవుని వేడినా ఏ పూజలు చేసినా ఏ నోములు నోచినా ఏమని వేడినా। ఏ దేవుని వేడినా ఏ పూజలు చేసినా ఏ నోములు నోచినా ఏమని వేడినా। శుభములనొసగే విఘ్నరాజు నీవని। శుభములనొసగే విఘ్నరాజు నీవని। ముందుగా నిన్నే పూజింతుమయ్యా। జయ గణనాయక వినాయక వినతిని వినుము శుభదాయక. జయ పార్వతీ తనయ జయ పార్వతీ తనయ జయ విఘ్నరాయ. జయ పార్వతీ తనయ జయ విఘ్నరాయ. జయ గణనాయక వినాయక. వినతిని వినుము శుభదాయక. వినతిని వినుము శుభదాయక. వినతిని వినుము శుభదాయక.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Ma'am, you have to unmute, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Good morning. Audible now? Welcome
Yes,
to
ma'am.
the function of the second day sessions of the international seminar virtual mode on the topic dynamic approaches to strengthen immunity, traditional and modern methods. With the success of the first day sessions, I come back with more energy to welcome the distinguished guests for the inaugural event of the second day sessions of the seminar. On behalf of the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, I take it as a privilege to invite our own Professor D. Venkata Garu, retired professor, Andhra University College of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Yoga Consciousness Trust, to be the chairman of the function. Sir, we are so happy to have you as a chairperson once and again. We have witnessed how efficiently you have given your concluding remarks to all the speakers in spite of the limitations at your end. Please join us here on this virtual platform and deliver your opening remarks.
Good morning to all of you. Today, a person with immunity is considered rich than a person with income. Immunity which is present at birth can be enhanced or decreased. It is in our hands and in our behavior. It is said in Bhagavad Gita, Yuktahara viharasya, yukta chastasya karmasu, yukta swapnava bodhasya, yogo bhavati dukkha. Now we have to modify this. Yuktahara viharasya, yukta chastasya karmasu, yukta swapnava bodhasya, immunity bhavati dukkha. So by proper food, by proper behavior, by proper actions and by proper sleep, immunity can be increased, and improper food, improper behavior, improper actions, improper sleep can destroy immunity. All this can be improved by yoga. Yoga is science. In recent times, the claims of yoga that it is science is proved beyond doubt by scientific research methods. The mechanisms of yoga are being unveiled. The role of interleukin 2, the T cell growth factor, in regenerating the beta cells of the pancreas to increase or to restore the production of insulin was established by the researchers of Anveshana. Yesterday we have seen of S. Vyasa, Bangalore. The investigations also show that yoga is effective not only in systemic disorders like hypertension, arthritis, or stress, which are non-infectious, but yoga is also effective in infectious diseases like HIV. The mechanism of yoga in sleep was also researched, and sleep, if proper sleep is there, then you will get good health, not only immunity, but also good health. The scientific rationale of homeopathy and naturopathy and also other systems are being researched and reported. Let us try to understand them and take the advantage in keeping our health. So justifying the proverb, health is wealth. With these few comments, I invite today's speaker.
Professor K. Samta, Madam, has completed her PhD in physics from esteemed Andhra University. She is a renowned mathematician, researcher, and author of with 34 years of experience. She has published 100 research papers in reputed international and national journals. She is an author of a book on statistical mechanics. She has successfully guided 29 research scholars for PhD and 10 for MPhil degrees. She is a specialist in the area of ultrasonic and solid state physics and has been doing extensive research. She is actively involved in teaching statistical mechanics, classical mechanics, electrodynamics, and quantum mechanics. Most of our students are well placed in India as well as abroad. She has the privilege of being the MPhil and PhD thesis educator for various state and central universities. She was awarded the most coveted best thesis in 1997 and best academician in 2018. Now I invite Professor K. Samta Madam, Rector of esteemed Andhra University. Madam, please deliver a message on this occasion.
On this, Madam, we are trying to. We are not able to hear you, Madam.
సెట్టింగ్స్ మైక్ వచ్చిందా మేడం మాట్లాడండి.
Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, yes, madam.
Hey, okay. So, thank you, Ramesh garu. So, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Andhra University, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy garu. Today's chief guest, of this inaugural function, Yogacharya Ananda Balayogi Bhavanani, Director, Professor of Yoga Therapy, Sri Balaji Vijayapeeth, Saiter, Pondicherry. Guest of Honor, Professor P. Rajendra Karmakar, Principal, College of Arts and Commerce, Andhra University. Professor D. Venkatrao, Emeritus Professor, Pharmaceutical Sciences, Andhra University. Honorary Director, Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University, Professor OSRU Bhanukumar Garu, Head Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University, Dr. K. Ramesh Babu. Distinguished speakers from all over the world, other invitees and participants, a very warm welcome and a good morning to you all. So, I am very happy to participate in this online interactive session on dynamic approaches to strengthen immunity, traditional and modern methods. That such a resourceful and meaningful session is being held to coincide with the occasion of 7th International Yoga Day celebrations 2021, involving a think tank of a galaxy of eminent professionals from various fields connected with the subject is a matter of pride. The sharing of knowledgeable inputs from distinguished participants is immensely useful. As everyone knows, immunity is the ability of antibodies of a human body to withstand the onslaught of the toxic effects caused by harmful microorganisms. The stronger is the immunity of an individual, the more robust is the body to counter and neutralize the infections caused by virus, bacteria, and other microorganisms. Then how to strengthen or boost the immunity in order to tide over the infections and illnesses? The first and the foremost thing we have to give utmost importance to is diet. A simple diet is not sufficient, but a wholesome meal with a pack of nutrients will go a long way in boosting the immunity. We are fortunate enough to be blessed by the nature with nutritious vegetables, fruits, meat, leafy vegetables, etc., which we have to make part of our meal, ensuring a balanced diet with the required quota of proteins, carbohydrates, fats, vitamins, etc. Say no to junk foods, processed foods that are rich in fat and salt, and carbonated fizzy soft drinks. Naturopathy believes in the inherent healing power of nature and uses non-invasive methods of intervention to create a suitable environment to facilitate the healing of the body by itself. Naturopathy is a simple way of living in harmony with self, society, and environment. Naturopathy provides not only a simple practical approach to the management of disease, but a firm theoretical basis which is applicable to all the holistic medical uses. Yoga is the essential need of today and the culture of tomorrow. Yoga works on all aspects of the person, that is, the physical, vital, mental, emotional, psychic, and spiritual. The word yoga means unity or oneness and is derived from the Sanskrit word yuj, which means to join. The unity or joining is described in spiritual terms as the union of the individual consciousness with the universal consciousness. On more practical terms, yoga is a means of balancing and harmonizing the body, mind, and emotions. Thus, it is done through the practice of asanas, pranayamas, mudras, bandha, shatkarma, and meditation. Yoga aims at bringing the different bodily functions into perfect coordination so that they work for the good of the whole body. From the physical body, yoga moves on to the mental and emotional levels. Many people suffer from phobias and neuroses as a result of stresses and interactions of day-to-day life. Yoga cannot provide a cure for life, but it does prevent a proven method for coping with it. Yoga brings about integration and harmony between word, thought, and deed. This concept of what constitutes a yoga is broadening nowadays because many people take it up as a trustworthy exercise to overcome their stressful daily routine. Yoga and naturopathy is based on various drugless treatments like acupuncture, acupressure, yoga, meditation, fasting therapy, diet and nutrition, mud therapy, hydrotherapy, electrotherapy, osteotherapy, manipulation therapy, reflexology, counseling, and a lot more. Homeopathy is a medical system based on the belief that the body can cure itself. Those who practice homeopathy use tiny amounts of natural substances like plants, minerals, etc. It was developed in the late 1700s in Germany. In our country, we see considerable patronage for homeopathic treatment. Ayurveda is a form of alternative medicine that is the traditional system of medicine of India and seeks to treat and integrate body, mind, and spirit using a comprehensive holistic approach, especially by emphasizing diet, herbal remedies, exercise, meditation, breathing, and physical therapy. Ayurveda is India's oldest treatment system with the objective to cleanse the body and to restore balance to the body, mind, and spirit. Ayurveda is based on the belief that health and wellness depend on a delicate balance between the mind, body, and spirit. In our country, we see considerable patronage for Ayurvedic treatment. Allopathy deals with the treatment of disease by conventional means, that is with drugs and surgery. This is what we call our modern medicine. The efficacy of drugs and vaccines is established after multiple and multi-stage trials, and only then will these be prescribed by qualified physicians and medical practitioners to treat various human illnesses. Whether it is homeopathy, allopathy, Ayurveda, Unani, how efficacious the drug is to boost the immunity constitutes the core of the treatment. In the wake of the prevailing COVID-19 pandemic, which is ravaging the entire world like a wildfire and which claimed multiple human fatalities, boosting immunity is very significant, more so considering the ever-changing variants of the deadly pathogen. There are some basic tips to boost immunity. First one is to have a wholesome meal with the required nutrients. Second one, moderate physical exercise. Third is practicing yoga and meditation. Fourth is stay away from vices. Therefore, it is high time we adopted innovative approaches to strengthen the human immune system, keeping in mind the devastating loss of human lives in the second wave of the pandemic in our country. I appreciate the efforts made by the organizers for conducting such a wonderful and valuable international seminar under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you one and all. Thank you, sir.
Giving a wonderful message on the present topic. Next, I introduce another guest of honor, Professor P. Rashin Karmarkar, Honorable Principal, College of Arts and Commerce. Professor previously he served as a special officer at APROACHES Center for 4 years. He worked as a special officer at APROACHES Center, Badapalli, West Goa district, for this 2 years. And he is presently acting as a chairman for College of Arts and Sciences. 11 scholars have been appointed, PhD, guidance, is a chairperson of Yoga of Studies, Yoga, state philosophy. He completed books, parents, request. Please start.
Yes, sir. Good morning, one and all. At the outset, on the occasion of this international seminar on dynamic approaches to strengthen immunity, traditional and modern methods. First of all, we are very thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu to accept this program and allow it, and also I hope that it will be a great success because of the involvement of great personalities, and especially all the personalities here mentioned are not young people. Most of them are middle and aged. They are very, I hope that they are wise people basically, because if they are young people, they can have a certain level of understanding. But here, the personalities are experienced. They can throw more light upon this program, especially upon this topic. On this occasion, I also thank Professor K. Samtagar, Rector, Andhra University, and Dr. and Professor V. Krishna Mohan, Registrar, Andhra University, and at present, Professor D. Venkatrao, Emeritus Professor, Pharmaceutical Sciences, former Principal, A. College of Engineering, Andhra University, and Professor Yogacharya Ananda Balayogi Bhavanani, Director and Professor of Yoga Therapy. And of course, there are here from Germany, Dr. Christopher Gardner, neurophysician, and Dr. C.V. Rao, cardiologist. Personally, I feel that this yoga is a Indian made in India. Therefore, India has a credit in the entire world because India has given yoga to the entire world. Today, especially in these modern times, the importance of yoga has been realized or felt. That's why all people, of course, all people who are aware of the importance of yoga now practicing it, whether whether they are older or younger, because there is no age for this practice. And moreover, yoga, I feel that personally helps people to reduce their medicines because of this practice. Because this practice gives immunity. Because this yogic practice, of course there is a yogic in the sense there is a yogi also, because yogis practice this, therefore it becomes yoga. I think so. So this really a marvelous exercise. It beats all the exercises, because of course one need not go to gym, one need not go for walking also. For example, if one is able to practice the skills of the yoga, if one can remain fit mentally, physically, and finally spiritually. Because this yoga is I think that yoga is practiced in connection with religion also, with religious bhakti. Unless there is a bhakti, this yoga practice cannot become fruitful. I feel that. So today, especially in these days of corona, we need a lot of immunity. Immunity, especially, of course, apart from taking good food, we must have a proper exercise. This exercise must be also a technical one, because which type of exercise gives more immunity. That is an important point. That's why I feel that yoga practice gives such a boost for immunity to sustain the physical maladies, physical diseases. So that's what I feel that yoga is a blessing for many people, for many families in the world. So I hope that, of course, I am not competent to speak about yoga, but although I practice some of the skills of yoga in my life to keep myself fit, to keep myself feeling healthy, because because health is first, wealth is next. Of course, wealth must be there to keep health, but there are so many people who have wealth, no health. That's why yoga, in fact, it's a boon for the mankind. I personally feel it. So I congratulate the organizers, this Professor YSR Bhavan Kumar and Dr. K. Ramesh Babu and C.H. Krishna and Dr. R. Tulsi Rao and Professor Ram Sulagar to organize this international seminar on important practice, that is yoga. So I thank all of the organizers, and also I am grateful to all the participants. Thank you very much.
Message so that you also present yoga.
With your permission, yes. With your permission, I come forward to invite the chief guest of today's function, Yogacharya, Dr. Ananda Balayogi Bhavanani ji. I'm extremely elated and honored to get this opportunity to introduce and invite you to this international seminar, Virtual Mode, Dynamic Approaches to Strengthen Immunity, Traditional and Modern Methods. Yogacharya Dr. Ananda Balayogi Bhavanani is a director of the Center for Yoga Therapy Education and Research, commonly called as CYTER, CYTER, and Professor of Yoga Therapy at the Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, Pondicherry. He is also Chairman of the International Center of Yoga Research, Education and Research at Ananda Ashram, Pondicherry, India, and Yoganjali Natyalayam, the premier institute of yoga and Carnatic music and Bharatanatyam in Pondicherry. He is son and successor of the internationally acclaimed yoga team of Yoga Maharshi Dr. Swami Geetananda Giri Guruji and Yogacharini Kalai Mamani Ammaji Srimati Meenakshi Devi Bhavanani. A recipient of the prestigious DSc Yoga degree from Esvyasa Yoga University in January 2019, he is a gold medalist in medical studies with postgraduate diplomas in both family health as well as yoga, and the advanced diploma in yoga under his illustrious parents between 1991 and 93. A fellow of the Indian Academy of Yoga, he has authored 19 DVDs and 25 books on yoga as well as Academy of Yoga, and published nearly 300 papers, compilations and abstracts on yoga and yoga research in national and international journals. His literary works have more than 2,550 citations, and he is a classical Indian vocalist, percussionist, music composer, choreographer of Indian classical dance. He has such a versatile personality, which he inherited from his mother. In recent years, he has traveled abroad 20 times and conducted invited talks, public events, workshops, and retreats, and been major presenter at yoga conferences in the US, UK, Italy, Czech Republic, South Africa, Germany, Swiss, Malaysia, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Sir, there is so much more to say about you, but little time, so I conclude the introduction about you and cordially invite you to join us today on this virtual platform and deliver your message. Please join us, sir.
Namaste, Namaskaram, Vanakkam, Swagatam. I hope you can hear me.
Unmute yourself, sir.
I have unmuted. Try again. Yes, can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Namaste, Vanakkam, Swagatam, Namaskaram, Buongiorno, Buonasera, depending on which part of the world you are joining in from. It gives me great pleasure and truly is an honor to be the chief guest for this second day's event, which is an international event looking at the dynamic approaches to immunity. I love that word, dynamic approaches. Not just approaches, dynamic approaches. Because health is a dynamic state of wellness. It is not a static state. So dynamic approaches to enhancing immunity, traditional and modern methods, organized by the Department of Yoga and Consciousness of Andhra University in Visakhapatnam, where my own brother-in-law lives there. So I visited a few times, and a very beautiful place. So a very great day to be with all of you. I'm going to share a few thoughts today on the role of yoga in immunity, as well as especially during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic. During the COVID-19 pandemic, what has happened is that we have quite a change happening. And I just want to check up. Can you see my screen, please? I just want to check. Can you see my screen? Okay, fine. Thank you. Just
Yes.
wanted to. Okay, fine. I will just come back to it 1 second. Just 1 second. There was an issue there. Yeah. Okay. Now it should be fine. Yeah. So today, I am looking at giving a few thoughts on enhancing self-care through yoga during the COVID-19 pandemic. Because the COVID-19 pandemic has really put a great emphasis on the immune system for so many of us. I begin by invoking the Guru Parampara and their blessings. Yes, Ji?
This is a sweet start. Just screen mode. Your presentation is screen mode.
Yeah, I'd gone on to the screen mode. Had it not come to screen mode?
Please again, please present again, sir.
Yes, just 1 second. You should be able to see the whole screen. Okay. Yeah. Now I hope you can see my full screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. I'll continue now.
Sir, it is not full
So,
screen. Slides shoot, sir. Now in the bottom, you go
no, just 1 second. Hi. Just 1 second. Can you clarify? That's what I'm interested in.
Hariyogi, in the
Yes.
point, the below one is a slides, and in the last full
Okay.
screen report is there.
Yeah. I think now you should be able to see it.
Yes.
Is it fine now?
Thank you, Hariyogi.
Thank you. Yes. So I begin by invoking my Guru Parampara. Om Yogena Chittasya Padena Vacham Malam Sharirasya Cha Vaidyakena Yopakarotam Savaram Muninam Padanjalim Pranjaliranatosmi Om Tat Parampariyaya Vidmahe Jnanalingeshwaraya Dhimahi Tanno Guru Prachodayate. Om Yoga Maharishi Dr. Swami Geetananda Giri Guru Maharaj Ki Jai. So today I am representing our university and Center for Yoga Therapy Education and Research, where yoga is part of a health sciences university and reaching all the students, the faculty, and the patients in this hospital. Fear has been a major factor during the COVID-19 pandemic. Every human being on our planet has been affected either directly or indirectly by the COVID-19 pandemic. The invisible enemy, the COVID, has brought forth another inner enemy that destroys us from within, and that is fear. Why is this important in this context? Fear weakens our immune system. We need to focus on self-care. This is the need of the hour. We need to refocus on our own salitogenesis, swastha, our own inherent capacity and ability to be responsible for our health and wellness. We must move from pathogenesis, that is a focus on disease that worsens fear, and we need to move towards salitogenesis, a focus on health that strengthens all our systems. Yoga empowers us. It enables us to take charge of our own life, thus promoting holistic health for each and every one of us. The bottom line message is yoga strengthens our immune system. The yogic principles, yama niyama, of cleanliness, purity, and self-control are most important in the present moment, where social, well, it should actually be called physical distancing, and personal hygiene are being emphasized by all medical authorities. A sense of service, seva, and unconditional action, nishkama karma yoga, are to be emphasized to help our fellow brethren who are in need. We need to support those who are in the forefront of this battle through our cheerfulness, mudita punya, as Maharishi Patanjali tells us, and compassion, karuna, towards those who are in dukkha and suffering. I would like to suggest that while we are all looking for an externalized vaccine, we have a traditional ancient vaccine, which is Kriya Yoga of Maharishi Patanjali. Tapas Swadhyaya Ishvara Pranidhanani Kriya Yoga, he tells us. And what does the Kriya Yoga do? It works on the primitive kleshas, of which abhinivesha, the desire, the primitive desire to survive at any cost. Because as Maharishi Patanjali tells us, Swarasabahi vidusho api samarudaha abhiniveshaha. It overpowers even the wisest of the wise, the knowledgeable people, people who know better, because it runs on its own power supply, Swarasabahi, that abhinivesha klesha. Now, as long as the desire to survive is there in us, we are going to be filled with fear, because we want to survive. Hence, we feel threatened. Hence, fear comes in, and then fear worsens the whole condition. So, we need to attenuate the kleshas. Klesha tadukaranarthascha samadhi bhavanarthaha. Samadhi can be understood as a state of perfect health. And for that to manifest, klesha tadukarana has to happen through the Kriya Yoga. So I would like to suggest that Kriya Yoga, which is Tapas, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhana, is a triple vaccine to deal an effective blow to COVID by working from inside. How does this come into the modern medical understanding? Well, if you look at our brain, you will see there is the limbic system, that dark blue area there. Now what happens is that is the area which is involved with our emotional hypervolatility. We are emotionally becoming vulnerable by the hypervolatile emotions. And so the Shatripus all come into play. Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya, they come into play because of this vulnerability that has happened. The amygdala is there. It is where all the strong emotions come. And the hippocampus, where we remember all the past. Now, in a positive way, this could be good, but in a negative way. Oh, last week I heard he died. Oh, I heard he has COVID. Oh, I heard the vaccine causes this. Oh, I heard that. And what happens is all these emotions come in. And once the emotional volatility comes, the whole immune system will be dampened. This is where we need to move towards the prefrontal cortex, the front of the brain. This is where we make the good choices. We have the viveka and vairagya, capacity of discernment to make the proper choice and to have metacognitive non-attachment, objectivity. It is a power of choice is the superpower of being human, as I have been saying for the past 18 months online. Yoga practices, when we do them mindfully, if you don't do it mindfully, it is not yoga. When you do it mindfully, you strengthen the immune system by inducing a sense of empowerment and self-confidence. You regain the higher cortical control over the senses and emotions. And by that, we can become our true self, strong, safe, caring, and healthy. And the bottom line message, we need to stay safe. We need to be healthy if we are to help others. So the modern concept of psychoneuroimmunology helps us understand this. How our thoughts and emotions can affect our immune system. Stress, fear, and negative emotions weaken our immune system. Now we all know it today. All of us are having the stress, the fear, and the negative emotions. So instead of having an immune system that is strong to fight the external enemy, COVID, what is happening? We have weakened our system. And this is where the power of yoga, which includes meditation. Meditation is not separate from yoga. Meditation, dhyana, is an essential component, the heart of yoga sadhana. along with mindfulness, positive emotions and relaxation. They all strengthen our army, the T cell, B cell, natural killer cell. All of them are strengthened by these practices. This is related to the intricate interrelationship between the brain, the nervous system, the endocrine system, and the immune system. And this is impacted positively and negatively, and impacts positively and negatively by our behavior. This is where yoga as a lifestyle is so important, because the behavior component, safe behavior, is very important. So what happens when stress comes into our system? The nervous system, anxiety, depression, insomnia, the immune system, inflammation, infections, allergies, and pain, and the endocrine system, the malfunctioning of the thyroid, the adrenals, and the gonads. And all of this mediated by the cytokines and the hormones, the neurotransmitters. And you all would have heard the word cytokine storm. This is the major pathophysiology happening in COVID, the cytokine storm. Now, you know what? This same mechanism, psychoneuroimmunology, nervous system, immune system, endocrine system, when you put yoga into it instead of stress, it works the other way, strengthening all the functions. So what is the key here? The network is the same. You put stress into the network and you become unhealthy. You put yoga into the network, you become healthy. So yoga as a potent vaccine against stress and as an antidote to stress when it manifests. All of this is related to the limbic overactivity, because the limbic system plays a major role in triggering the emotional upheaval. Children at home not able to go to school, they don't know, will we have exams or not? One day the government says exam, one day it says no, one day the Supreme Court says no, don't have exams. The children are totally in an emotional mess. Parents are at home working from home. They have to help the children with the online classes. They are in an emotional mess, and the emotional upheaval is weakening the immune system. When the immune system is weakened, every microbe, not just COVID, all the microbes are getting a chance. We are hearing about the black fungus, mucormycosis. Why? Our immune system has been dampened so badly, and all of them are attacking us. And this is why the main role of fear, especially of the magnitude we are experiencing today. We are all expressing fear, and social media, don't even think about it, it aggravates the fear, the bhayam, every place, bhayam, 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 and everybody is becoming, fearing limbic system dominant emotional wreck. We destroy the chances of fighting this devious enemy. And this is why we need to go into our culture. Abhayam is the most important need of the hour. We have to move from bhayam to abhayam. Because when the stressor comes in, you can see all the CNS cytokines, the hypothalamus, which is in the center of the limbic system. So imagine this poor guy, the hypothalamus, surrounded by the limbic system. Every part of the limbic system is going, hey, you, this is happening, that's happening, this is happening. The poor hypothalamus doesn't know what to do. It goes off balance. And once the hypothalamus goes off balance, your whole endocrine system goes off balance, your whole immune system goes off balance, and your sympathovagal balance is also lost. Because the hypothalamus is the seat for all this function. And it comes down through the adrenals, the gonads, the bone marrow, the thymus, the immune cells, the spleen, the lymph nodes, everything gets affected. And then none of these immune cells can work anymore. I would like to quote my beloved father and Guru, Swami Geetananda Giri. He said, the first disease is a sense of duality. Because the moment I have duality, you are different than me. You belong to a different caste, you belong to a different nationality, you belong to a different religion. The moment we have duality, you are different than me, it leads to fear. Abhinivesha, bhayam, comes out of Dvaitam, says the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. From bhayam, from Dvaitam comes bhayam. And this fear then triggers an imbalance of the mind, the adi, leading to disease in the body, the vyadi. And this is why the Yoga Vashishta, more than 5,000 years ago, has talked about this, adija vyadi. We feel separate. The mind feels separate from the body. The mind and the emotions in the body don't understand they are all one and the same. And immediately what is happening? The breakdown mechanism from the Manomaya Kosha through the Pranamaya Kosha into the Annamaya Kosha. And from the Adi, the Vyadi has come. This is why we need to manage the stress. You cannot avoid the stress. And my dear Dr. Selvamurthy recently talked to us. He said, yoga is triple action, 3-in-1 action, like BITS action 500, double action, triple action. He said 3-in-1 action. Yoga, our treasure of our Bharatiya Sanskriti, enables and empowers us individuals to modify your perception to the stress. You may not be able to change the stress, but you can modify your perception. You can then optimize how you respond to it. And then you can release the pent-up stress. Because if you don't modify your perception, stress is going to bang straight into you. Which is why I always tell people, nothing can stress you if you don't allow it to stress you. You have the choice. It is called perception of stress. And once you perceive something as stress, the whole stress cascade will happen. And then you are fighting against the burst dam. You optimize the response. You enhance the parasympathetic responses, the relaxation response, and you learn to throw out the stress. Now, this has been given very beautifully by Antonovsky in his concept of salatogenesis. You have a stress. We all have stress. Every living being has a stress. When it comes in, there is an element of tension created. Now, this tension, if you choose the positive attitude, this attitude is called Pratipaksha Bhavanam. Instead of saying, oh, the stress is going to kill me, you say the stress is going to make me stronger. As they say, that which doesn't kill you will only make you stronger. It's the bulwarker. It is the gymnasium. And when you have that positive approach towards stress, which is what yoga teaches us, Pratipaksha Bhavanam, what happens? Salutogenic pathway, and you enhance your health into the H+. Your immune system becomes better. Overall health, promotion of positive health. But if you say, oh my God, I have stress, what am I going to do? I have stress, what am I going to do? Oh, this is the end of life. You go into the pathogenic side and you go into breakdown, degeneration, disease, and H- happens. So basically the stressor is the same. Whether we go on the H+ or H- depends on how we choose to perceive and deal with the stress. So for this, there are some beautiful practices I thought I will introduce to you, because this is all theoretical. You say, what can I do? Well, we have a beautiful practice called Nada Bhavana Shuddhi Kriya. Through Nada, you are doing an action, a Kriya, that creates Bhavana Shuddhi. Because all of our Bhavana is a Bhaya Bhavana now. We have anxiety, we have tension. So, your tension, anxiety in the abdominal area, you can release it. This is performance anxiety. There is anxiety in the chest region. This is relationship anxiety, because we cannot relate to each other. We are scared of each other. Will they give me COVID or will I give them COVID? What has happened? Relationships are breaking down. Lot of stress. And up here, our status anxiety. Based on our social status, our positional status, and what our salary is at the end of the month, we have this anxiety up here. So, dealing with this anxiety, how do you let go of it? How do you release it? You make the sound. Ha, 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 ha. When you make the sound, ha, you are working on releasing this anxiety. The release of the anxiety here, ho, 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 ho. The sound of ho, and you are releasing the anxiety from the chest. And up here, he, and you release the anxiety from up here. So, ha, 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 ha. Ho, 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 ho. He. And you have just brought up and released this anxiety by mindfulness. You have chosen to release the anxiety, because the more you put the anxiety, the stress into you, the more anxious and stressed you will become, and the more you will dampen your immune function. You weaken your resistance. So what do? You let go of it. Ha, 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 ha. Ho, 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 ho. He. And then we deal with the survival mechanism, Abhinivesha Klesha, brainstem, and we go, me. We are becoming mindful, we are becoming conscious of the survival instinct. And then we are enhancing the metacognition, prefrontal cortex, Viveka Vairagya, and we go Dhi, 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 Dhi. The buddhi is being enhanced. Dhi, 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 Dhi. So you're shifting from survival, me, to living. Dhi, 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 Dhi. A shift in consciousness is happening here. And then what you do? You throw it out. You say, go, 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 go. And you just throw it all out. So join me. We'll just do one round of this. It's a beautiful practice to practically let go of anxiety and stress. Okay? Ha, 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 ha. Ha, 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 ha. Ha, 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 ha. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. He, he. He, he. He. Me. Dhi, 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 Dhi. Dhi, 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 Dhi. Dhi, 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 Dhi. Po, 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 po. Go, 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 go. Ciao, 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 ciao. And you throw it all out. And then when you sit quietly, in that introspective silence, you feel the whole load of anxiety and stress has been lifted off. You suddenly are free. We can do work with pranayama. Especially again, shake up the tension. You shake up the tension. Get all the tension that you have. Catch it tight. Take in a deep breath. And blast it out. Shaking up the tension. Catching the tension, deep breathing through the nose. Nasagra. And through the mouth. What you have done? You have said, I don't want this tension. I don't want the stress. I don't want the anxiety. I don't want this fear. I don't want the problem. And you become free of it. Of course, the pranava, which is A-U-Ma, Akara, Ukara, Makara, becoming the Omkara. And it is universal. It is found as Om in the Sanatana Dharma. It is found in Amin and Amin on the Christian and Islamic cultures. And we use the pranava pranayama where we breathe in and we breathe out with the akara nada. The ukara nada. The makara nada. And combining it in omkara. And you harmonize your stula, sukshma and karana sharira. You harmonize the lower, middle and upper parts of the lungs, the lower, middle and upper parts of the body. And of course, Jagrat, Swapna, Shushupti are all harmonized and you move into Turiya as said in the Mandukya Upanishad. This Pranava Japa, the Japa of Om, 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 Om. What happens? You attenuate the limbic system. Studies have been done at Nimhan showing it. The Om Japa brings down all your amygdala overactivity and the higher cortex, Viveka Buddhi, all that can start to open up. With the relaxation, we do a relaxation with the pranava also. The Svyasa, the method is what they call DRT, deep relaxation technique. Another tool is the mantra yoga, where the Mahamrityunjaya mantra is used to overcome the fear of mortality. You can do the individualized version, where you give the individual nakshatra, individual rasi, individual nama, but you can also make it sarva. Why are we always thinking only of ourselves? We can think of everyone. When we say, Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu, sarve jana sukhino bhavantu. Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha. We don't say, only I should be in sukha. We say, sarve bhavantu sukhinaha. All. Because when you say, may everyone be happy and healthy, that everyone includes yourself. You don't have to say, may everyone plus me. You don't need that. That is duality, disease. So the use of the mantra, Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Om Jumsaha Sarvanakshatve Sarvarasi Sujat Sarvanam Desya Sahajum Om Urvarukamiva Vandanat Mrityamokshiyamamritat. What you are doing is you are bringing all, you are wishing that the whole of humanity should transcend the fear of mortality. We should move from Mrityarma to Amritangamaya. We lose the fear of death, because the fear of death is the greatest fear. We have the yoga mudras. Different mudras can be used. Bhairava mudra, where you sit with the left palm on the lap and the right palm over it. When you sit like this and you do deep breathing and you contemplate yourself, you are creating a great strength, heroism, like Veerabhadra. It's called Bhairava mudra. If it is a woman, they can put the left on the right. So right on the left is Bhairava, left on the right is Bhairavi. And what you are doing? Self-confidence, resilience, strength from within. And then the Abhaya Mudra. When you sit with the Abhaya Mudra, you are telling yourself, fear not, don't worry. And you are telling others also. All the gods in our culture, every god in our culture, not just Indian culture, even the whole of Southeast Asia, will have Abhaya Mudra. Fear not, do not worry, I am there. And you are telling yourself, I have the divine within me. I have the divine within me. I am me hasto Bhagavan, I am me Bhagavan. You have that confidence and you tell the fear, stop, I am not afraid of you anymore. That is the self-confidence you are bringing out with Abhaya Mudra and Bhairava Mudra. And then we do the mudras where we stretch and we breathe in, then we breathe out, breathing in and out, in and out, and in and out. When you do this, you are working with the Anda chakras, the cosmic centers, the higher 6, and the Pinda chakras, the lower 6, 12 chakras. The higher 6 and the lower 6 are all energized, and we become in communion, union with those beautiful energies that are of the supreme health. They are the energies of Satchitanandam. And what are we doing? We are breathing in, stretching up, all the higher centers, bringing them into mind. Coming down onto the Kailash Mudra, where the Sahasrara is activated. At the forehead for the Ajna, at the throat for the Vishuddha, at the chest for the Anahata. The lower centers you don't have to deal with. There are other practices. Because you want to connect from the heart upwards. Anahata, Vishuddha, Ajna, Sahasrara, and the higher centers. You are connecting by these different mudras. Along with immunity, one major problem is we are doing everything online. Everything is a virtual CME, virtual class, virtual relationships. So we are sitting in the computer all the time, neck, shoulder, back, collapse ho gaya. So what do you need to do? You need to do some talasana now and then, even from the chest, and just a nice stretch like this, turning the head and stretching a bit more. And when I let go, I feel so happy. My back, shoulder and neck says, thank you, Dr. Ananda, for doing that today. You need to stretch and let go. Similarly, the constant stress of the neck from only looking at the screen and the camera all the time. The Brahma Mudra to the right and back with the turning to the left as you breathe and coming back. Breathing in, stretching up, and the sound. And then breathing in, coming down. Head going in 4 directions. Each time you're breathing in, as you breathe out, using the nada, the vibrational essence to come back. So you have the power of the movement, power of the breath, power of the sound, all coming together. And when you do this, you are enhancing your perspective. Instead of always looking like this, we are seeing what is there, what is here, what is there, what is here. And we are developing a holistic, panoramic perspective of life. See, if we know the bigger picture, we won't be stressed. We only know the small picture from our perspective. And that is why the Brahma Mudra, along with strengthening the upper back, the neck, and the shoulders, and releasing them from that tension, you are enhancing your perspective itself. And the last practice, Spanda Nishpanda, SBSA calls it quick, instant relaxation technique. What do? You start tensing from the toes. You can do it in the chair also. I'm putting it in the chair because everybody is in the chair these days. So you start to tense from the toes, the knees, the hip, the chest, the back, the hands, the neck, the face, and you hold the tension and out. So the concept of Spanda, constant tension, and Nishpanda, what you are doing is going to the peak of tension and choosing the power of choice with Vivekam from the Buddhi to let go. And the moment you do this, you are triggering the inner relaxation response. Instead of the stress response, you now have the relaxation response. And suddenly the body system says, all is well. And the body system start to be in tune with us. And as was said by an earlier speaker today, yoga is the best lifestyle ever developed. Achar, Vichar, Ahar, Vihar and Vyavahar, which enable us to look at the holistic aspect, how we do our exercise, how we think, how we eat, how we relax and how we relate. All of this, when done mindfully in the yogic lifestyle, we are going to strengthen our body systems. We cannot run away from suffering. Dukkhameva sarvam vivekinaha, says Maharishi Patanjali. We need to be aware of the suffering, but retain our clarity. That is where Viveka is so important. That is where Vairagya is important. The calmness and strength go into your own inner sukham, sukhasthanam, so that we can transform the situation. Transformation is what yoga is all about. Yoga is the transformational art and science. And I will conclude by saying, we need to stay safe. We need to stay healthy. Through yogic self-care, nobody can do it for us. We need to do it for ourselves. We can reduce our fear. We strengthen our immune system to manifest all around health. And my prayer, my sankalpa is, may we as one humanity stand our ground. May we fight the enemy within, overcoming the inner enemy, which is fear, strengthening our ability to fight and defeat the external enemy, which is COVID-19. May humanity prevail as we move from pathogenesis to salatogenesis. And then Swasth Bharat will be a reality. A diamond is just a little piece of charcoal that handles stress very, very well. We are also charcoal. You know, when they want to know how old things are, they do carbon dating. We are the same carbon, right? But are we going to be a diamond or are we going to be charcoal? Are we just going to burn? The charcoal just burns. Or are we going to be a diamond that shines the divine light through our consciousness, our own life? And for that to happen, we need to develop the attitude of gratitude. Gratitude is the highest attitude. When you have gratitude for life, you move from stress to relaxation. When you have gratitude, your heart opens up and the whole world becomes one family. Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam becomes the reality. There is no duality. Everybody is one. So then where is the fear? Where is the Abhinavesha Klesha? And that's where life actually starts to become truly worth living. So on behalf of Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, our Center for Yoga Therapy Education and Research, I thank you all for this wonderful opportunity you have given me today. It is an amazing opportunity you have given me, and I thank each and every one of you for having given me this opportunity to be with you, share with you, and in sharing with you, also learn myself. Because when we share with others, we are reminded of these thoughts. So thank you so much. Dhanyavadaha. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you, Balayogi ji. Wonderful speech, and it's a very less time we invited you, but you accepted our invitation. Thank you very much. My father and yourself, you are all inspired by your mother and father. We continue this relation and the department of yoga consciousness. We were always invited to give a COVID. You must visit it. You promised me that what is that? New Year Day, Guru's birthday. We met at Yasyasa. We will visit Vishakhapatnam. I am going to invite you to visit and establish a good research center here with your cooperation. Because you are a yogi and also a doctor, you please guide us and help us to establish a wonderful yoga research center here. Just with this, I thank you. Again, next speaker.
Thank you, sir, for the vibrant message. I go forward to introduce the next speaker, our distinguished speaker, Dr. Christopher Garner from Germany. Dr. Garner,
Hello.
after
Yeah.
studying
Can you hear
law
me?
and economics at Munich University, Gardner studied medicine and then trained as a neurologist. He became a medical director at KWA Klinik Stift Rotal in Bad Weispach, Germany. KWA is a holistic inpatient rehabilitation center for patients with chronic disabling neurological deficits like stroke or multiple sclerosis. Dr. Gardner introduced yoga therapy to his clinic in 1996 with cooperation from Yasvyasa Yoga University. He became a follower of Ayurveda and opened Ayushakti's full-fledged clinic in his prestigious German hospital. Dr. Garner, we are pleased to have you. Please join us and deliver your valuable message. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you
Please
hear me?
unmute yourself, Garner. Dr. Garner.
Huh? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, wonderful. Can I share my screen now?
Yes, sir.
I try to share my screen if possible.
Sir, we will sharing.
Yeah. 1 second.
Sir, we are sharing your screen. Banerjee, we are sharing your screen.
Can everybody see my screen now?
Yes.
You can see? Okay. Yeah, you can see. It is the title of my lecture. It is wonderful to have heard such a nice lecture on yoga in theory and practice just before, and I will add some scientific findings which could be, I hope, which will be very interesting for you. My daughter, I have sent her 20 years ago to Prashanti, to Dr. Nagendra and Dr. Nagaratna, and she did a university study on the effects of slow and fast nasal versus mouth breathing and measured the effects by functional MRI. The study was done at the University of Saarland, where she's working, and with my cooperation, my clinic is in Bad Griesbach, also in Germany. So, why? A key feature of yoga is breathing. Yeah, and the old Indian scripts, they told us with pranayama to influence our health, our mood, our being. But it has been not yet shown what direct influence different types of breathing have on our brain system, especially on our limbic system. Yeah? The breathing is in the middle of the asanas, the body functional exercises, and on the other side, meditation. Yeah. So, what we wanted to show with the study is how with breathing, brain function can be influenced in different types of breathing, specifically with nasal breathing or mouth breathing. What is the difference? And with slow breathing versus fast breathing. Yeah. And what we did is we asked people when they were inside the MRI, the picture giving method to do different breathing techniques, and we were comparing these different breathing techniques and looking what direct influence it had on the brain. Hope everybody can see. The study design was observational and cross-sectional, and a few words to the participants. There were 11 participants, healthy young students, 6 males, 6 females, 5 males, and the test design was 4 types of breathing: slow nasal breathing with 3 breaths per minute, very, very slow breathing; slow mouth breathing, also 3 breaths per minute. The third type of breathing was fast nasal breathing with about 20 breaths per minute. This is just normal breathing, yeah, and fast mouth breathing. The analysis was done with a modern MRI, 3 Tesla Siemens machine, and it was analyzed by typical MRI software, SPM8, that people may know. So here you see the screen, what the participants saw when they were inside the MRI. And I cannot show them moving, but the blue Balkan, it was moving up slowly or faster as soon as quick as the people had to breathe. And with the picture on the other side, on the right side, they knew I have to breathe with nose or I have to breathe with my mouth. So by that, it was a very exact timing of the breathing, what the participants could do inside the MRI. We only could do it with young people because it is very slow breathing. 20 seconds, 1 breath is quite exhausting. It's not so easy. So we go to the results. Nasal versus mouth breathing showed, if we compared all pictures with nasal breathing compared to mouth breathing, that and this fits very nice to the previous lecture, that you can see small yellow dots on the brain pictures, and they are located in the so-called limbic system, in the so-called hippocampus, and in the amygdala. I will explain this later more, but we have heard in the previous lecture very nicely that they are especially responsible for fear, anxiety, and many other unconscious systems in the body, like our sympathicus, our parasympathicus, our reaction to happiness, to fear, and all these things. And this is in the old brain system in the middle, hippocampus and amygdala. And it showed here that nasal breathing is activating, has an influence specifically on these areas which are mostly associated to anxiety and these things. Next picture. We compared mouth versus nasal breathing, and mouth breathing had no specific effect on the brain compared to nasal breathing. If you look at the pictures, they are all gray and black, and no on the left side, no yellow spots which should show some activation. On the right side, we have we see one activation in the so-called nucleus accumbens, and this brain structure is associated with addiction, whatever this may be of importance. Yeah. So one small effect of mouth breathing compared to nasal breathing is a small activation of this nucleus accumbens, which is associated to addiction habits. Now we compare nasal breathing with different velocities. On the left side, you see when you are breathing very slow, 3 times per minute. That means breathe in, 10 seconds for breathing in, 10 seconds for breathing out. So very slow breathing, yeah. And then you can see in this slow breathing, many brain areas are activated. You see them on the red, with the red spots. Interestingly, more on the left side than on the right side. Yeah, with normal breathing, there was no activation. You see the pictures on the right side. No red or yellow spots there. Next, we have the results: slow nasal breathing versus slow mouth breathing. Yeah, and here you can see that the nasal breathing has more effect on activation of these brain structures than mouth breathing. This is the most important finding of the study. So when we want to use these effects, we have to breathe with the nose and see what is happening in the brain. There are many red spots on different areas which were activated by slow nasal breathing versus slow mouth breathing. So nasal breathing in this study was much more effective. When we look specifically on these areas of hippocampus and amygdala, you can also see here these yellow spots in the middle of the brain, that the slow nasal breathing is specifically also activating these hippocampal and amygdala areas, which are so important for our well-being, for feeling good, have no anxiety, have no fear. Yeah. This is a summary of all the brain areas which were influenced by slow nasal breathing. We had the so-called insula, so-called precuneus, hippocampus, amygdala, and also in the small brain, in the cerebellum. And all these brain centers, what are they responsible for? They are responsible for high-level attention, for decision-making, sensomotoric and pain processes, aspect of self-consciousness, feeling of happiness and bliss, stress regulation, emotional regulation, and also for this very important autonomic regulation of our parasympathetic and sympathetic system. Especially the hippocampal area is also responsible for memory functions and the ability of learning. So all these functions are mostly non-conscious. So it is very important that with yoga breathing, we can directly influence these unconscious functions, what we could show here directly in the pictures. Yeah. Also in the literature, these findings were found with meditation. There is one study which was saying that in meditation and in meditation MRI studies, there were structural changes with yoga in insular and precuneus and parahippocampal areas. So similar results. Why? This is left side. You see a picture that directly on top of the inner nose, there are the fibers of the olfactorious nerve, which is directly leading his information of the breathing to the inner brain structures shown on the right picture. Yeah, the brain, the smelling is one of the oldest functions of the brain, which is also very much there in animals, specifically maybe dogs and other animals. A very old system, and by that it influences our unconscious feeling. Maybe we can say, I like the smell of somebody else, I can smell him nicely, or I have some aversion. Yeah, this is because of this unconscious effect. Yeah? So our conclusion was the well-known positive mental, emotional, and vegetative effect from meditation in yoga may partly based on including breathing techniques and specifically slow breathing. Therefore, this study provides an explanatory model for some of the structural and functional changes in the meditation and yoga practitioners. Yeah. Our second conclusion, the nucleus accumbens, which was activated in slow mouth breathing, it is associated with addiction and might have some effect on to overcome these problems by mouth breathing. The positive effect on addiction issues due to nasal breathing methods, meditation and yoga practice supports this hypothesis. The study was limited, that there were only, it was a preliminary study with only 11 participants, and so it has to be redone. And at the moment, a bigger study with the same aim is running at this university, and we are looking forward when we can get the same results in a few months. We may thank here especially Dr. Raghuram, Dr. Nagaratna, and Dr. Nagendra for the help and for the initiation, for training my daughter and myself so many years in yoga. And maybe, as you have heard, since 1996 we have a close cooperation with Prashanti, and I have seen that Dr. Nagendra is here, and my best greetings. If he hears me, I'm missing Prashanti, and I hope soon after COVID I can come back again and improve my yoga knowledge. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Father. We met for 3-4 times.
Yeah.
Namaste, Garnerji. I think you remember me. We met in New York, that global accreditation, and also in international seminar in Delhi, and also in Yashyasa. Thank you for our short time invitation you accepted, and we are very great pleasure of this pandemic. We invite you and we share your knowledge in the research. This is another institute in the university setup It started in 1985 with doing the lot of brain research, some of the doctors with the EEG at that time. So we invite you to this institute after this pandemic. Whenever you are visiting India, please visit our institute.
Where is it located?
In Visakhapatnam. It is Andhra Pradesh.
Ah, yeah, in the center of India.
Yeah, it is a
Okay.
Bay of Bengal.
Close to Bhopal.
It's east coast, Bay of Bengal. Place you must visit and also give a guide to our research scholars and the department to do research in the brain and all the activities. We have another wonderful department, psychology and parapsychology, and they are doing a lot of research on brain and all other activities. So I have, thank you very much. Now our chairperson, instead of we invite C.V. Rao Garu.
So when I come back to India and traveling is possible again, I will be happy to make a visit to your institution. We'll keep in contact. I sent you this lecture, so you can use it for educational things. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Again, bye-bye. Thank you very much. Please adjust the total session. If you have any questions or any from the participants, please answer in the end of the session. Thank you. Please with us.
Thank you.
This is myself, Mrs. Radhika. I would like to take this honor to introduce Dr. Chaganti Venkateshwar Rao Garu, commonly known as Dr. C.V. Rao, consultant cardiologist at Star Pinnacle Hospital. He is one of the speakers, a very humble human being. Actually, when we contacted him, he said that he doesn't wanted to add anything to his introduction during the seminar, in spite of himself having a very successful career. He's a sincere practitioner and believer of yoga. Doctor, we are pleased to have you on this platform, and please join us and deliver your talk, sir. We welcome Dr. Chaganti Venkateshwar Rao Garu. Sir,
Am I audible?
Yeah, he's.
Am I audible?
So please unmute, sir.
What about now?
Namaste, Dr. Garu. Namaste. This is Dr. Krishna, convener of the seminar. We welcome you, sir. Please go ahead, sir. We are able to hear you and we are able to see you also. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Give me a moment, please. I'll just share my screen once again.
Yeah, please, sir.
Well,
sir, if you feel any different, we'll share your screen, sir.
Mute, yeah. Sir. Sir.
Okay, are you able to see the slides, please?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And everybody is able to see the screen, my slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, and it's a great honor that the Department of Yoga and Consciousness of Andhra University, thank you so much. And in particular, Mrs. Shravani Garu for giving me this honor. And it's a pleasure to be with you all today. Next slide, please. So any knowledge to start with will have to be evidence-based, any knowledge or wisdom or any information actually. So the evidences are of three kinds. One is direct evidence, and second is inferential, and the third one is what we call as Aptavakya Pramana. Direct is something like, you have a direct experience of the evidence and there is no contest there. Inferential is the cause and effect relationship should be inferred. And Aptavakya Pramana is essentially you believe and you have faith in some well-wisher of yours, either in person or shastras or ancient texts. And these are three kinds of evidences that we have to present whenever we have some kind of information, knowledge sharing or anything is happening. Next slide, please. So once you start talking about evidence and then developing a knowledge or a wisdom, it passes through four phases essentially. The first phase is what is called adhiti. Adhiti is nothing but learning and internalizing what you learned. And the second one is acharana, that is putting what you learned into practice in your individual life. And the third stage is bodha, which is the teaching, and only to the people who seek it. And the fourth stage is pracharam, that is spreading and advertising. So any knowledge or information and wisdom that you gain out of it should go through necessarily all the four phases. Next slide. There are a few disclaimers from me here. This information sharing is not totally objective. It is a combination of evidences that I spoke of, that is both direct, inferential, and also Aptavakya Pramana. So hence personal bias is significantly possible. And you have to excuse me for it. I'm still at the first stage, that is adhiti. I'm still learning. I'm getting the knowledge. I'm trying to internalize what I learned. So please don't be under the impression that I'm trying to teach you in any way. I'm only sharing my personal thoughts of whatever the information that I gathered. Next slide. Now I'm going to talk or split my talk into two parts. One is about the health in general as we understand today. And the second is the yoga and its effect on the health. Now World Health Organization way back in 1948 has stated that or given three domains of the health. It is not just physical. They have also included mental and social well-being in the elements of health in the definition. And the same World Health Organization completely changed a kind of a paradigm shift in the development of health as a concept. And they mentioned that it is not an objective of living, which we all think it is. It is not the objective of the living. Meaning to say, the health is not the end point of living. Health is a resource that has to be used for something else. So this is a paradigm shift that the World Health Organization in 1986 has stated. Next slide. Throw back to 300 years ago when Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, who is the founder of homeopathy in 1700s and 1800s, strangely has stated who stated in World Health Organization had stated in 1986. He said that it is health is is not a resource in so many words, and it is a living healthy instruments for the higher purposes of our existence. That is a statement from Dr. Hahnemann. Look at the wisdom and the genius of the individual. 300 years ago, when somebody had stated that health is just a resource, it is not the end in itself, it requires quite a bit of genius on the part of the human being to say so. And also there are some other elements which he very interestingly stated in the development of health as a concept. He said that there is a spiritual vital force which animates the entire material body. I really wonder how he came to conclusion like that, unless with no gadgetry and available at that point of time, and with no information available at that time, with no knowledge available at the time. I really wonder how he used the word spiritual vital force, animating the entire material body and keeping all the parts in harmonious equilibrium. This is one of the most significant statements of health that has ever been made by a Westerner, not the native. Next slide, please. Coming back to the present times, the McKinley Health Center, University of Illinois, has changed the term from human health to human wellness. And they said the wellness is, again, is a resource, health as a resource. You have to develop a kind of an attitude towards human wellness to maximize the individual's potential. Again, the elements that are included in this particular definition are, it included physical, intellectual, emotional, social, environmental, and spiritual. Look at the elements. So the point is that what we are trying to say is that we are trying to understand health as it is stated, as it is understood today in the present day world. Next slide. And the key message from all these is health is not confined only to the physical body. This is part one. Again, health is a resource. It is not the objective in life. That is to say that an individual doesn't live for the sake of health. He wants to live the life with the good health to achieve something or to maximize his potential as a human being. This is the important message that all the three has made. Next slide. Now coming to the parts of the human being, I just enumerate a little bit about the parts of human being. We all know the gross human body consisting of the various organs like brain, lungs, heart, etc. And put a microscope to any organ, you will get a building block of the entire body, which is a cell, and with all its organelle inside. And put an electron microscope to the cell, you will be able to see the DNA, chromosomes, genes, and then etc. to a micro detail and whatnot. There are subatomic particles now people are talking about the quantum physics, specifically it started talking about the subatomic particles. The good part of or interesting part of the whole story is the subatomic particles are put in a kind of a harmonious equilibrium by a particular electromagnetic field. The word here that is important is field. And this particular field is not quantified by the modern medical sciences or modern quantum physics or material sciences, because there is no gadgetry to do that. So the point is the field, if you just take it as it is and then extrapolate it to what our ancient wisdom, you may call it as prana, you may call it as consciousness, or you may call it as vital force, whatever the name that you give it, the field is important. Now this particular field is there in every human being, in every living form. And the field extends into the nature around, and it pervades the entire cosmos around. So in other words, whatever the field is, that field is present everywhere, including the human beings. In other words, you are just an extension, you as a human being is just an extension of the entire nature bound by this particular field, and you are no different from the nature around you. Next slide, please. Now, if you just talk about this particular field and then say that as a consciousness, every man is connected to the universal consciousness through the thread of his own consciousness. This is the most important and most profound, the reality of human life. And unless you really take cognizance of this particular fact, there is nothing meaningful that come out of the human wellness or a health. Next slide, please. Now coming to the sick, the disease or ill health. Now another great individual, in my opinion, I think is one of the greatest individuals ever lived on this earth. He is Dr. James Kent, late 1800s. He practiced an MD internal medicine and an MD physician in the state of New York. And then he transited into a full-time homeopathic practitioner. And then he famously said that you cannot divorce medicine from theology. Man exists all the way down from his innermost spiritual to the outermost natural. Such a profound statement about the human being. Now, it includes the innermost aspect of the human being, which we call as the field, to the outermost gross human body. The man exists everywhere. this particular human being exists everywhere. So if you just talk about only the human body and its disease and health, it is such an incomplete story, but you will never be able to achieve anything meaningful out of it. Next slide, please. So coming to the science of life as a whole, now vital force, what we talked about as a field, it just is pervading everywhere into the cosmos. And from the cosmos, the vital force flows into the human body, flows into the parts of the human body, whether it is brain, heart, lungs, wherever, animates them and forms an interdependent optimal system called, as we call it, as health or a homeostasis. Now, the organ takes the help from this particular vital force and then does its job. For example, the liver is the greatest laboratory within the human body, chemical laboratory within the body, and then that takes the help from the vital force and then does its job. So we have three components here. One is a vital force, and another is a gross body, and then there is a connecting zone in between. That is what we have to understand as to start with. Next slide. Now, how do we measure it? How do we measure are there any metrics to verify whatever we are saying? From without, from the gross body, there are metrics of health. Like, for example, there are certain measurements that are unique to the organ. Like, for example, there is a liver, and that liver will be having some kind of objective metrics. Slides, please, back to the screen. Yes, thank you. So the liver will have some kind of a metrics like liver function tests, and kidney will have some kind of a metrics to understand its health in form of some creatinine, and so on and so forth. There are metrics specific to the entire system, like blood pressure, like the temperature, like your oxygen concentration. So something like that. There are metrics from within, from without. From within, the vital force or the field doesn't have any metrics because it is not reachable by the modern gadgetry. So you can't really have a measurable qualitative or quantitative data as far as the field or a vital force is concerned. Next slide, please. Now, disease from without, how does it happen? So once we are talking about the disease affecting the human body from without, it is a noxious agents, obviously. Like, for example, corona. There is a virus, it hits the body, and then it homes into a lung or a throat, and then it causes symptoms of some fever, cold, cough, and difficulty in breathing and stuff. Please bring back the slides. Yeah. And then there are change of measurements, and you'll be able to see that there is you can measure the metrics and then say that there is a disease. Next slide. When you enter or you approach from within, the entire narrative changes. See, the aberrations of the vital force we talked about. Again, the vital force, which is pervading the entire cosmos, has some kind of aberrant frequencies within it. It is unique to the times that we live in. And then those aberrations will flow into the human body, and those aberrations will zero in into some kind of an organ, and then that organ becomes vulnerable. So this is the whole concept or the story and the narrative once you start from within. And again, there are no metrics for it. There are no measurable data for it, for what I'm trying to say. Next slide. So talking about the organ's vulnerability, the vulnerable organ, while it is vulnerable, what is the role of the human being in this? The human beings also make themselves vulnerable by way of thinking, feeling, and living. What is the data that I can say this with confidence? See, now we call them all as non-communicable diseases, like your hypertension, lifestyle disorders, or whatever the name that you're giving. Say, for example, hypertension is there is a diabetes. We know that they have a lot of psychological component in it. For example, a blood person who is having a very high blood pressure, say 180 by 110 or so, they also have such an important psychological component which impacts that particular hypertension and aggravates the hypertension. And this is a common experience clinically when we are in our practices. We see the people who are stressed out. They have completely uncontrolled diabetes. They have very significantly raised blood pressures and all that. So these are all the psychosomatic diseases under one particular umbrella. We classify them as psychosomatic diseases. So psychosomatic diseases entails that a person, by way of his thinking, by way of his feeling, and by way of living, you are impacting your health. This is very clear. So a mental, logical mind or an emotive mind or the way of living and what you eat, what you think and what you feel is going to make you vulnerable. And this vulnerability is important to understand. It is both in the vital force, or in the field, and also by the volition by the human beings. Next slide. To put the whole thing into context, the disease will start from both within as well as from without. From within, the story is that human body gets vulnerable, and human beings make themselves vulnerable by way of their thinking, feeling, and the living. And from without, the noxious agents impact the vulnerable human bodies. Now you have two components. Please don't blame the entire disease only on the external noxious agent. This is what I'm trying to say. To put the whole picture into the context, it is a double whammy. As a human being, we are into it equally responsible as that of an offending organism. So it is both that is producing the disease. Please remember this. Next slide. In other words, there are no sicknesses. It's only sick people that we are dealing with. Sick people means the sickness, a person, and the noxious agent, all three. So from without, it is the agent. From within, it is the human being and the resulting sickness. So there are sick people. There are no sicknesses. Next slide. Sorry, the previous slide, please. So coming to next slide. So this is what I am trying to say about the health as a whole. Now coming to the yoga and its effect on the health. Yoga, the word yoga is derived from the basic core Sanskrit word called yud, means to unite. What is there to unite? There should be more than one entity when you're talking about the word unite. So those, typically speaking or classically speaking, it is a union of individual consciousness to universal consciousness. That is the culmination of yoga. Next slide. Yoga has components which you are all well aware of. It is body posturing, including asanas, and the diet that is prescribed. And then there is an element of pranayama, and then there is an aspect of meditation and dhyana. These are all well known. I don't have to tell you what it is all about. But the human being has several components. Human being has physical body, and then there is manas, which is buddhi, which we call it. And manas is nothing but mind, buddhi is intellect, and then chitta is consciousness, and then ahankara or asmita, which we call as I, the feeling of I that is there in core sense of I in every human being, in every living form. I wouldn't say every living form. The sense of I is unique only to the human being. So you have several of these components, and each of the components of yoga will have an impact on the various parts of the human being. If it is body posturing and diet, it is specifically towards the physical body. If it is pranayam, it is going to impact your manas and buddhi, which is mind and intellect. If it is meditation, it is going to impact your consciousness and buddhi. So there are specific impacts of specific components of your yoga. Next slide, please. Yeah. And yoga process and effect, essentially the process is to make the entire human body, mind, intellect, consciousness, and ego harmonious and in perfect equilibrium. That is the process. And this optimal equilibrium of all parts of the human being, please bring back the slides, please. Yeah. This optimal equilibrium of all parts will keep the instrument in perfect health. The culmination is this instrument, which is perfect, can be employed to maximize the individual potential. That is the whole process and effect. Next slide. You are well versed with all the yoga benefits. It doesn't take me to tell you what it is. The benefits are from without and from within. From without, from outside, by doing so many asanas and all that, you're increasing flexibility and balance. You're going to build up the strength. You're going to reduce the musculoskeletal pain. And probably there are some claims of reduction in the weight loss also. From within, it reduces inflammation, it reduces the stress, it improves the immunity, it improves the cognitive function. The functional MRI, which the neurologist, Mr. Kramer, has stated, it is such an important tool now. It talks about the default networks, and then, the functional MRI will be able to give us some idea about how the cognitive functions can really improve by way of yoga. Next slide. The mechanism of yoga is essentially based upon influencing the autonomic nervous system. The autonomic nervous system is basically a set of two sets of nerves that a human body has, starting its center in the brainstem, which is in the back of your brain, and it has two components. One is sympathetic and parasympathetic, we call it. Sympathetic nervous system drives the fight and flight response. The parasympathetic nervous system will have a counterbalancing, exact opposite effect. The beautiful balance between the two, depending on the circumstance, is the life is all about. So this center is located, as I said, in brainstem with a lot of influence from the higher brain centers. So this is the essential homeostasis, and this is the health of the individual. So yoga, by its various elements, whether it is asanas or, next slide please, asanas or diet or pranayam, ultimately is going to affect these autonomic nervous system to make the entire health better. So by body posturing or yoga asanas, it is going to harmonize the flow of vital force to the various body parts. The pranayam controls and optimizes the quality and quantum of the vital force at the cellular level. Now a question comes how a gross manipulation and the control of external breathing is going to make the cellular level quantum of the vital force change. See, the most important thing to understand is if you just take prana and define, if you have to define prana, I would say it is a sum and substance of all the electro-biochemical, electronic processes that are there at the cellular level and subcellular level, irrespective or not giving a classification of the organ to which they belong to. If you just take the entire body, the sum and substance of all the biochemical processes that are happening at the cellular and subcellular level, putting all things together, that you can define it as prana. The quality of this particular biochemical process is one of constant dynamism. There is nothing static at any point of time in any part of the body. So the dynamism is what the entire quality that has to be recognized in terms of when you're defining prana or when you're trying to understand prana. And the only element in the entire nature which is constantly in dynamic motion is air. The rest of the elements in the nature, out of the 5 elements, nothing else is dynamic, constant dynamic motion except air. And the only thing that a human being at your conscious level can do is to control your breathing and control the quality of dynamism in the air when you're breathing. So by having an external control of the dynamic nature of the air, you are trying to have a control on the entire biochemical processes, which are also having a unique quality of dynamism. So here you are trying to control the dynamism when you are talking about pranayama. And I think it is a very important concept to remember, because the question automatically comes to the logical mind, then just by controlling the breath, how the health is going to be better. You are not trying to control only the breath. When you are trying to control the breath, at the back of your mind and back of your understanding, you are trying to master the dynamism as a quality in the human body. And thereby you are going to make the entire human body optimal and harmonious. Harmony and optimality in the mind and body regulates the flow of consciousness outwards. Yoga is defined by Patanjali as Chittavritti Nirodhakaha. Chittavritti is always the flow of consciousness externally, always. But by doing pranayama and various elements of yoga, you are trying to arrest the movement of consciousness externally and then trying to minimize the externality of the consciousness, trying to internalize it so that the chittavritti will be arrested. Potential to, please go back. One slide back. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Now, so to summarize the whole thing, yogic process starts with the most external, that is the body posturing, asanas, etc., transiting to optimizing the mind, intellect, consciousness, and reaching its ultimate culmination. As I said, yoga optimizes the human health from its innermost spiritual to outermost physical. It has a potential to cure, relieve, and aid the sick people from without and from within. With these few words, I thank again all of you for your kind attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chaganti Venkateshwara.
Mute table.
Thank
thank you, Dr. Chaganti Venkateshwar Rao Garu. That was a very, very informative, like the way you connected the modern medicine with the yogic concept was, we gained a lot of knowledge through it, sir. Thank you so much. And now I would like Dr. Krishna Rao, sir, for the vote of thanks.
Chairman's remarks, concluding remarks.
Chairman, sir. Concluding remarks by Dr. Venkatrao.
Yes.
Professor.
In this session, Professor Samatha, the rector of Andhra University, has given us how to strengthen the body and the importance of diet and the balanced diet. And she advised us not to take junk food or processed foods, and we should always live near to the nature. And she summarized the various systems of alternate systems of medicine. And finally, she said that your food, exercise, and yoga will be helpful in this time of pandemic. Then next, Principal Dr. P. Karmarkar of Andhra University, he said, interestingly, yoga is make in India, and there is no shortcut to that. Practice of yoga gives the immunity, and food and exercise are very important. And really, yoga is, he said, yoga is a blessing to the world. And we heard a wonderful lecture from Yogacharya Ananda Balayogi Bhavanani, who is the chief guest in today's session. He is a versatile personality, and he said health is a dynamic state. And mainly he focused on the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, quoting from the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. He said fear, Abhinivesa, is the real enemy which weakens our immunity, which destroys our T cells. And so we should strengthen our immunity by avoiding this fear. And he has given, he said that the triple vaccine is Kriya Yoga. Tapas Svadhyaya Iswara Pradhanam is the triple vaccine. So he demonstrated some of the techniques, how to remove this fearlessness, and he also gave us this Nada Bhavana Suddhi Kriya. Thanks for his demonstration of yoga mudras and the Omkara, Nasagra Mukhavasrika, all these things. And he said finally, gratitude is the highest attitude. Then we heard a very interesting lecture from Professor Christopher Gardner from Germany, and how yoga is related to, how yoga therapy is related to the human health. And he did a piece of good research work and to show how slow and fast nasal versus mouth breathing can affect our brain, particularly the amygdala and the hippocampus, in both getting the meditative situation and learning and measuring. And what are the structural changes that are taking place in the hippocampus and amygdala are really what we are looking for is the evidence. What will happen if you do yoga? So he has given us a very good evidence that yoga is it will work in such situations. And finally, Dr. C.V. Rao Garu, who is a renowned cardiologist. I'm really wondering, you should be in now, because I don't know, he is now a consultant doctor. I think he's more than 60 years definitely. And now he turned to a yoga teacher. I never heard some things from real yoga teachers. When he says pranayama is the whole health is dynamic, and pranayama is not just breathing in and breathing out, and what are the biochemical changes that are being brought out. First, he quoted different definitions of health. I first thought he is practicing homeopathy when he is quoting Hahnemann and Kent. Really, that is the basis, from the vital force to the intermediate stage and to the organ. And that he related to yoga, and it brings the equilibrium and keeps the instruments in health. And he also given information, the yoga mechanisms, how it involves the autonomic nervous system. And pranayama, we generally say prana ayama, that is controlling and expanding. Just we leave with that definition. But he has given a brief explanation, that is controlling the dynamics and mastering of. That is both. It is really a beautiful explanation. Sir, we expect you many more lectures from you on yoga. Really, you are a real yoga teacher. Now I feel that you're more than a doctor. And a word about Professor Bhavananda ji, Yogacharya. When you are coming to Vizag, Visakhapatnam, because your brother-in-law is here, we definitely want to meet you. And it seems you are directing some of the students from Rajamandri. One our doctor friend is there. He told about you, and we definitely want to invite you to our Yoga Consciousness Trust. When you please kindly inform us when you are visiting Visakhapatnam. We will take you to our Yoga Consciousness Trust. So happy to hear you. I heard about you, but I have now seen you, and I hear you. Thank you so much. And I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Thank you.
Sir, I believe the mic is muted, sir.
Yeah, sorry. Again, I repeat, thank you to Professor Venkat. I'm audible?
No, sir, your voice is breaking.
Yes, sir, but you're audible. I think just the net connection. But yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm audible.
Yes, sir. You're audible now, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Sorry for the small technical issue. I thank Professor Venkataravaru, the chairperson of the session, and he summarized the whole in a nutshell. All the speakers. I thank you, sir. My humble pranams to Venkataravaru and Madam Professor Samatagaru Rectorji of this institute. Andhra University summarized and introduced so many systems of medicine to improve immunity in a short span. Because she is a great researcher and that she made a very excellent message to all the audience and the members of this seminar. And I thank to our Honorable Principal Rajendraji. He made to motivate yoga is our life, like that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, my and my friend and the great personality. Yoga, it is a great combination. Yoga and medical science and music. See, it is inspired my life because of his father. I met in 1985 in the national yoga competitions where he given lecture. Yoga is not a physical body; it is a beyond that transformed my life. Thank you, Bhavananiji, and you are a great personality. Both the combination of traditional and modern and whatnot, all the things with you. Please. Whenever you are visiting Visakhapatnam, please visit our institute, and we have a beautiful, like Pondicherry also, we have a beautiful Bay of Bengal. Sure, we have Yoga Village and also Academy of Yoga Consciousness related to Andhra University, that is also in Bhimili, that is also in the Bank of Bay of Bengal. Thank you and welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. In a short notice, you've given an enlightenment in yoga, and Christopher Garner is an excellent researcher, neurosurgeon, and he given excellent how yoga and the brain science. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And C.V. Rao garu, what Professor Venkataravaru said that I think he transformed as a cardiologist to yoga expert. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I never expect you're talking about yoga and Hanuman and all the things. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you with all these things. I thank our honorary director and head of the department and staff and students and all the university people and all the who are joined and with this seminar. Now, it is not a concluding, it is only just 3 times Om and Shlok Shanti Pradhana. And then immediately, this is the continuous process, the seminar from 11 to evening 8 o'clock. Now, our Academy of Yoga Consciousness students are ready to give demonstration. Before that, we conclude the session with 3 times Om and Swasti Mantra. Please be with us. Thank you, sir. Om. 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 Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu. Om Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu. Om Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Thank you. Now we are switch over to Bhimili with a wonderful demonstration. Our Yogacharya Rapati Ramarauji is a traditional in Sri Ramlal Prabhuji of Himalayas. He trained, and this institute last 2 decades offering yoga and PG diploma and so many seminars. Even Gendraji attended two seminars. One is in Hyderabad and one is in Bimili. And we are very fortunate with the traditional knowledge and also guidance of the great scientist and Professor Venkatrao Garu and all the team. Now, friends is demonstrating the mudras. Please sit. This is a very unique thing because we have only 10 minutes. Yesterday, the combination, only 10 minutes we have, less than 9 minutes only. So 1:10, there is another session chaired by Dr. Srinivas. So now, my friends, put the camera in the slowly put the camera a little bit down. Camera a little bit down. Okay. Camera కొంచెం కిందకి దించండి అమ్మ. Yeah, one person is enough. ఎవరో ఒక్కరు ఉండండి. One by one. The close up one by one. Okay. Are you able to hear me? Only one person is there. One by one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Principal Garu, please, only one person and make the little bit back. Yoga. This is advanced practices. Requesting this is only we are demonstrating because of the international audience. Not in knowledge. Purpose only we are demonstrating. First we start that is Uddiyana, Mool, and Jalandhar Bandha. Please take it. You click Chema. Okay. Okay. Sarika camera petnana. Please arrange the camera. Now, the mudra, Mool Bandha, you cannot, by experience, you can learn, you cannot see. But, now, the mudra is Uddiyana Bandha. While exhaling, the mudra, this is a Uddiyana in text, said, Mrityu Matanga Keshari. So, this, while exhaling and withdrawing the stomach and doing this kriya, this exhalation, it is Uddiyana Bandha. Right? Exhale and try Uddiyana Bandha. And also doing Jalandhar Bandha also. So now slowly release the Jalandhara and Uddiyana. This is another, if you practice 3 bandhas, ఏమైనా వినిపిస్తుందా? Mahamudra. Today, because we prepared the whole Dashamudras, but we are not able to sideway. Yeah. This is a Mahamudra. If you practice, if you get the mastery about the Mahamudra, there is no any restriction of food. That means it increases your digestion like anything. There is no patya apatya for Mahamudra. It is a combination of not only Moola, Uddiyana, and Jalandhara Bandha, three things will be there. One is asana, and another is kumbha, and concentration or dharana. If these comes, it is a bandha. And another speciality in the Mula Bandha, Jalandhara Bandha, Udyana Bandha, these three are also mudras. So many students have a confusion. Why it is mudra and when it becomes a bandha? The mudra means once it awakens a kundalini and concentration, then it becomes a mudra. If you are practicing, it becomes a bandha only. That is the clarification between these two. So that is dharana is very, very essential to practice. Now it is an asana. It is a, you all know, it is a Jalandhara, Janusirasana or Mahamudrasana. Also it is famous. So catching the big toe with the thumb and surrounding the index and middle finger. And then you exhale, which leg is straight? That side you exhale. There is another important thing is, my guru, it is a very secret thing. The thumb and big toe are making opposite forces. Then you have the thumb and big toe. With the big toe, you press forward, and with the thumb, you make it back. And then make your whole body straight. And then close the folded leg, and then exhale. Please continue, Nanu. Please go ahead. Exhale with both nostrils and applying the Udyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. And then he is bending forward. If you can, we can try to touch the now slowly come back. There is no need to bend forward, my friend. Now inhale and hold Antarkumbhaka. And then bend. Try to touch the forehead to the knee. Slowly come back. And inhale through folded leg. Exhale through which leg is straight. And then one perform Bahi Kumbhaka and then relax. This is Mahamudra. In only one pranayama we will have, that is only Bhastrika with both nostrils. Another person, please come and sit. No need, no need. Thank you. Thank you. Next person, only one round, Bhastrika with both nostrils. Please sit in Padmasana. Please sit in Padmasana. Now with both nostrils, with Bhastrika. Little bit go back. Yeah, adjust the camera and go back. Keep your spine straight. Only there is a Vama Bhastrika, Dakshina Bhastrika, and Ubhay Bhastrika, and Madhyam Bhastrika. Now, because of the time, we have only 1 minute to try Ubhay Bhastrika. No. With both nostrils, my friend, with both nostrils. Yeah, take it for 20 to 30 inhalations. Fast. It is a billows breathing. Like that. And then now stop and exhale. Exhale and Uddiyana Bandha. Generally, these are Astaveda Kumbhakas. It is not the pranayamas, these are Astaveda Kumbhakas. This is now we are applying Mulabandha, Jalandhara and Uddiyana. Now, releasing slowly the first Jalandhara, bring the neck strike and Uddiyana, and then take a breath slowly and fully without relaxing the Mula Bandha, and then apply Jalandhara Bandha. There, you must join union with prana to apana, apana to prana. That is what pranayama defined in Bhagavad Gita. There we apply Jalandhara Bandha and then slowly releasing the Jalandhara and exhale completely. Apply Uddiyana. Uddiyana Bandha. And then slowly relax. So, thank you, Academy of Yoga Consciousness, affiliated to Andhra University, for the very excellent demonstration. Thank you very much. Now, we are, Dr. Srinivas Garu, they are ready, and the next session starts. Dr. Srinivas Garu is the chairperson. Srinivas Garu, I think you are here. Namaste. I welcome you, Srinivas Garu. We'll start with a prayer. Only 3 times home because it is a continuous process. So I will invite other dignitaries after this prayer. Let us first we invite all the dignitaries and then we start with prayer. So Dr. Srinivas Garu, renowned homeopathy physician, is a good friend of mine last 30 years, and he is an excellent physician in not only in homeopathy, iridazole, and so many systems to make you fit. So welcome, sir, Srinivas Garu, to chair the session. Yeah. Sir, he's a ENT surgeon, and also he got multi passions are there. He will also join with us. Next, Dr. Ravi Doctor, he's an associate professor and also homeopathy physician and renowned in doing so many experiments and so many things in homeopathy and other systems. And Martin Brand from Netherlands. I think Martin is also here. I think so.
He'll join us a little late.
Okay, thank you. Now I hand over just for initial inviting all the people. Now we'll go for further. So now another Vaida Murthy is also there. The next session she is taking one workshop. We'll introduce her later. Now we'll start with prayer. Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amrutangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Tatsat Om Namaha. Now, our Shravani will introduce Dr. Srinivas Garu, and then he will take care about the chairing this session. And Srinivas Garu, Harihara Murthy Garu, Dr. Ravi, and Martin Brands. Welcome, sir. Hand over to now Shravani.
I would like to start the next session of expert talks by inviting Dr. N. Srinivas Rao Garu, chairperson for this session. I want to introduce him a bit before we start the session and ask him to chair the session. He is the managing director of Ramakrishna Homeo Stores, a third generation of a family-owned homeopathic pharmacy, a postgraduate in homeopathy philosophy and organon. He has been in active clinical practice and research since 1982. He specializes in homeopathy and integrative medicine. He founded Delphis Complementary Medicine and Therapies Private Limited, an integrative health clinic in 1993, which offers homeopathy, counseling in psychology, holistic nutrition, physiotherapy, and anthroposophic medicine. He is a certified practitioner of mistletoe therapy for cancer, former member Central Council of Homeopathy, former member Central Council for Research in Homeopathy, and I feel privileged to welcome you to join us as a chairperson of this session of the talk, sir. Please join us and give your opening remarks before I invite Dr. Harihara Murthy. Unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Shravani. It's a great privilege to be here, dear friends, today. And on the occasion of the 7th International Yoga Day.
Please unmute yourself.
Am I not audible?
You're audible, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible, Amma?
Yes, Andy.
Yeah, good. So it's a privilege to be here, dear friends, today on the occasion of the 7th International Yoga Day. And I'm very grateful to the faculty, scholars and students of the Department of Yoga and Consciousness of Andhra University. And it's my honor to be here with you and dear President of the and Vice Chancellor of Andhra University, Prasad Reddy Garu, and Bhanukumar Garu, Honorary Director, and Ramesh Babu Garu, Head of the Department, and my dear friend Sri Krishna Garu, who have been associated with for a long time, and the charming Mrs. Shravani Garu. And it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I have been trying to attend a few sessions in between the clinics, and I'm honestly quite impressed by the whole effort. And it's really been a great learning time in the last 2 days, whatever small bits I could garner from this. And I will make sure that I will go through the YouTube presentations in the next couple of days. And this particular session, we have something different that we would like to offer to the August gathering on this particular forum. We will be dealing with a little bit of homeopathy by Dr. Martin from Netherlands, Amsterdam. And my colleagues, Dr. Harihara Murthy and Dr. Ravi Doctor and Dr. Vaidya Murthy, we will be touching a new facet of medicine that is not so much known here. This is called anthroposophic medicine. It's a very holistic science, very extensively practiced all over in Europe and different parts of the world. And it goes very much in tune with the holistic approach that we are attempting to do here. And you will be very happy to see, and I would like to be a little patient to be open to what Dr. Harihara Murthy and Dr. Ravi will be bringing in, and especially in terms of dealing with cancer and how we can sustain and enhance the immunity in cancers, which is the same logic with which we will be also utilizing these concepts to improve and enhance our immunity in COVID, whatever we are having to face and deal through right now. So without really taking much of your time and with this small introduction, I would be quite happy to let Dr. Shravani take it up from here. And thank you once again for this wonderful opportunity. I'm looking forward to the whole session and the whole interaction. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Harihara Murthy Garu. Dr. P. Harihara Murthy Garu, ENT specialist and head and neck surgeon, and he heads Dr. Murthy's ENT Center, Agati Hospital Research Center, and he hails from KGF, which means Kolar Goldfields, graduated from Kasturiba Medical College, Manipal, Mangaluru in 1984. Post-graduation from Bangalore University, trained and worked in Kidwai Cancer Center, presently practicing in Bangalore and consultant with few corporate hospitals. Core faculty of the International Integrated Oncology Training, authorized by Goetheanum, Switzerland. He is the president of Anthroposophic Medical Society India chapter. He is presently practicing as anthroposophic physician at Swasthya Niketan. Sir, please welcome and share your thoughts with us. We are very pleased to have you with us today. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I deem it a great privilege and pleasure to be invited to this august gathering of people looking at consciousness and esoteric sciences. Being a surgeon who uses my hands, I'm a carpenter, glorified carpenter. And to be in this august presence, I really consider myself privileged. Thank you once again. Let me upload the How do I upload my screen is what I am seeing.
Harihara Murthy ji,
yes.
Yeah. There is a mic, then the symbol mic, then video, then hand raise, then...
Yes, I can see that.
The upright, there is a arrow up.
Yeah.
Press. Before that, you always open your PPT in your thing.
Okay, I have done that.
Yeah. First you click there. Before the stop, the 3 dots are there. Between the hand raise.
Yes, I can see that. I'm just trying to share my screen on this.
There you click.
Sir, you need to select the presentation, then the share symbol will highlight it. And control will be coming, sir.
You need to select the presentation first and then share it, sir.
Okay.
And then go to the arrow, upright arrow, and then ask to share it. Share the screen. First, select the presentation from your...
Okay, I selected the presentation.
Come back to this and then share it.
Okay. Now what do I do with this?
Sir,
I'm afraid this is not coming on.
Okay. Can you send the PPT to my WhatsApp, sir?
Sure. I can do that, sir. I can do that.
Please do it, sir. We will take care about other things.
Okay, I'm very sorry about this.
No problem. I think my number is with you.
Yes, yes, I'm sending it to you, sir.
Yeah, please, sir. Either email or WhatsApp, both are fine, sir.
Okay, I do not have your email. I'll send it by WhatsApp, I think.
Yeah, please. Yes. Data and the signal level, the net connect చేసి
I'm sending it to you by WhatsApp, Sriram Garu. In the meantime, let me see if I can do something about this.
So I'm sending.
Have you received it, sir?
Not at present. No.
No, it's not coming into your system.
Yes, sir.
It's buffering out here. It's not received.
Just I'm
Can you send me your email, sir? I will send it to you. I think it may go on quickly.
Yeah, through WhatsApp I'm sending, sir.
Yeah, but can you send me your email ID, sir?
Already sent, sir.
Okay, got it.
Video.
I shall mail it to you, sir.
భోజనం అయిందా లేదు చైతన్య చైతన్య కదా వంశీ సారీ చైతన్య ఇంకొక yes sir receive
I am sending it across to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We receive. Yeah. మళ్ళీ మీకు నేను డౌన్లోడ్ అవుతుంది సార్ నీకేనా
I think you have received it, sir. I'm glad we're able to see my slides. And how do we operate it? Do I operate it, or will the administrator operate it? How is it going to be? Sriram sir, will you be operating it, or will I be able to do it?
Yes, sir. You can see all the screens. There your presentation is there, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, we are presenting. You can see, you can pin that. You can pin that.
Okay.
That you can see yourself. You go ahead, sir. We will next. You say next. We'll present next slide. Okay, sir.
Okay. Wonderful, sir. I'm sorry about this mess up. I'm a little technologically challenged, so I'm sorry.
No problem.
Anyway, we shall go ahead.
Yeah. You go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much for accommodating me with this.
No problem.
All right. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. Thank you. So the intention is to look at how we can understand the human being. I hope I'm heard clearly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So we need to understand the human being in entirety. That is something that is not always a preserve of many people when they look at the human being. We are usually focused on whatever little we want to focus on. And today there are a lot of technological advances. We are seeing one that we are using today, which are very beneficial to us in our work, in our practices, in our pastimes. But then there is nothing like a free lunch. There is a price to be paid for everything. So what is the price that we are paying? So when we look at illnesses, it is important we are able to identify the primary causes of illness. It is so essential for us to be able to deliver a good therapeutic model. But then, as we all know, for the past year and a half, treatment is very important. It is so necessary to identify the illness and the causes and treat it. And we are yet going through the process of treating illnesses, and new illnesses are being spawned out of the COVID-19. And we are looking at things in a very comprehensive way to the best of our abilities. But then what is important is to see whether we can do any prevention here. Is it important to do prevention? Then how do we do it? Can we go to the next slide, please? So, can we have the next slide, please? So, we are always focused on the physical. Me as a surgeon, I am looking at the physical. I'm looking at the functional part of the human being. But then let us understand what are the fourfold concepts of formative forces in the human being. The physical is what we are able to see, the constitution that we share with the mineral world. See, this is what we are able to see, touch, the most condensed form, and that is the physical body. And we are equal to, at that point, the earth. But then what makes it work is some life force. And this life force is something that is analogous to the prana or the chi, and that we share with the plant world. We call it the etheric body, the life force. And the element in nature is water, which embodies the etheric. The physio-psychological organization of the human being is also important, and that we share with the animal world. It is the bearer of the ensouled or the emotional, psychological state, the consciousness. What makes us move is actually the astral body. And that we share with the animal kingdom, and the embodiment in nature is air. Now I'm introducing something new as a term not unknown to us otherwise. That is the ego body. Sources of self-reflection. See here, of all the animals on the planet Earth, only human beings have got the ability of free will, the ability to think, to judge, and reflect. Go back and see, have I done something wrong? I certainly am going to learn how to use Google Meets, because today I learned that I am not capable at this. I've been using Zoom only. I don't know anything about Zoom. I know that I am, not capable right now in using this particular tool. So reflection is something that is possible for us as human beings. And that independent thinking, which guides, which directs, which allows us to take our actions in all the other realms, that is an element that we have in nature as fire. In human beings, it exhibits itself as warmth. So can you go to the next slide, please? I am using the terms that are common in India as an explanation. They are not to be taken as literal translations. That is the disclaimer I would like to put in the beginning itself. We know about the Annamaya Kosha, the sheath of the physical. We are aware of the Pranamaya Kosha, which gives life force, that is the etheric. Here I am using Manomaya Kosha, or the feeling realm of the human being, which we share with the animal world, we said earlier. That is the astral. And the all-encompassing ability to think, judge, and take actions based on will is the Vijnanamaya Kosha, or the ego. I will not touch upon the Anandamaya Kosha here, because that is a state of attainment. We don't come born with this. Reaching the Atman is not available to everybody on planet Earth as a human being. That again I am not going to touch about. I am only going to talk about what we have as human beings. Can we go to the next slide, please? So here we have got two aspects of the human being. The earthly organism, which is the physical and the etheric. And we have the spiritual organism, which is the astral and the ego. Quite distinct from all other living beings, we are bestowed with the spiritual along with the earthly organism, which I'm afraid most of us are not comfortable dealing with. The spiritual organism requires us to go to a higher plane of thinking itself. As we see today, a lot of us are stuck at the level of the astral. Independent thinking, judgment, decision making, or an awakening is something that is not willingly done by most people. But we shall not go there for now. We'll go into that later. So we have a spiritual organism and the earthly organism. This is actually something that is present in every human being, and we are allowed to make use of it. We are awake right now, and that is possible because of the integration, the incarnation of the spiritual with the physical. We go to sleep at night, and that allowance of sleep is necessary for us to recuperate, to regenerate, and to ensure that our functioning capacity is good. And that happens only when the spiritual organism dissociates from the physical and allows the physical to function. Now here, the physical body needs to undergo the servicing at night to allow itself to be awake and able in the morning. That will not happen ever if the spiritual organism is constantly engaged and keeping the bodies awake. If all the koshas are going to be awake, you are going to have a depletion of everything. The longer you stay awake, the more of the etheric is being utilized. So you are going to deplete your energies by staying awake. You are going to overuse your astral by staying awake. And what happens is you have a weakened organism of the human being. So it's essential that we understand and make use of the faculties that we have been blessed with and optimally use it. Can we go to the next slide, please? But what makes these physical structures work? There's a threefold nature of the human constitution. One is the nervous system, the nerve sense system, which is embodied in the head but then permeates the entire body, allows you to think. And we have the exact opposite pole, the metabolic limb system, which is the willing acting, as well as the metabolic body, which gives you the energy. So if you were to look at the nerve sense system as a thinking body or a thinking entity, it is a cold process, whereas the metabolic limb system is a warm process, wherein the body is making use of the faculties of digestion to give you energy. So there is a warm process, and the opposite, you have a cold process, and they need to be in balance. And what brings about balance is the feeling realm or the rhythmic system. They are all interconnected, interdependent, and they need to be in balance. Can we go to the next slide, please? So, looking at it today, what is the problem? We have the problem of the day wherein children are going into illnesses because of the fact that they have got less of their life forces available for the body. Over-intellectualization is one of the major issues that we face today. Reading and writing before they even learn to understand things. The body is not even ready, but then they are overfed. Gone are the days when natural learning skills of the child going into the environment and learning from what they saw. There's a saying, there are no 7 wonders in the eyes of a child, there are 7 million. That is reduced to the availability of what is given in the form of restricted material, whether it's a television, whether it's a book, or whether it is a tab. Children today are given tabs to make use of. They're given overdose of reading material. And if you see entertainment, all of them are entertaining themselves with electronic gadgets. Whatever happened to going out and playing? There's poor physical development and physical activity. So essential for the development of the physical organism, and in that they learn. There is a certain give and take that happens when they play. The warmth of the individual grows when they learn to share. That is not being given. They are cooped up in their houses, stuck with their devices, and that's what they are doing right now. And in the process, we are also having very poor nutrition. A lot of processed and chemically engineered foods are given to them. And what do we have? Children who are addicted to junk foods. Even at home, the quick fix noodles or the quick fix diets are what are used as the essential dietary requirements for the child. So there is a price that we are paying. Overuse of our gadgets, addictions. I come across many children who are addicted to gadgets that they become violent, like withdrawal from drugs. The effect of a gadget has got the same impact as substance abuse in the brain. The chemicals that are released in the brain are all the same. So you are actually giving a child a drug when you give him a tablet, or you give them a toy, which is an electronic gadget. So we need to be looking at these things. And how does it impact you? The longer they are addicted to these devices, they end up with a very inadequate quality and quantity of sleep. The longer they stay awake, the less their physical body is going to be fit for dealing with the challenges like we have today. There is also early materialism. If you go and watch a television, I'm sure many of you have watched in television, young children are performing like monkeys to succeed in a sport at an age when they're not supposed to be doing it. Singing, dancing, whatever. And that is what they need to succeed. And the so-called judges and coaches there are pushing them to succeed, pushing them to excel as competitors. So there is an early materialism happening. So what we see today is a gross lack of community development. Can we have the next slide, please? So this is what we are seeing today. People coming back home with work, people having virtual connect with people, or if they go and enjoy themselves, they binge. Can we go to the next slide, please? So if you're looking at what is actually the problem is not the children. The problem is nothing. Everything in environment is available, but the adults are the problem. The problem is with the adults. They themselves are poor examples. They do not have proper rhythms. Most of the people who walk into my office, into my clinic, they have no day-night rhythm. Every day is different. They don't even have a proper dietary practice. They have eat-on-the-go habits. Sometimes they are binging on junk food, or they eat whatever they get just to make some. What do you have for lunch? I have a bar of chocolate and maybe some lassi or milk or something. Is that a diet at all? And if they have to have an recreation, it's always in excess. So what is happening is there's an information overload. Too much of information. I have had patients who come to me who are self-treating them based on the diagnosis they made on Google, and they are taking advice from the Google options. And then because it didn't come down, they decide to go to a doctor. So what's it all about? It's a rat race, right? There's a certain lack of warmth happening right now. Let's go to the next slide, please. So is it possible for us to help them at all? Can we have a holistic approach? Can we look at counseling them? Getting them to be socially useful, which is something I'm seeing today when there are so many groups of youngsters who have got together and they are creating social issues which are addressing social issues which have been created due to the pandemic. And I'm constantly seeing the upsurge of social relevance and social usefulness among youngsters today. Sports is something which has been taken out from the fields and the grounds into the tabs. Time for us to look beyond that and have useful pastimes. Can we have the next slide, please? I will go through as quickly as possible. I'm sorry we have had a glitch in the beginning. So what is it that anthroposophic medicine, which is an integrated medical system, allows? We do have therapies. We provide with physical and spiritual nourishment. We do the biography of the individual, look at what can be done for counseling them, sort them out. We associate, we say integrated, we are part and parcel with conventional therapies. We also have external therapies. We have eurythmy, which is a form of movement in the form of pedagogic, hygienic, or curative eurythmies. We use art therapy. I'm sure the succeeding speakers, Dr. Ravi will be talking about therapies, Dr. Wahida will be talking about art. So I will not dwell on them a lot. Next, please. So here what we are doing in anthroposophic medicine is actually integrating the four bodies. So we spoke about the four bodies being a proper sandwich. It's a club sandwich of four bodies. And what we are doing is bringing about oneness there, bringing about a balance and rhythm into them, and making sure that the three-foldedness or the three functional systems are in balance. Can we have the next slide, please? So here what we do, we look at the person in entirety. We don't only look at a disease, but we look at the person in entirety. We collaborate with conventional management protocols for any kind of disease. We deepen the understanding of the causes. We are not hyper-focused on only the symptoms. We look beyond the physical and we look at how we can uncover what is hidden. That is the work of a physician too. And then we individualize what the therapy plans would be so that we can address it entirely. What we are doing is bringing about salutogenesis, a certain balance within the organism. Next slide, please. The first physician always is the parent, the adult caregiver, being an example worthy of emulation. Up to the first 7 years in anthroposophy, we say the child does not have a feeling realm. It doesn't have the ego there. And the only direction is going to be by the adult who's going to direct it. And as long as we have an adult who is responsible, you will have the child imitating. The imitation of the child is what gives it the learning and gets into the habits. So this is some most important. A parent who is having a responsible life will certainly be an excellent example for a child to follow. Can we have the next slide, please? The next physician is the teacher. In Waldorf education, which follows the principles of anthroposophy, the teacher is somebody who is giving the right kind of education, age-appropriate education. We don't serve chicken to a newborn child. Why is it that we think education can be given at any which age? Graded intellectualization is essential. We don't even use pens and pencils in young children. We give them block crayons, which are swaths of color that come, not the pointed color that is required for an intellectual work. Physical activity is very important. Children are made to do activity of physical work as well as participative activity in the school. Use of colors in art is a way we can talk to the soul of the child. And the teacher is always a benevolent and loving authority so that the children are able to relate to them. In fact, the teacher in a Waldorf school goes with the child from the 1st to the 8th grade. That is one cycle for the growth of the teacher and the child together. So the same teacher will go up to the 8th grade and then come back for the next cycle. That is how the relationship of the child and the teacher is there, and that strong bond helps in the health of the child. Can we have the next slide, please? So where does the physician fit into all this? So once the human being is understood as what we have been discussing, that forms the bedrock on which we manage the health of the individual. So identifying the primary factors that are instrumental to cause disease is what allows us to look at the problem within and thereby bring about a balance in the organism. Can you have the next slide, please? Can we have the next slide, please? So looking at what we suggest as good practices is good nutrition. Ideally, if you can get organic or biodynamic food, it is the best thing to happen for the child as far as nutrition is concerned, not just chemically laden food. Good sleep-wake cycles, give them good games, family time. Family time is an essential part of growing up. Regular habits and rhythms, exercises. I was listening to the yoga before this program started this afternoon, and even yesterday I was listening to another speaker talk about yoga, getting them in. In fact, getting people to do meditation. In fact, yesterday we had a speaker from the Transcendental Meditation who was speaking about astrology and all the habits of impact of that. So bringing about moderation into understanding and life. Reverence, something that is not there today in a large way, is necessary for a human being. Reverence. Gratitude is something that is very essential. These in balance are what give a good, healthy organism. Can we go to the next slide, please? So these two people, Nelson Mandela, Stephen Hawking, they didn't have the right body. One was incarcerated in prison, one was incarcerated in an unwilling body. What they had was a very strong ego. They brought about balance in the face of insurmountable odds. And that is what they were able to overcome the physical fact. And that is what is necessary. An active and responsible ego. Can we go to the next slide, please? So real medicine can only exist when it penetrates into a knowledge which embraces the human being in respect to the body, soul, and spirit. Rudolf Steiner. Next slide, please. This philosophy that I've been talking to you about was propounded by Dr. Rudolf Steiner, an Austrian seer, and the medical part of it he developed with Dr. Ita Wegman, a doctor who was practicing in Switzerland with him. And whatever I've spoken to you is from their philosophy, which we follow, and it's quite effective. It's available if you can go into the net, goethianum.org, goethianum.org. You'll be able to get more information. Thank you very much for your indulgence and tolerating me because I overshot my time as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hari. That was a very, very crisp and brief overview about anthroposophic concepts, and I think you managed to touch upon the most relevant points that are the hallmark of anthroposophic medicine, the fourfoldedness, the threefoldedness, and the relevance of a responsible adult in our lives and a responsible teacher, and the role of a physician as a teacher and more into education than just medicating alone. I think these are very, very valid points for all the audience to take away. And we would definitely love to discuss more about this and welcome any questions. Shravani Garu, are there any specific questions that need to be addressed here at this point?
One question from Mr. Ashok is that can you please explain more feeling system, sir? Feeling system, the connection between the.
I think Dr. Hari was talking about the threefoldedness, the middle system.
The feeling realm. Well, I will integrate it with the astral and talk to you about it. See, the astral or the feeling realm is something that is part of the middle system. When you say, oh my God, what are you doing? You're touching your heart. If you're scared, take a breath. What happens? It's all about, all your feelings are in the physical realm seen right here in the middle system, right? If you're scared, your heart rate goes up, right? So the feeling realm is something that is unique to the animal world, and it is embodied by the thoughts and memories that come from the thinking world. Here what happens is we are animals of feeling, and when we feel, we decide based on the feelings. I like this, so I will have this. I don't like this, so I will not talk to that person. We don't use our faculty always, and in that we impact the physical. If I'm going to sit and see a movie right through the night, there is a price to pay. If I'm going to sit and drink whenever I want, over time, I've got a price to pay. What is that based on? On the feeling. On the feeling, right? It is not based on thought. Is it good for me? I'm not thinking, is it right for me? Does my body allow it to happen? Will it be okay for me to drive after I drink? See, these are thoughts which are based on judgment, not on feeling. But then if you do not listen to judgment, then you are entirely left with the feeling realm alone, and there is no difference between us and the animal world. And when we resort only to feeling being a decision-making authority, you will have what is happening in the world today. Indiscriminate violence, indiscriminate attacks on people. This is only because of what? Absence of the ego. Indiscriminate use of the feeling, no thought or direction. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, Dr. Hari.
Thank you very much.
We are welcome. Just be joined. Thank you, sir. Thank you for to join with us. Please be with us.
Yeah. And after that brief introduction to the concepts of anthroposophy, the fundamentals, now I'd like to invite Dr. Ravi Doctor from Mumbai. And we're very fortunate to have him right now because he was just attending an emergency at Bombay, and then I had to call him and then pull him out of. He was just pursuing an ambulance, putting one of his patients into an ambulance as I caught him now. So it's very nice of you, Dr. Ravi, to be with us, and I'll let Mrs. Shravani take care of the introductions. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah. I would like to introduce and invite Dr. Ravi Doctor. Welcome, sir. He's a homeopathic physician, specialist in integrated and palliative oncology, professor and head of the department, Virar Homeopathic Medical College, honorary physician for the Indian Army and Mumbai Police Hospitals, and consultant in the Department of Complementary and Alternative Medicines, Faculty International Oncology Training, Mistletoe Therapy, Director-in-Chief and Chief Physician, Cancer Holistic Care Clinics. So please, we are pleased to have you on board and join us on this platform and deliver your talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, doctor. Very, very audible. Please go ahead.
Good. So, thank you, Srinivas sir, and the entire panel for inviting me and giving me a chance. It's a very beautiful day outside. It's raining in Mumbai, and today the rains are just crashing over us. And in that, and I am at the south of Mumbai, very, very close to where the Gateway of India and the Taj Mahal Hotel is, and it's very beautiful. I wish I could have had a chance to show you, but we just had an emergency of a lady who fell down in the bathroom, so I could not join Dr. Hari's lecture, and we had to manage it. So I am here for you all, and so welcome to all of you all to my presentation. And today I think yoga and alternative medicine and the world of natural medicine through India has made such a huge impact globally that I think it is phenomenal to even to imagine that the simple practices which were done from ancient India is now become a revolutionary movement all over the world. So I feel honored and privileged to be at this platform. Of course, it's a digital platform, but still I am very fortunate to be with all of you all. My topic today is mistletoe therapy in cancer with regards to the immune system. And so I would just begin my presentation is by sharing my slides. I'm sorry, I don't see an option for for sharing of the screen.
Sir, near handheld there is option for screen share present.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
You see, so there is in the part 9, you have 5 options. One is live, then video, then
Yes.
the next is
Okay. I get it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You say, and then select the it goes to the entire screen. Then you say click there, and then you come to share.
I'll do that.
Please.
Sir, if you select only the share button will highlight, sir.
Yes. I'm just trying to open and it is not showing.
So the pop-up came, no, sir.
Sorry.
You got a pop-up, right, sir?
Yes. So it's of course my entire screen share also I can do, but
There you pick once. Where you need to select the option, sir. Then the share option will get highlighted to the page for blue color, sir.
absolutely. The problem is, just a minute. I'll just. Technology still dominates us. It truly shows. Yeah. It's not allowing me to share the part of my window.
Okay, Raviji, are you able to see our screen?
Yeah, so it's not showing my presentation. Of course, it of course does say Chrome wants to share contents of the screen.
Look at. I'm raising my hand. Are you able to see me?
Yes, absolutely, sir.
Yeah, there. Last window share.
I'm so sorry for this.
Are you able to see me, the screen?
Yes, of course I can see.
No, there you can see the screen option. Your there. Click there. Now click on your photo on your
Yes.
where you are.
That's exactly what I'm doing, but unfortunately, it's not showing.
The share becomes a blue. Once you click there, the share button.
Yeah, okay, I can. I think it's coming.
Yeah, then it comes. Yeah, now you are presenting.
Okay. Is my screen being seen?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah? Okay. Wonderful. Lovely. Thank you.
Before that, please open your PPT.
Is it visible to all of you all now?
Yeah. No. At present, you are not open your PPT. There you
Yeah. Okay. I have opened my PPT. I think, is it visible now?
There you click to open your PPT. There you please. Otherwise, Raviji, send your thing to my WhatsApp, your presentation. We'll take care of things.
So I can, yes. So I am just starting.
Presenting.
Sir, now minimize and open the presentation, sir.
Shall I minimize?
Windows screen, sir. Yes, sir. Now open the file, sir.
Okay.
No, sir, we can see the white screen. Sir, you have selected entire screen or a people, sir?
Okay. Just let me.
I selected tab, sir. That's why it is not showing. Select entire screen, sir.
Okay.
Once you stop the presentation and again you do entire screen, sir.
Okay.
Srinivas, share your thoughts, then you take care. Raviji, please share your presentation to my WhatsApp.
Okay, I'll just do that.
Your screen is open, sir. When is your presentation?
I'm just sending you.
No. Wait there, wait there.
Sir, we can view your screen, sir.
We are able to see your screen, sir.
Okay, I'm just restarting the presentation also, so that I'm just refreshing.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm Martin Brands from the Netherlands. May I give you an advice?
Yes, please.
I have used Zoom a lot. I don't know Meet. It's for me this first time too to use it a bit later. I know from Zoom that when you push the button for sharing a screen, which you have found in the meantime, then you get a screen with all the documents that you have open, and then
Yes,
you need to press on that very document which you want to present, and then
Exactly.
you can open the screen.
So that's what I'm trying to do, but it's
That's
not
what you're
showing
trying
my it's not showing my document only in the window. I don't know why. Okay, I think I'm just sending the document.
Raviji, please send to my WhatsApp number.
Yeah, that's the best thing you can do.
Please.
And you send the PowerPoint as an attachment to the administrator. Okay, I just thought I may help it.
Yeah, please. Thank you so much.
Arpinji, please share your presentation to me.
I'm just doing that, sir.
Or Dr. Srinivas.
I think in the meantime, if Dr. Hari is there online, maybe we can have some question answers or.
No, that is his session is over and question and answers are also no problem. Already you started? Raviji, okay, in WhatsApp, okay. Your WhatsApp is not open, maybe probably.
So I'm just sending it by mail. In another 5 seconds, it will reach you.
Yeah, okay. My mail ID is with you?
Yes, sir. On the same mail ID, which you send me an invitation.
Yeah, please.
I'm just sending it by that.
Yeah, please. If in meanwhile you can speak, no problem.
Sir, I have sent you.
Yeah, you can go ahead with your speech. Also, share. Once it comes, immediately we'll share. In meanwhile, you can speak, sir.
But I've sent you, so you can just still doesn't.
Raviji,
Ji.
You please speak what is there.
Sorry?
You speak whatever you want to speak. In meanwhile, it will come. We'll present.
Okay. Okay. One.
You already sent to me.
Yes, sir.
Still, it is on the air. So
Okay. Okay. My presentation is on. Suddenly, I can see that. I think because I shared with you, and now I can start. I think now it should be visible. Is it visible now?
Yeah. Now it is visible, Ravi. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry for all the digital delay. So my topic is mistletoe therapy and the immune system in cancer. So first of all literature which is presented are my thoughts, my research, my clinical applications. I do not condemn any current schools of medical philosophies or sciences of practice, or any branch of medicine, religion, or country. Now, the photographs which I've used here have certain copyright permissions, and there are some case presentations also. And first of all, before I start, because it being cancer, we strongly discourage stopping any forms of conventional modes of treatment which you are currently undergoing. And thank you for understanding. I'm going.
Raviji, presentation is not in full screen mode. It is a slide presentation. So, in the bottom of your presentation, click there.
Now?
Click down your arrow. Go to the right. Your right side. The last one. Okay.
Okay. Is it full screen now?
Okay. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. So let me just give it a last try. Okay. So the table of contents, what I'm going to be talking is just some basics about the immune system and cancer. I'm going to talk on natural immunomodulators. The most important, my topic about European mistletoe and cancer, and lastly is a few of my experience which I am going to share. Now, dear friends, I would like to ask a question like yoga is self-consciousness. So in a similar way, how much do you know about your immune system? And so the best part is the immune system is so deeply interlinked with our subconscious, and especially it's the subconscious mind, that there is a lot of research which is going on. So the most important thing is like today you want to go and want to get wet in the rain, but something which stops you, that's your immune system. Today you want to go and have a big bowl of ice cream. You're going to love it because everybody is having an ice cream, but somewhere something which stops you It is because of this inert conscious immune system within ourselves. So whenever the attack comes, this whole conscious immune system comes into play. So our body fighters, which are there, which are programmed to fight with this kind of an illness, are the neutrophils, the eosinophils. So if somebody gets an acne or you get an abscess, so when there is a pus formation, we talk about the neutrophils. Then comes the eosinophils, especially when you develop an allergy. So it's the antihistaminic properties of the eosinophils. Then, of course, the basophils, which come, the heparin, the histamine, serotonin especially, and deals with basically the entire inflammation. Then, lastly comes the monocytes and the lymphocytes. The monocytes are again, most importantly, because they are the phagocytic, they are the scavengers which remove the dead and damaged tissue. And the lymphocytes, most importantly, they are the T and B, which are made responsible for the antibody production. And lastly, I would also give due respect to the thrombocytes, which are responsible for the tissue repair. So whenever there is a damage with a pathogen which happens, and there is where the thrombocytes are most importantly because they conduct the tissue repair. So in an infection process, what exactly happens is there is a foreign antigen which enters, and then of course we have some innate immune system. So we have some barrier immune system which is there, so which basically takes care of, so most importantly, your skin, the mucosa in the intestine, the mucosa in the respiratory tract. So they are the barrier systems which protect the cells, pathogens from entering deep down into our cells. And once they enter, then comes is the immune system. So I will keep highlighting. So then comes is the immune cells which come into the program, and of course, and they are responsible because they have the T and the B lymphocytes. Now these are the two most important cells in the body, according to me, which fight this kind of an infection. And lastly comes the destruction. Now, dear friends, this is a very simple slide which we have made and which shows the inflammation cascade. So as soon as these little brown abnormal figure-like pathogens who come into our body, and what they say is, let's go inside and invade, and that's the time where your monocytes, your eosinophils, the entire immune system, so the basophils, neutrophils, eosinophils, all of them come. And most importantly, they can see them. As soon as they say, oh, I can see the foreign invaders, call the ABs or the antibodies. And that is where this comes like arrows right there. And that is where they come and they attach themselves to the immune system, to the pathogens. And that is where the whole inflammation cascade starts getting processed. And that is where the other cells, which are called the T helper cells, they are programmed and they call in the enforcements, where the entire immune system gets kicked in and they can destroy these abnormal pathogens or abnormal foreign bodies, abnormal foreign cells which come into the human body. Now, a small, very beautiful photograph of the cancer cell. Now, the cancer cell basically is an abnormal cell. So it uses the normal cell DNA to multiply. Most importantly, three most important aspects. If there are students watching this, I think the three most important. Hello,
Dr. Ravi.
Yes.
Your slides are not moving. You have to move yourself the slides to the next part.
Oh, I was doing that.
No, now it's doing. Now it's doing. Yes. Okay. Yeah, because we are missing part of your talk in this way.
Oh, so
yeah. Okay.
Now is it in a full slide mode?
No, it's still not yet in the full slide mode. For that, you need to press this one, if it works. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter because we can see it. But you need to every step to the next slide. You need to press.
Now has it gone in a full slide mode? Now?
No,
Not yet.
But it doesn't matter. That has to do with the compatibility with the Meet program. But you can continue as you do now. But keep in mind that you have to press your cursor downwards every time you change your slide.
Sure.
Yeah, this way.
Okay. Yes. So this is what I talked about, and then comes this cascade which I was talking. So whenever there is a pathogen which goes inside and they say, let's go and invade the human body, and that's where these cells are most importantly the entire the monocytes, neutrophils, basophils, all of them can. Most important aspect of this entire immune system is they can see these cells, and that's where the B lymphocytes, the antibodies come like supermen, or they come like those arrows which come and they get attached to that to these pathogens, and that's where all the other cells can see it and detect it, and that's where the damage to the foreign pathogen takes place. Now, in a cancer cell, three most important aspects. First, it uses a normal cell DNA to multiply. So as soon as they are there in the liver or the bone or the stomach or the brain, they are using the normal cell DNA to multiply. They do not cause inflammation. Now, this is a very big aspect in a cancer cell. So this is what happens. So we come across a lady, probably she's had the lump for the last maybe a year in her breast, but till that little, she started feeling a bit of a discomfort, just a minimal or a marginal discomfort. And that's where she realizes that there is a huge lump which is growing in the area of the breast. So the cancer cells basically that do not cause inflammation. And lastly, they cause metastasis, where they can migrate to other parts of the body, and that is where they again get themselves placed, and again they start using the migrated DNA, and that is where the whole cancer cascade takes place and the damage takes place. Now, what exactly happens to the immune cells is, now if you see here, I have shown these cancer cells. These cells are right beside the immune system, the immune cells. But what the immune cells are saying, can you see any abnormal cells? And that is where all the other immune cells are saying, no, I cannot. Neither can the T lymphocytes or the B lymphocytes. They cannot. Why? Because cancer cells basically evade invasion by the immune cells by a special protein coat which is there on the cell membranes, and this is why cancer becomes extremely undetected by the immune system in our body, and as a result of which, as there is no inflammation, there is no complaints, and you don't visit a doctor, and that is where a disease like this just keeps on ravaging. But nature has given us something very beautiful. Nature has given us another line of defense, and that are the dendritic cells, and they are the natural killer cells. Now, what exactly happens with these cells is the dendritic cells, they basically specialize in antigen presenting cells, and lastly comes these natural killer cells. So basically, the natural killer cells are something which are there, which belongs to the same family of the lymphocytes, the T and B lymphocytes, and they secrete cytokines such as interferons and tumor necrotic alpha, which actually indirectly stimulates the entire immune cascade. So these two cells in that fight against cancer are very, very, very important. So stimulating these cells in our body, at a conscious level, when these cells start getting stimulated, and that is where the defeat of the cancer starts happening. And that is what I've just written is the second line of defense, where then the second line of defense arrives and millions of antibodies render or kill the intruders in the process, and they also can stun various cancer cells or stun the antigen and make them an easy target connecting to the killer cells. And so most importantly, as I say, that the memory cells are very, very important. So the most important, this slide concludes my my talk on the immune system. So immune factors, most important to consider, they should be able to communicate. Every cell should have an inert capacity to communicate with each other. There should be a capacity to cause inflammation. Very, very commonly, what we see in our clinical practice, inflammation means fever. We see that people dose themselves with a lot of paracetamols, with a lot of Panadols. Let the inflammation to happen. Let the fever to happen. It is the first beauty of an inflammation. Even I have seen post-vaccine, a lot of people have been given large doses of paracetamol. That should not be there. The first sign of the immune stimulus is the inflammation. Let it happen. Strategic decisions, which are again taken, as I told you, the second line defense has to kick in, and most importantly, this is very important. It again causes a lot of damage by killing the enemies. But in the interim, there is a chance that even your normal body cells can undergo this kind of a damage. It activates other cells. Most importantly, it has to remember its enemies. there is a standby mode, there is also where antibodies are to be made, and lastly, most importantly, the enemies have to be disabled. Now, the current immune challenges, what we see in clinical practice. So, most importantly, when a patient gets detected with cancer and has to undergo conventional mode of treatment, what exactly happens is at that point of time, whether it's surgery, whether it's radiotherapy or chemotherapy, even though it is temporary, but during that time, there is a fall or there is an immune crisis which the patient undergoes. Then comes patients who are already immunocompromised. So if there is a patient with COPD, or patient with rheumatoid arthritis, or patient with hepatitis B, or patient with autoimmune, or patients with long-term steroids, immunocompromised individuals. Then comes aggressive tumors, certain tumors which are very, very aggressive, and it completely breaks the immune system. Strong genetic prevalence. If there is a very strong, so the mother has been involved, the aunt has been involved, the brother has got again a strong cancer diathesis, and so strong genetic prevalence. Lastly, limited lifestyle. I've seen people going back to their lifestyle even after getting detected with a disease like this, or even if there is a strong gene tendency in the family, they still do not change the lifestyle, and that is what happens where this is why there is an uncontrolled growth. So patients come and ask us that, doctor, I have done surgery, I've done chemotherapy, I've done radiotherapy, I'm on hormone therapy, but still my growth is not just coming in control. It's because of all the left-sided criteria which I showed you. Then after 6 months of such an aggressive form of treatment, the cancer is back. Lastly, there is a failure to treatment. Sometimes it happens that the patient's immune system does not get kicked in, and as a result of which there is a failure to treatment. So you have to stop the chemotherapy even in the midway. And lastly, with all this coming together, the patient is psychologically extremely devastated, and that gives a huge compromise to quality of life. Now, that is where natural immunomodulators play a very, very crucial and a vital role integrating in this treatment of cancer. So basically, natural immunomodulators, they are the naturally available biological active ingredient helping stimulate and sustain an adequate immune system. There are a couple of natural immunomodulators which are already there in the market, and this has been approved by the NCI or the National Cancer Institute, where saffron, aloe vera, echinacea, turmeric, ginger, wheatgrass, graviola, and lastly what I would love to talk is on mistletoe. So these are standard researched natural immunomodulators with having special ingredients which can actually take care of your immune system and be a supportive care in cancer. My dear friends, my next slide is the Lucas Clinic in Switzerland. So I, like a routine doctor, was into my practice, and I happened to come across with anthroposophic medicine in 2003, 2004, where Dr. Srinivas Rao and Dr. Harimurthy we were all together as colleagues, and then had a chance to go to the Lucas Clinic in Switzerland. Now, the reason being the karma for which I was there here, I could see that the routine quality of life of those patients in the Lucas Clinic was considerably very, very high as compared to those patients what I could see in my regular clinical practice. So these cancer patients were doing fantastically very well. Of course, there was a lot of therapies which were going on at that point of time, but I could see that what is it that these patients are able to sustain a disease like cancer. Even in post-stage cancer, you can still manage a beautiful quality of life, and that actually intrigued me. This whole interest came out, and that's where I learned and I came deeply into the mistletoe therapy, which I'm going to share some experience of mine. So these are my teachers under whom I got trained in. So this is the Berlin Cancer Clinic and Dr. Matthias, and this is Dr. Lawrence, under whom I learned mistletoe therapy. And so mistletoe basically, the European mistletoe therapy is like it's called the Viscum album in oncology. The Viscum album, basically, it's a naturally occurring. It's a shrub. It's a hemiparasitic plant which grows on different host trees, and so this mistletoe belongs to the Santalaceae family, and commonly known as European mistletoe. It is native to Europe and Western and Southeast and Nepal also. So wherever there is these hilly areas, wherever there is a contrast in temperatures, that is where very common. So you all must have heard about mistletoe in Christmas, where you kiss under the mistletoe tree. So that is the significance as philosophically where we talk about. But I would like to tell you how important it is when you see a plant from two different aspects. So this is Dr. Rudolf Steiner, the founder of anthroposophic medicine, and here is Ita Wegman, a medical doctor, researcher, and what Steiner saw is something. Now, I would always like to say that today's science, basically, whatever discoveries, whether it's a discovery made by Louis Pasteur or Alexander Fleming, it is with a deep philosophy in which how you see the disease, you see the particular ailment, and that is where Steiner sees this particular plant in two different phases, where he says that just imagine these berries. They are there, they can be there in the winter, the harshest of the winter, and strong summer conditions. And in the harshest of the winter also, when every tree undergoes a losing of the leaves and becomes bare, here comes the fruiting of this plant. And that made him think. And this photograph is very beautiful, which tells us that we too, in a disease like cancer or in diseases which can challenge life, we undergo two phases. So it's called the summer phase and the winter phase, where in summer everything is lovely and green, and on the other is the winter phase, where there is so much of a crisis which the human body goes through. And putting this philosophy into practice, he mixed the juices of the mistletoe in summer mistletoe and winter mistletoe. So these are different host trees. So there are host trees like the oak, the apple, the fir, the pine, on which the conifers where this hemiparasitic plant called the mistletoe grows, and that's where he mixed both of them. And Ita Wegman, along with the pharmaceutical company, they prepared the first injectable mistletoe drug. And today we have so much which science has to tell us. And so with over a period of years, it's been about 100 years since it has been in practice. And that is where the pharmacodynamics, so this is the pharmacological properties of the mistletoe. So if you see it closely, there are glycoproteins, polypeptides, peptides, and so this is what science is now doing. And so they have found out that most importantly, the important properties of the Viscum album is to stimulate the immune system. So here you can see the interleukins, here you can see the macrophage, here you can see tumor necrotic factor alpha, which I talked about it before. So here you can see on the white color slide, which shows everything. And if you say there, it's written NK cells. So of course, this is in German, the slide is in German, but I'm going back to that slide which I talked about. So natural killer cells is something which it's an inert and a very beautiful property, where it's a selective stimulation of a natural killer cells in the body, and using this kind of a natural element in the body can stimulate this part of the cells, and once the whole immune cascade gets stimulated, so that's where all the other cells start getting stimulated. So that's your the lymphocytes, as well as the monocytes, the neutrophils, and most importantly in cancer, what is required is DNA stabilization, and that happens over a period of time. So the current immune challenges which I talked about, whether it's an uncontrolled growth, there is a recurrence, failure to treatment. Now with using natural immunomodulators, example Viscum album, what I started to see, or what we basically see in our clinic, is suddenly the growth is controlled. So the kind of aggressive metastasis which is happening, it has considerably slowed down. Number two, a cancer which can probably has statistically can recur. So there is a recurrence rate which has gone down. There is successful in treatment. So a time when the immune system is completely crashing, either it's post-chemotherapy or post-radiotherapy, that's where we see success in treatments, because the immune system is not crashing. Patient can complete the line of treatment, and most importantly, the patient is so happy. There is an improved quality and longevity of life is what you can get to see, dear friends. And that is where I would just like to show you few case studies which I have, these are documented case studies which are already there and they have been published. So this is a case. So this lady comes to me, her son comes to me saying that my mother is a 75-year-old lady and she's been detected with carcinoma of the lung. And doctor, we don't want to undergo aggressive kind of treatments. Is there something which you can help? We've heard about homeopathy, we've heard about natural therapies, we've heard about mistletoe. So can you please help us with that? Dear friends, this lady, I have seen her in 2016. It is a 3rd stage lung cancer. So here you can see that, so these are the PET scan report, which is showing the cancer nodes which are there. And this is again a report which is in 2019. I'm not going into a detail, just giving you a brief outlook to what I have been doing. And 2019, if you just go a little deep into my slide, you will see that it's a treated case of carcinoma right lung, and the CT scan which shows that as compared to the PET CT scan 2018. So this is also 2016, 2018, and this is in 2019. That previously appeared multiple mediastinal loads that significantly they have decreased in size, and so on. So this is how. So your immune system, your T and B lymphocytes, which are responsible for those lymphatics, those lymph nodes, where the cancer cells go and harbor themselves, these cells are actually killing those metastatic cells, and that is where you can bring in longevity to life. You can bring a stoppage to the growth, a stoppage to the spread of the cancer. This is again another case. This is again a case too, and this lady is a final diagnosis. So she is a lady of sigmoid colon. So it's a colon cancer lady, and she a very famous hospital in Mumbai called the Breach Candy Hospital, where she was operated. Now, when she was given the first dose of chemotherapy, so post-surgery, she was there in the hospital, she recuperated, and post-surgery, when she underwent the first dose of chemotherapy, what if you can see here, she undergoes a cardiogenic shock, and that's it's where the heart has stopped because it's a cardiogenic shock, and she undergoes failure with sepsis. So the entire body is going septicemia, and this became a very severe complication, and that's where the oncologist said that we cannot give any further line, but how do you treat a patient of a 3rd stage, which is of course going to progress into a 4th stage cancer in no time. My dear friends, I would like to tell you that this lady, if you see the date, which is about 2017, and now it is 2020, and this is just last year when we did, and 2021, she's a very dear friend of mine. And so here you can see treated case of carcinoma colon under alternative therapy, and since the last scan as compared to the previous PET scan dated the present follow-up, that there is completely no evidence of any hypermetabolic locoregional or recurrent lesions or so this is how integrating natural therapies can bring about where patients can get back to their quality of life, patients can get back to what they were already doing, and this is something which becomes very remarkable for all of us, we doctors. Now this is case 3. Now if you go a little bit detail into the slides, it's just since about in 2020 November, this lady has come to me with so if you can see the entire spine is filled up of these hotspots. So these are the this is where the cancer has spread, and of course there is in the anterior part also of the sternum, as well as in multiple in the ribs, and she's a case of breast cancer. And so the first thing the doctor says that, see, we require to operate, but why don't we wait, because there is a lot of COVID going on, we cannot give you these therapies, and that's the time. She comes across to me and she says, Doctor, is it possible that I can start with some therapy, because doctors have said we can wait because it's still every hospital has no beds and it's very difficult, and that is where we started with an aggressive form of mistletoe therapy. And so of course there are dosages, there are protocol based medicine, and that is where, and surprisingly to mine as well as the oncologist examination, if you can see very closely, this is where I'm circling. So this is just recently in March, 2021, where we got the PET scan, and wow, what we could see is these metastatic deposits had disappeared. And even though she has a biopsy which has confirmed, and she's also been to Tata Memorial, and this is something which becomes very remarkable. This is something which I presume where the entire immune system has got kicked in, and that's what is clinically very, very evident. And as well as it also would take a lot of research. It would also take a lot of minds to put ourselves together as to how has this so beautifully taken care of without any conventional mode of treatments. Dear friends, this is where I practice. This is a very beautiful hospital. I would love to invite all of you all. So this is where I'm attached. This is the Sethi Hospital in Mumbai, which overlooks the lovely Arabian Sea, and it looks like a palace. And here we have the Department of Yoga, we have the Department of Ayurveda, the Department of Naturopathy, Physiotherapy, and Conventional Medicine, all of it together, having various surgeries from cardiac to cancer to all. So it's a multi-speciality hospital, but a very strong department of complementary and alternative medicine. Dear friends, so all of this, now whatever work I have done for the past so many years, I have documented and I could present it in the anthroposophic conference of research conference in Dornach in Switzerland, where I did a clinical observation, because this is a European mistletoe. So a European mistletoe on Indian patients, a very different kind of philosophy. Our diet is different, weather conditions are different, but what we could see is a beautiful action of this lovely plant in our Indian cancer patients. So clinical observation, what we did is about 4-stage cancers and how we could improve quality of life and longevity of life, and study of 100 cancer patients is what I have been able to document. This is what I do, is called the Cancer Holistic Care Clinics, and that is where we have homeopathy, we have natural therapy, we have a panel of yoga therapists who treat, who give them yogic advices, and these are specialists. They have been trained. They are also attached with the Department of Palliative Medicine in Tata Memorial Hospital. And of course, this is the mistletoe, what I just talked about. It comes in as an injectable form. It comes as a pharmaceutical registered product. And in India, now this a patient can benefit by calling it from there. And we are specialists. So myself, Dr. Srinivas Rao, Dr. Harimurthy, we are the core faculty where we started to train doctors and therapists who have been certified into human care for mistletoe therapy, so that they can help whichever patient which can come on to the doorstep. And it's a registered program by the medical section of anthroposophic medicine in Switzerland. And so if anyone wants to avail, certainly we would love to have you all joining the course also to learn the different therapies. Now, lastly, I would like to always say 3 things whenever you are treating. It should be integrative, it should be supportive, it should be palliative. Whether it's yoga, whether it's mistletoe, whether it's homeopathy, whether it's natural medicine, please remember, it has to be integrative. Do not take these cases just by yourself and saying that, okay, you don't have to do this, you don't have to follow conventional methods, it's okay. No. Speak to the oncologist, speak to the relatives, get them into the confidence. Get an integrative. It brings a very different approach. Let it be supportive. In palliative cases, again, put all of these therapies coming together, and trust me, this is the beginning of a new medicine, what we may see over a period of time. Lastly, these are some researches, my links which are there, Lastly, I would like to thank all of you all for a patient hearing, and I think I must have exceeded my time here, but this is something which we should get into our practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi, for that excellent presentation.
Thank you.
It was really a good overview. I really hope that the audience has had an opportunity to experience a flavor of this European technology that has been making very, very good ground waves into our country, as well as is helping a lot of cancer patients all over the world.
Yeah.
And so bringing up that information of Ravi regarding cancer, how it can be silent and stealthy, and unless we pay the right attention and catch it right in the beginning, of course, the cancer screening is a very, very critical part. And all the while, we are constantly trying to ensure that they stay on the holistic line of treatment, as well as, following their lifestyle through yoga, through different herbal treatments and holistic approach. So I'm very grateful for those case snippets. They were really, really enlightening. I think it's really amazing that, we can handle cancers and we can also support the therapy through this technology as well. And right, so I will hand it over back to Ms. Shavani for heading the questions back to Dr. Ravi.
Yeah,
so
please.
kindly, Ms. Shavani, over to you.
Sir, we have no questions right now. If you can stay for some more time, we can see if there are any questions. So shall we go ahead with inviting Dr. Martin Brands in the meantime? Yep.
I think.
Yes, please. Yeah.
I think
it's really a privilege. Yeah. Thanks, Ravi. Please don't go away. I'm sure there will be some questions following up.
Yes,
It'd be nice to hear Dr. Martin Brands, who is a very, very dear friend from a very long time, and we keep bumping into each other on the Liga conferences. And then he's a very, very hardworking and a maverick practitioner who believes in a lot of innovative approaches to homeopathy. And yeah, I'm very happy that he could take the time off in spite of his busy schedule to be with us today. Dr. Shavani, can you kindly introduce the gentleman?
Good evening, Dr. Martin Brands from Vizag. I want to introduce you first and then invite you to join us. Dr. Martin Brands, and since 12 December 2020, he was a retired medical doctor in homeopathy and authority registration until Feb 2021, teacher in post-academic courses, researcher in homeopathy for epidemics and oncology. And his medical practice lasted till December 2019 in Therapeutic Activities Center, Amsterdam. And his disciplines, he worked in the disciplines psychotherapy, children play therapy, coaching, manipulative and physical therapies, which includes osteopathy and others, yoga, mindfulness. And he had his homeopathic practice since 1988, and he worked as a coordinator of working group in epidemics and disaster management of the Liga Medicorum Homeopathicorum Internationalis. And his educational activities are medical seminars in continuous professional education, Chinese medicine, Open University, Amsterdam, until November 2020. And his current research projects, he's working on cancer, prospective studies in cancer clinics, cooperating with the CCRH New Delhi. And he also has many other activities like, he finished research activities like malaria studies in Kenya, and he also published in some international journals. During June 2020, COVID treatment in homeopathic practices worldwide. He worked for the COVID treatment in homeopathic practices worldwide. Dr. Brands, we welcome you and we are very pleased to have you. Please share your thoughts with us.
Okay. Thank you very much for your introduction.
Please unmute yourself, doctor.
Yeah, I thought I did.
Yeah, you're quite audible, Dr. Martin. Please go ahead.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, good afternoon from a summary the Netherlands. You see some of the rose flowers which we picked from our garden. So we have a good summer here, but also some tropical range with climate changes. We have sometimes Indian circumstances here. I'm very happy to join you, and I thank especially my dear friend and colleague Dr. Srinivasa Rao. Indeed, we met, I think, in Rome for the first moment. That was in 2015, where I presented the first results of our malaria studies, which we performed that year and the year before in Kenya, where we investigated primary care homeopathy in an epidemic and endemic disease, which is still the world's largest killer. And after that, we were faced with the traditional prejudices and judgments against homeopathy. I remember that after careful administration of all our data and analysis, we presented it to several tropical medicine conventional journals, and mainly it didn't even go to peer review. The chief editor usually refused it anyway to consider it. And I remember one statement of one of them: "This is not in the field of medicine." So, well, what is it then? Similar experiences throughout the years have brought me to feel familiar with a non-judgmental approach. And non-judgmental is very central also to the Advaita Vedanta philosophy, and from there the yoga. So I'm feel very much at home with being with you in this seminar today. I have immensely benefited myself, for example, the treatment of a hernia, back lumbar hernia, with the use of yoga and physiotherapy. And I think it's a great gift of India to the world. The last several years after Dr. Srinivasa Rao and I met, I've been involved in research also in India, and I've participated in several conferences in New Delhi, where every year the World Homeopathic Day at 9th of April, where we commemorate the birth of Dr. Hahnemann, who was the first one to do experiments with natural substances in healthy people, which form the basic database for homeopathy, from which we still use our medical analysis. And that was a great gift to humanhood as well. It's so interesting to hear ourselves still talk about alternative medicine, which is actually something coined by conventional doctors, because we do not practice an alternative, we do practice medicine. But that is a way to put, let's say, a hierarchy of the primary level, that is Western biomedicine, which is not a healing art, but which is indeed giving out medicines. And as we see now with COVID, and so how strong the interests of the pharmaceutical corporations are in medical policies, this what we knew even more comes to the fore. And that's what I think we should present us as, at least complementary medicine, because then we make ourselves whole. And I appreciate what Dr. Ravi just said about being integrative. Integrative medicine, I think it's a very important thing, because that is both on the level of the patient that we work integrative, and on the level of the healthcare system. As I said, I came across many trench wars in medicine, where people were shooting at each other and keeping seated in their own holes, and not making one move towards each other. And well, as it goes, I came across some staff in universities in Amsterdam, where I could do my PhD, where I had some questions about the relationship, the scientific relationship between homeopathy and conventional medicine. That was on the Department of Medical Philosophy, and they found my approach interesting, and they asked me if I wanted to do a PhD there, which served me well, because I had the opportunity to work together with some very good staff members, also from the University of Amsterdam, where linguistics was an important approach. And I remember that my promoter asked me, okay, please, we are not going to use the word paradigm. And later I understood much better why he said that, because a paradigm is like, I fix myself in the ground and this is my paradigm, this is my position, which is a very static approach, rather than saying, okay, we have different approaches. One may not exclude the other, but if we keep on talking integrative, we may find each other. So this way, I have become interested in what we call biosemiotics. I'm gonna share my screen now. If it works. It says it cannot present. Oh my goodness. Now I get into Google.
No. Sir, you please send your PPT.
Sorry?
Please send your PPT to my WhatsApp number. Yeah.
Shall I send it to through WhatsApp?
Yes.
I can send it to Dr. Srinivas. I have his account there. Is that okay?
Just like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, okay.
I'll forward it to him. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so if you send it to Srinivas, also do it.
Just a moment. I'm getting to it. I must say I find Zoom more user-friendly, but maybe it's a matter of getting used to it. But
yeah, we see your screen.
I'm trying to press the.
Dr. Martin, please send me by WhatsApp and keep trying from your other end in the meantime.
I have sent it to you now. It's now to you.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Got
See
it?
Okay, great. Yeah, doctors are better with patients than with computers. I have given many seminars the last year with Zoom that worked well, but Meet, I hear mixed comments on it.
Krishna garu
Anyway.
మీకు పంపించానండి.
Sorry?
Yeah, we'll take it.
You've got it?
Yeah, we received. Yeah, you go ahead. We received your PPT.
I don't hear you. Your sound is like if it's regenerating from microphone to receiver.
No. He says you keep talking. In the meantime, he's going to organize.
Okay. Well, so what I've done is rather than trying to find a superior position for homeopathy, is to look for a model of dialogue. And the dialogue is by sending out information. And the approach of semiotics, which later became innovated by the approach of biosemiotics, is about the interpretation of information and the sending out of signals. So when you asked me to participate in the seminar, I thought about the controversy this past year, how to treat COVID. And what struck me was the absence of emphasis on our own immunity system, as if that was not present. They were talking about viruses and mortality, morbidity, and the damage the virus could do in our body, as if it was operating in a vacuum. I thought, no, it's not. It's operating in us, and we are determining, like Dr. Ravi also said, and Dr. Hari also, we are determining by our lifestyle, by our genetics also, what an invader can do in our body. We are not just powerless containers, but our immune system is finally the one who determines the outcome. And how does the immune system do that? By engaging into communication with the agent or with the disease mechanisms when we talk about, for example, autoimmunity diseases or genetic disorder or cancer. And between the inside the immune system, there's a lot of talk going on. And in addition to what Dr. Ravi just told us and showed, I want to zoom in our immune system, how things are worked out. Yes, okay, there we are. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Can you move one slide back, please, to the first slide? The first slide. Yeah, okay. So, as I said, our immunity is featured by an internal dialogue. And I use this example from a biosemiotic perspective to show it to you, so you can also go to the biosemiotic literature. I've included some references to that in my presentation. And so you can see whether this fits to phrase your philosophy also in these terms, because I think biosemiotics can, if we use it properly, be a kind of a common language, like a scientific Esperanto, which was formed before to make people from different countries communicate. Well, English and Spanish and maybe Hindi or Chinese will be, let's say, the main languages to communicate. But in science, there is so much schism and division. So I try to propagate this approach so we can formulate what we are doing in terms of information sending out and receiving. Next slide, please. So we have usually the contradiction, traditional and modern, which negates that modern is a tradition in itself, and the roots of modern medicine are very clearly deductible to a materialistic philosophy of life, which came into being in the Greek philosophy several centuries before the Christian timeline starts. And philosophy always was concerned with the truth. Is this right or is this wrong? Or is it an illusory antagonism between traditional and modern? Can we find links and meeting points? Please, next slide. So the conventional approach, I don't call it modern because it's not so very modern. It's pretty old-fashioned, actually. Conventional approach in philosophy and in medicine and in politics as well, unfortunately, is we emphasize our own position and we fix that through paradigms and theories. But what do we experience when we deal with the world and ourselves? And now I make the link to what Dr. Hari told us about the different levels in our being. We do not experience the world only with our cognition. We only experience it as a rhythmic and a moving form. And I'm thinking now about what is being done in homeopathy by a rhythmic succussion, creating a new energy within the substance from which is derived. So we move, we shake arnica or belladonna or chamomile, and we make a kind of new preparation. So this refers to what we saw as the animal world. And then we have the locomotor world, which is about being in the world and standing there. And our body awareness is of prime importance when we live our life. But the intellectualization, which is taking place now, which is also, I think, an derivative from Iranian and from their Greek and Western medicine and philosophy, is overemphasizing the top of our experience. So I always think when we get stuck into a paradigm theory, better to stop it and think, what do I feel in my belly, in my heart, in my legs, wherever. And from there, go further and then see that we do not need to combat and to win and to compete on the level of theories. Next slide, please. So when we consider living as a meeting, then we can see we meet other people. There was a French philosopher, Jean-Paul Sartre, who was pretty famous in Europe. Maybe you have heard about him. And he said, we live through the relationship we have with other people. We are a social animal, so to say. When we are left alone after our birth, very soon we die. But when we feel left alone, when we are adult, we get into depression, which might end up in suicide. So we need to meet other people, and we try to communicate with them. So if we are communicative animals, so to say, with a large neocortex, unfortunately, so we often take decisions which do not fit anymore our limbic system and our rhythm system. So why do we not leaving the antagonism behind and focus on seeking the dialogue? Next slide, please. So we talk, the universe does, and we listen and we meet, which can we also do in our work with patients and which we can do in science. And so I propose biosemiotics, as I said before, to connect many forms of science and communication. Next slide, please. The essence is, what I want to say is that, yeah, and if possible on presentation mode. Yeah, thank you very much. Science is not a way to be better and to have your theory as the best one, but is to communicate dynamically. That means systematically, and I will not go into that, but I refer to systems theories, which also make a lot of debates more transparent, that you define on which system are you talking, the level of the molecule, the cell, the organ, the organism, or a group of people. We need to be attentive, we need to be focused, and we also need to say what we are going to do. And a reduction of reality is sometimes indispensable, but we always need to be honest about the reduction we make. And that we say, okay, this is our approach today, and I'm going to do something from that and do a research project. And then when I go back to the whole world, I give this feedback about my approach, because reductionism is not a problem. It's only a problem if you do not tell that you have reduced voluntarily the reality, and now you are giving back your results to the universe, which also means that you are empathic to your fellow scientists, to the patients you ask to participate in your research project, like informed consent is a very key for medical intervention testing and so on. So that is for how I view a science which is dynamic, and a dogma and a theory is stating something which is sometimes necessary, but if you remain with that position, then it becomes very static. Then you are sitting in those little trenches and you are just shooting on the other one you disagree with. And I think we are much more happy, and we are much more using our potential as humans when we work dynamically. Next slide, please. So the biosemiotics approach is about the signal transduction and reception. And all living systems are constantly sending out signals. And I remember being in the first biosemiotic conferences some 15 years ago, I think, where I met people from philosophy, sociology, through medicine, biology, and ecology, and all these people were describing research from a semiotic approach, which was very interesting because we finally found a common meeting ground where we could communicate much more efficiently. So what these signals are doing is convey meaning. When I have fever and for example, I have a red face and I'm sweating, to a trained person, this means, okay, this person has fever. To an untrained person, like my dog, he doesn't know about fever. He only comes with he puts his head on my knee and he looks faithfully to me and shows his empathy. But the meaning is not transferred to the dog in a medical sense. The meaning is transferred in in an empathic way. My dog is good in treating handicapped people, blind people. The golden retrievers are often used for that. But the fly in my garden will not get this message. For the fly in my garden, it's meaningless. He only likes to sit on my head and suck or something of the sweat because he likes the proteins which are in it. So meaning, the transfer of meaning can be very different on the level where you consider it. Anyway, it leaves behind the struggle about who is right. Because is the fly correct? Or is the dog correct? Or is the medical doctor who says you have fever and I'm giving you a treatment, is he correct? So correctness is not an issue when it comes about a signal transduction. It's about the reception. Is the organism, the fly, the dog, or the human being, capable of receiving this message? Next slide, please. One of the founders, there are more people to tell about, but one of the founders of the modern version of biosemiotics is Marcello Barbieri, and a professor in biology, and also having worked a lot in philosophy. And he has, let's say, laid the scientific foundations which enabled the Society of Biosemiotics to come into being and to give these annual congresses. Where he shows the background is in the Springer link, and it's a good paper in English. And something more about the working groups and the conferences. And interestingly, sir, which I don't know, Yogi Hendlin might be a yoga practitioner, or he is just named like this. He is a European, and he is just this year nominated as the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Biosemiotics. And I think from there you can have some further reading. It's an international group of scientists, and the conferences, felt a bit like homeopathic conferences which I've attended, that people enter with a common framework and a common attitude. That is to be open and to listen to each other. Next slide, please. So when we apply biosemiotics on homeopathy and immunity, it opens a way to interact between medicine and what we call energy medicine or mind-body medicine, and at least medicine which is not solely dependable on a materialistic framework. And when we apply it, it's not about a working mechanism. So I will not offer you a definitive biosemiotic theory or so. I'm just offering you a description of what happens in a certain part of our body relating to our immunity. And it's what you call phenomenological. The phenomena are being described without an overarching theory about a working mechanism. But I think that's maybe better, because from there we can link such a description to descriptions of other parts. And I strongly believe that all our human efforts at the moment on the level of consciousness we still are not capable to fit the whole universe into one single theory. That for me always sounds a bit megalomaniac. I know that the physicists are trying to do that with what they call the spin theory, and I appreciate and I admire these efforts. But I think medicine is about people, and we are so changing all the time. I'm always saying we are 70% of water, so it's not so funny to try to treat people with substances dissolved in alcohol and water as what we do in homeopathy. Next slide, please. So what's the reason, a technical reason for biosemiotic analysis? First of all, the traditional homeopathy, traditional pharmacology assumes a dose-effect relationship. And homeopathic medicines are prepared by serial dilution and agitation. Because many biological processes depend on signals rather than doses, as we know now. We know the inverse relationship, the Iron-Schultz law, for example, between dose and effect. And the serial dilution and agitation, as used in homeopathy, depends on the signal reception rather than their dose. As I suppose most of you are familiar with homeopathy, that you can give in a certain situation, you want to have a more general effect on the body, rather than treating a local infection, by further diluting the substance from, let's say, a 30 C to 1,000 C or 10,000 C, which means that you add energy and you decrease the solid mass being used, which sounds contradictory, but when you look from a signal point of view, it may not be contradictory at all. Next slide, please. When we look on complexity, which is a part and an innovation which has taken place the last 20 years in medicine and biosemiotics, we get an interesting link. Because when our adaptation is considered, we adapt not by having a large defense wall or so. It's not a materialistic wall. It is we adapt to microbes and to trauma by the memory function of an immune system. And memory is all about messages. It's not about that we have like when you compare it to warfare. Before they had walls around cities, and that was sufficient to defend. But then there came new forms of warfare, so people started to use intelligence, to use radar to detect a threat. And that's actually what our body has been done for millions of years. How could humanity have survived without immune memorization? We couldn't. We would have been dead. So that is an important adaptation to life. And going from that, we can see disease processes as a multifactorial process with systemic features. That means we are like cybernetic systems. We use receptor sensitivity to receive a signal, and we use feedback to feedback our own system. Like with fever, we receive information from our body, and our brain, our hypothalamus, hypophysis, they are reacting and they are giving additional information to the body, for example, to widen the blood vessels, to dilate the blood vessels so we can get away from part of the heat, or they stimulate our sweating glands to get rid of certain of the liquids of our body. So the functionality is by the transduction of signals. And when we look to our immune system, our neurotransmitting and our hormones, they are all examples of signaling systems. And I call them our messengers. And these messages connect our organs. But why are we so much relying on anatomical and morphological medicine? Is because, at least in Europe, and I know from the Samhita from the Ayurveda, Sushruta Samhita, that they also made obductions, but it depended also on the level of technology and also of the way how could you analyze what you cut out of the dead corpse. Because medicine in the West started to be more scientific when the inhibitions of the churches got less powerful in the 19th century especially. So they could open dead bodies, and they discovered that, for example, a lung infection had its source in a certain lesion, for example, tuberculosis, and from there it spread out of the body. So they started to discover the results of the disease. But the results of the disease were defined as the disease. So they missed out the whole part, which was energy disturbance, immune malfunction, and then an anatomical lesion. Because in a tuberculosis epidemic, not everybody gets ill. Like we see now in the COVID epidemic, not everybody gets ill. Far from that, most of the population does not get ill, but the vulnerable groups. And that points back to what makes us vulnerable, that is a deficient immune system. Next slide, please. So when we want to use the semiotic way of thinking, I give you the first triangle, which was made by an American mathematician, Peirce, and he started with the semiotic triangle, which has many different forms. When I looked for a good form as an illustration for this presentation, I saw how many so-called dilutions have become, but this is the basic idea. The sign, like the word house, can only be understood with the concept house if there is a reference, if there is an object, and we know there is a house. So when I build a house and I point to the fly in the garden, okay, this is a house, the fly just flies away. When I say to my dog, here, have a look at our house, the dog starts sniffing because he thinks maybe there's something to eat in the house. And a human being, my wife, says, okay, nice, we're going to live there. So my wife and me, we share the concept house. We know about the house. So you have always you need for a biosemiotic relationship, you need the sign, which refers to an object or a referent. And we share a certain idea, a certain concept, which is house. And as we know, a house can form different shapes. Next slide, please. Another example is when I say tree, I refer to a tree, and that a tree also can have different forms. But the meaning is transferred because the listener also shares with me the concept of tree. And that is our learning process. And that's also what an immune system is learning. It's making concept after concept, and that's what we call memory. But without what they call the interpretant, there's no communication possible. And for example, vaccination, immunization is also using the memory of the T cells of a previous encounter. Like when I was a child, the first encounter was with a tree. When I saw the tree, then later my parents could say, oh, it's raining, let's go sit under the tree. So the tree acquired a meaning for me because of the shared concept with my parents. The tree is something you can hide under for the rain. Well, not when it's an Indian monsoon, then it goes through everything. But in Holland, the rain can be, you can cover for that. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So a sign gets a meaning by certain codes, and that is nowhere clearer than with traffic lights. The traffic light itself on the left is the sign. And the sign refers to another vehicle and another traffic light. And we know, okay, traffic lights, yes, they can go in different colors. That's what that's our concept. The thinking boy who stands in front of a traffic light thinking, shall I cross the street or not? And let's say the safety of the child is guaranteed by understanding the code. The code is green, go. The red code is stop. And the orange is watch out. It will become green or it will become red, depending on the countries. Several countries have also different codes. For example, in Holland, the right jumps from red to green. In Germany, they have a warning sign of orange, so that's also appears before going to green. In Holland, they don't do that, maybe to prevent people go too early driving their car. Anyway, these codes are also in our immune system. Next slide, please. Because we have an agent or a microbe, that's the sign. It enters our body. And the sign the agent refers to an object which is, let's say, the reaction of the immune system. And the reaction can be there because there is an interpretant. There is a part in the immune system which is interpreting the sign and is making an action. And that is the active T cell. So an active T cell is a crucial part of the story which I'm going to tell you, and it's a crucial part of the immune system as a whole. Without an active T cell, we are defenseless, because the T cell can set into motion several other cells, which Dr. Ravi also has shown just before, that are capable of protecting ourselves towards external threats. Next slide, please. So what happens when a microbe entered? The microbe presents usually a protein, which is a sign. And the T immune cell, they see the protein, and their action is to produce an object. And that is the foreign body signal. So the T cells see, hey, this is a foreign body. We check that protein. We don't know that. So we are making an antibody to form a complex. And the complex then is surrounded by other cells and a complement reaction and coagulation and what else. But the first step is that the microbe presents a sign. Without presenting something, it's not recognized as being harmful for the body. And that's, for example, which is happening in the initial stage of cancer, that the cancer cell is mimicking itself, is putting on a mask. So the body fails to react. So therefore it's important when we have an immune system, and there are children, for example, who have a genetic deficiency of the immune system, so they are more or less forced to live in a sterile circumstances unless the immune system can be activated, because there is no interpretant. Like some slides before, there's no ideas about what is a tree or what is a house or what does a color mean in a traffic light. Some instance in ourselves needs to be able to say, hey, I know this signal, and we got to do something about it. Next slide, please. So the action of the immune cells is an innovative step. A foreign body is the new sign, and then the foreign body is joined with the antibody, and it refers to something else, to the object, And then the interpretation is compared with the possible range of proteins, because the T cell compares its observation with, let's say, the database. And for example, that's the whole discussion about bottle milk or mother's milk for the child is crucial in this respect, because the bottle milk doesn't contain all these little agents which the mother milk is rich of, so the immune system is not trained of the baby. While with mother milk, I remember once giving a talk and I had to give an analysis, and I was shocked about the immunological poverty of the bottle milk compared to the immunological richness of the mother milk. So the child is being trained during the breastfeeding period, and it receives interpretant after interpretant, so that on the top of the semiotic triangle there comes a whole areas of different concepts of foreign bodies, and the immune system is forming constantly new objects, training itself in receiving future invaders. Next slide, please. So I want to zoom in on serotonin, which is a quite complex function of serotonin. It's a neurotransmitter, but also an immune active agent. So it's a bit on the edge of the two systems. And some aspects are complexity, self-organization, the formation, activation of T cell memory, and it leads to the creation, or it involves the serotonin creation, and it leads to the maturation of dendritic cells. Next slide, please. So the key process is memorization of immune system through cell activation by the signaling of serotonin to dendritic cells. And there is some more information if you are interested in on the site below with some illustrations and so on. But serotonin metabolism is an example of the self-organization of a complex system. And I will not evade now in complexity theory, but it's mainly a way to describe from a biological perspective of what happens in our body, but we also can use it in psychology and even in more, let's say, the esoteric sciences. Because we have one special thing as a living organism, we can change ourselves. A stone, a mineral, is what it is, and it can change in the course of the years, or the ages, let's say, the millions of years. But a silica or a calcium molecule remains that. But our body is is constantly changing, and it is constantly adapting to the reality. And this is zooming in on one part of this adaptation. Please, next slide. So what are the key concepts? That a receptor is there which is sensitive to a signal, that the synapses where serotonin is signaling are changeable, are plastic, and that there also happens the manipulation of the genes. I won't go into these aspects too much, but as a general framework. Next slide, please. So the steps of the T cell memory formation depend on the activation of the platelets, which leads to serotonin, which is 5-HT, production. The dendritic cells lead to sequestration of the 5-HT, and the DC maturation, thus the DC is from the dendritic cell. That means that there is a production of the 5-HT out of its synapse in a nervous transduction, neurological transduction of exocytosis. That means that certain parts of the cell form little vesicles, and the 5-HT is going out of that. Finally, the DC maturation leads to the T cell activation, because the T cells are going to take up the serotonin. So literally, the serotonin is a messenger which is produced on the moment of inflammation and finally leads to the activation of of T cells. And why that is so crucial? Because an inflammation means a change of our body, usually by an external agent like bacteria or a splint or whatever. Please, next slide. Well, here you can see what I just described. When you see, this is in the intestine, in the gut. The lumen is where the microbes are, where our food are, or whatever. And you see that an activation of what's happening in one of the cells uses for the serotonin production. Serotonin is the 5-HT. The 5-HT is like a signal which activates several cells. The B cell, which is used for the plasma production, so our immune globulins, the IgM, IgG, and A and E, and so on, they are being produced by the B cells. And then we get the T cells, and the T cells are crucial because they set into motion the specific cytokines in the immune system. Natural killer cells are not mentioned here, they are part of it, like Dr. Ravi told us. But we have interleukin 6, 1 beta, 2, 16, and so on, tumor necrosis factor. And the other two cells which are activated are the macrophages. Macrophages, as the word says, they are big and they can eat. So they eat, they circumfluent through the bacteria and viruses. So that is aspecific. They are just eating it. The T cells are specifically recognizing and preparing the immune system for a next exposure of the same microbe. And then the dendritic cells, they are also activated, and from there they can stimulate the T cell in its final task. So you can see here there are different levels, and through the wall of the intestine, the immune system is activated, and about 60% of all our immune function is located in the intestine. So that is why it's so immensely important to feed ourselves well. It's not just like a propagation or so. It is of life importance, the quality of our food which enters, because it has a direct influence to these mechanisms on our disease fighting capacities. Therefore, it's so strange to see medical doctors still advocating the use of certain drugs without paying any attention to how people are nourishing themselves. And our life started with nourishing, not with taking all kinds of pills. Our mothers didn't feed us with all kinds of pills and say, "My dear baby, you will keep healthy." No, they transmitted the information of life. Next slide, please. So the differentiation of the naive T cell in the center here is induced by the cytokines produced by the dendritic cells of the innate immune system. So you have on the left side, you have the innate immune system, which is always there, which means a dendritic cell which can make a naive cell knowing. So you can even say it's like a cognitive operation here. The naive self, like a little baby, is also naive, but the baby is maturing. And maturation means that the baby starts to be able to slowly discover the world and to operate in the world. And the naive self is following a similar course. By its naivety, it is being informed, and from there it matures into different T cells, and we get Th1, Th2, we get different T cells which have their different function, and they are being informed by the messengers which you see here. The EL stands for interleukin and different other agents. So there is a transition by simple information of a system which is in the beginning very naive and not capable of self-resilience, finally to mature into a system which has these wonderful adaptations through which we are capable of not being stuck into a sterile room in a hospital, but to move around. So people who are afraid of getting ill from microorganisms, and we have seen this fear so abundantly, and unfortunately the governments and the WHO are not at all helping people in focusing and in showing and telling them about the immune force which they have. We have seen now what is the influence on the world. And it's a lack of knowledge and a lack of awareness of all those health agencies telling to people, okay, we have a virus which may kill some people. From the beginning, it was very clear in China already in January last year that specific vulnerable groups of the population were at risk. Most of the population were not at risk. As everybody of us knows someone I'm so sorry. This is someone trying to call me. We know about the risks of an immune system which is not prepared, and that's why some people said in the beginning, let's develop group immunity, because then we get prepared. In the past, there were no antibiotics or whatever. Epidemics just simmered out because of that. Too many people became immune. And now the contrary has happened, is lock up people so immunity couldn't be reached, and we are still being faced with the consequences of that. Anyway, the immune system has its own wisdom, and that's what this wisdom we see here, from naivety to knowledge. And that's because of the biosymbiotic process in our immune system. Next slide, please.
Dr. Martin, would you like to conclude, please?
Yes. Yeah. So the serotonin production is from different sources: antibodies, platelets, complement activating factors, and neurotransmitters. Next slide, please. Several steps in the maturation I have for your knowledge, but not to go into detail today, but I've put it there so you can maybe follow some more reading about it. Next slide, please. T cell activation uses the receptor, which makes a T cell capable of doing what it should do. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah, okay. Then finally, you can make an biosymbiotic framework where you have the science which functions as the next interpretant for the next step. Next slide, please. Then a naive T cell is insensitive, but it's being made sensitive by the presentation by the dendritic cell of the antigen, and the antigen is defined within the MHC classes, which is the major histocompatibility class, and that is like giving the codes, and then the codes are being used to make the different forms of the T cells, and you see also the T memory cell which is being formed, and that is, let's say, functioning for the next step of immune confrontation. Next slide, please. So the T-cell memorization is a matter of a stepwise process to be read from left under to right above, where you can see that the expression of the dendritic cells with the green arrow function as the next sign for the next semiotic process. So you get like a cascade of different steps. Oh, can you go back to the presentation, please? It flapped out. Yeah. Next slide, please. Next slide, yes, please. Yeah. So the first message is constantly being sent to the next step. And these can only be received if there is a receiver. That means that we can interpret the sign, and it's not a matter of one signal or not. It's about, can it be understood? Next slide. So the information is being spread in our body like a domino effect. So our immunity doesn't depend on specific agents. It's our capacity to interpret, which is recognition of the agent as a foreign object, and then to act by T-cell activation. So there are essentially many potential pathways to that activation, like our lifestyle, nutrition, movement, stress management, meditation, as they have been mentioned today. Next slide, please. So the comments is that we have an explanatory tool which can model the phenomenon at the level of the emergence of new immunity. And the immunity is not depending on a dose, but on a sign. And serotonin is here the agent, the sign, which triggers our self-organization by information. And we have here also a model to understand how homeopathy changes our immune system. And homeopathy is just one thing. Yoga is another one. Next slide. So further work can be done by many, and I hope to have inspired some of you to work on that path also, that we use self-organization as a way to understand how we function and how we deal with life. And that can also help in the current wave of high-risk population groups in the epidemics. Which factors make ourselves ill, and how can we protect ourselves? And I think that's the last slide. And sorry to have exceeded the time a little bit. I didn't see how many slides I still have had to go. Anyway, I hope you have you gained some insights in this discipline and how to use it in your profession.
Great.
Thank you.
Martin, thank you for that excellent presentation. It was really, really enlightening. And I must say, this is an information of very high caliber. And certainly, we would love to take this back from you at some other time on a different platform where we're going to work on some immunology issues with holistic integration. I totally agree with you when you say biosemiotics, this is the need of the day, because there is so much of vertical spiraling, skyrocketing of information. Unfortunately, they're all going parallel. None of them are talking to each other. And this is where, we need to really integrate our information, our knowledge, and communicate actually with each other. I really loved your statement, your quote on by Jean-Paul Sartre. We live through our relationships with our other people. And this is really talking true now, because with COVID and lockdown, none of us are talking to each other. There's so much of, distancing and so much of loneliness and so many psychological problems that are coming up. I think this is very, very relevant to this day. And my takeaway message here is, I think you've given some very excellent expose, and we would definitely like to explore the signal pathways and how they can be repaired through yoga or Ayurveda or homeopathy, and then how these are actually affecting the signal pathways. Obviously, our lifestyle and our abuses, drug abuses are interrupting these signals and also distorting the signals. So how this can be repaired, and they have to be studied, analyzed, and presented to people. So once again, Dr. Martin, thank you for being here with us today. It was an excellent presentation. Over to you,
thank you,
Dr. Shravani, please. Shravani garu. Yeah. While
Thank you, Dr. Martin. It was a great presentation. As Sir said, it is of high caliber presentation, which would take some time for us to assimilate. Next, I would move on to Dr. Wahida Murthy, ma'am. Sorry for keeping you waiting, ma'am. I will just keep the introduction very short. She is going to teach us art therapy now. She is going to talk about art therapy, and she's an integrated medicine and art therapy practitioner and the CEO and founder director of Swasthya Niketan Integrated Healthcare and Research Foundation. Ma'am, please join us for the meet and share your thoughts with us.
Thank you. Well, good evening, and I just want to, am I audible? Am I audible?
Doctor, you're
Great.
audible, but you're off screen. Can you come into the center, doctor?
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, again, greetings of the day. And before I start, I want to acknowledge and thank the organizers of this event and dear colleagues for the wisdom-rich contribution in this subject, and also our teachers who shared this wisdom with us, and also all the participants who are present in this event. Thank you again. So let us begin with the topic of this event, that's strengthening the immune system, immunity through art therapy. Okay, so we all know that health is a state of well-being at physical, emotional, and social level. So sense of well-being is directly related to our immune system. All of us know that when we don't feel like, we're very tired and all that, and that is how later the disease follows. The sense of well-being is directly related to the immune system, and pure well-being can be brought forth, enhanced by integrating artistic therapies. These artistic therapies complement and are actually, can be integrated in all the modalities and all the health, systems. In treating diseases, in the disease processes, we call it pathogenesis, or for creating health. It can be used anywhere. It can be integrated anywhere. Okay. So now it is how yoga, and so it's the concept of yoga. It's so inspiring, that union of body, mind, and spirit, which creates balance. And this, with the asanas, with the methods, and there are many types of yogas, it has its own wisdom and intelligence. Similarly, the artistic therapy also has this aspect where the spirit, mind, and body come together for healing process. And especially, it works at the psychological or the emotional health, and which is directly, again, related to the physical health, and also it is, and it also adds to the already existing, methods, and it enhances the healing aspect when we use them in the treatment, as I already mentioned. So generally, now see this here it is, all of us have come together because there is some kind of challenging situation we are facing right now, and that is the pandemic. And this since last 1.5 years, we are facing, most of us, with the fear, uncertainty, helplessness, and right now the kind of psychological aspects, that pandemic of psychological imbalances are also showing up a lot. So all this is also this creates a kind of constrictive feeling in the center of our system. The fear comes in the center, fear. So all that constrictive system, this aspect, as Dr. Steiner said in the integrated medicine in anthroposophic medicine, he mentioned that this kind of constricted feeling, and when one lives with it in the fear and uncertainty and also sleeps with those kind of feelings, it creates a fertile ground for the microorganisms to grow. And then that is the ground. So this is where, when we are dealing with the middle system, rhythmic system, that is actually breathing, respiration, and circulatory system. So I will tell you how this artistic therapy, which kind of artistic therapy will be beneficial right now in this situation. So generally, you all know, artistic therapies are generally, they bring lots of joy, like starting from the movement, or from poetry to singing to music, for speech, or for reciting of mantras and handwork. So many types of artistic, whether we are doing it actually, we are following some system or what is already there around us, right? Those colors. So all that bring, first thing is joy and happiness. It's sense of creativity, sense of purpose, and accomplishment, fulfillment. Did you notice whatever I am sharing is opposite to fear, uncertainty, helplessness, hopelessness, and all that, right? So there are two polarities here, and all that we can actually try to create balance with this movement, with this feeling good aspect and the feeling well. As doctor said very well, serotonin, the feeling, those good hormones are released, and whereas in the previous one, constriction creates like kind of constriction of like micro blood circulation, but here there is dilatation and there is healing aspect. So this is what is so, and of all these positive emotions also creates good sense of well-being. Okay, and when we are happy, whatever we do, we create whatever. Even I meditate. If we are happy, we meditate, or we do the work, we meet the other person, relationship, thinking, everything is better. It is a next level. Then if I am resigned or fearful, it works that way also. So that now I will create, what is this artistic therapy? What is it? Actually, all kind of artistic activities are therapeutic because they bring sense of well-being. And the more sense of well-being, the more immune system is strengthened, right? But what is this aspect of therapeutic aspect? So there are, as a hygienic art therapy, artistic activities which are hygienic and which are therapeutic, and here they are general, so which can be practiced like any other therapy, which also can be practiced by everybody. But there are other practices also which are specific, and these specific ones are curative art therapies. Okay, so in the first aspect, when there is hygienic art therapy, it is more of the outcome is related, end result related, and the focus is on the art. Whereas in the other curative art therapy, the focus is on the client and the patient and not on the end result. True art therapy, it's not end result, it is the process. which matters. The process of artistic activity, again, it is actually the process of healing. So here we don't think about the end result. So that is the distinction, I mean, that is between the hygienic and the therapeutic aspect. Okay, so today I'm going to come back and I'll tell you how it works and where it is applied. Okay. As my colleagues have already said, already explained to you, again it is integrated, prosthetic medicine, where our physical body has these 4 aspects, dimensions and 3 functional system. Is it visible? Is it visible? No. Okay. Okay, I think I'll just share. Yeah, so this is like physical body, that is mineral, we share, life, that is energy, that is a plant aspect, the water. Can you see now? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah. So the same thing, I mean, my colleagues have already shared. So again, emotional body, which is we share with animal realm, and the element is air, and ego, I, the visual aspect, the human one, which is warmth, like warmth element. So this is 4 folded or 4 dimensions, and the functional 3 things with the soul quality, nerves and system, which is thinking pole, upper pole system, the feeling pole, and metabolism, limb system below diaphragm, that is willing pole. So everything where we stand is into this 3-fold aspect of human being and the 4 aspects of the physical pole. So if everything is in harmony, in balance, that is the health. And of course, the balance doesn't happen just it is balanced yesterday, so today I can relax. No, it is ongoing process of being in balance. Okay, so this art aspect is one of the very with full joy and happiness. We create certain exercises. So most of you already, you people have known all different types of art activity, drawing, painting, and different mediums are applied for this, and different types of oil in painting. But here in this aspect, I'm going to create art therapy with watercolors, watercolor painting in this situation right now, our situation. I'll tell you why. Because if it is watercolor this time where our challenge is the middle realm, the rhythmic system, right? So if it is rhythmic system, just see watercolors, you see colors, of course, colors subject by itself, you all know, I'll tell you about the colors also, and water element. Why water? And the color, why that combination? Okay, here, why that combination? Because this, between these 2 bodies, that's emotional realm, that is air element and water element aspect, and you all know it is water element 70%. This is our energy body, the life body, which needs to be strengthened. This is the aura, which needs to be strengthened for our strong immune system. Next, which is physical body and the life body is a carrier of our soul and spiritual element, right? So here these 2 things are involved. Then the element air, we can say element air, and goes to the light, the colors, light, and then air. The carrier is air element, and then water, the fluid element is water element in the life body, that is energy body, the etheric body. So this prana, the plant world which we share ourselves with that body, so that has a water, fluid element. Fluid has our blood, all these juices and all the extracellular, intracellular fluids here. This is glandular, all that comes here, life-giving force. And the air element, the oxygen, the nitrogen, hydrogen, all those gases are here. So the interaction between these 2 happens mainly at the middle system. This is rhythmic system, right? Between the lungs and the heart, the circulatory system and this breathing system, respiratory. So this meeting happens here, these two. So this watercolor, those therapeutic, we can exercises, we start actually the breathing happens between those when colors, like for example, in there are certain exercises like in yoga, there are asanas, that everything has its own importance, how they function. Similarly, we do have certain exercises which are a kind of, guiding forces, which creates that kind of, healing the breathing in both the systems, upper aspect and the lower. Now here if you look at the nerve sense system, the rhythmic and the metabolism limb system, these three things, again, thinking, feeling, willing, needs to be in balance. But what is the breakdown right now? The breakdown is most of us, early education and etc., the upper pole, the nerve sense system is overactive. Too much of information. So the head aspect is active, the rhythmic middle aspect is less, and lower willing is less. So it is like head, heart and hands or limbs. Now what has happened? Head, head, head. So all these things, the overactive one-sided aspect creates imbalance. And the imbalance creates noise situation creates diseases. And this one-sided aspect, even in psychiatric, whether depression, hysteric aspect or sclerotic illness, inflammatory, so this becomes kind of polarity and imbalanced. So where the balance happens, middle system. And middle system is where the balance aspects and the artistic elements, artistic activity work in the middle system. So with this background, I would like to create one demonstration, some exercise for you, and then I will see how we. So this exercise, now what we have to do, how it is healing. Already we think so much. We are imagining that there are art aspect of there, many types of art, with actual recreation, producing, imagining, and creating, looking at it and doing, or some kind of abstract or expressing. That is also wonderful. That is also art. Yeah. But here, again, Rudolf Steiner created one art that is modern. He said this is the art of the future. What is that art? Here, we keep our nerve sense system, we calm it, we keep it silenced. And we silence this aspect. We give a break to this, and then we follow certain methods, certain discipline. And with that method, with those training sketches, we start building up the pictures. Okay, so today we are going to go for the nature. Again, as you know, the plant inside us, because this plant world is our etheric, all the life energy, right? And that is the forces, the prana. So now, as you know, nature is the largest art gallery, right? Where we live. So today I'm going to give one exercise which is please look at what is, what will come out. I'm not going to tell you what it is, just see how it will come out. And then only thing that we need to get the technology of how I'm going to do, and that is all is therapeutic. That is not about the end result. The end result happens anyway. It is the steps and it is the process which goes to the end result. Okay, I will start now quickly.
Madam, excuse me, madam.
Yes.
Yeah, we are very inspiring your talk. So because of time, especially the safeguards still are there. Definitely, within very few days, we will arrange a complete workshop. Please kind of because as a child, we are not able to.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to hear you.
Madam, are you able to hear?
I'm not able to hear.
Are you able to hear me, madam?
1 minute, sir. 1 minute. 1 minute, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, are you able to hear me, madam? Madam?
Yeah, I'm trying, huh?
I'm Dr. Krishna.
Hello.
Are you able to hear me, madam? Hello.
Not exact. 1 minute.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir, may I
Yeah.
give an advice?
Yeah.
May I give an advice to this administrator? If you also put earphones and you connect the earphone with your computer, then the sound of your voice is immediately transmitted in the small microphone in the ear. And then Dr. Shaikh, can you maybe better understand you? Okay?
Right. Yeah. I have connected. Yeah.
Yes, but the administrator also, because the sound is moving through the space and it's not transferred to you, so you cannot understand him.
Yeah.
Okay, you're welcome.
Dr. Wahida.
Yeah, please, please.
Dr. Wahida.
Yes.
Hello. I think what
Yeah.
Krishna is trying to say is that I think they are short of time. Is there any way that you can quicken the presentation?
Right. How much time I have now? I will quicken. How long? I mean.
5 minutes. Is it possible for?
Sorry, Krishna.
Yeah. Please, sorry, madam. Just only 5 minutes.
Apparently, 5
5
minutes.
minutes.
Next time, we will arrange a complete workshop.
Okay. Acha. All right. Okay. I'll create. Right. Okay, I will just cut short the exercise, 2 minutes. I will take the exercise and then I will explain to you the already painted stuff. So first thing is, whenever any painting, anything you do, this is like for example, the space, wherever you are, this is the space where just you stand in front of this, and then first step is to take the center. Start from the center. The moment you start the center, this is the first step. Okay? Because all the therapeutic, everything you come to your center. The main problem is the center is lost. I mean, we somewhere in the like either we are one end of this or that, and the center. So the moment you find the center, then you start doing whatever you start doing, and then take the colors and then bring the balance, and if there is any kind of motif, anything you do, I will show you now. But first step is the center. Very clear, right? Any painting, it's not about the outcome. It is about the starting point. Okay. And I'll just then now, and next thing is the movement. Look here, I did not do like this. I'm just breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. So this is very slow. Breathing in, breathing out. This way. So this is like one extension of your arm. I'm in this space. I'm maintaining the center and you're breathing. Now next step is trying the balance. Balance is here at the center. Then if you have done this left side, you come here because this will become heavy. And then if you want to, if you bring some strokes here, bring color in, then you go up. So you are trying to balance. Yes, this side, this corner, then you come to this corner. Can you see the balancing on the paper? This itself is another step. See. You're not trying to finish one bow. You're just standing, reflecting, coming to the center, and again, you're extending this side, this side, this side. This is how you try to balance. Okay? And then again, if you take next color, again you try to balance. If you bring here, for example, one step, I'll just show you. The opposite polarity is here is blue I have taken. The blue is the most, the other aspect of it darker, and this is coming from the light outside. The blue comes below because it's heavy. So now if I just blue here, then what I do? I bring that here because it's slightly heavy color. So I also know the weight on the paper. So this, when I do this, then again I come above slowly. And when I come about, try to balance, then I come this side, then I come the opposite side, try to here, then here. So my whole aspect of painting is actually I'm trying to balance and experiencing the colors, and then in this method we go inside the painting. You experience that yes, I am standing on the foot and then these colors are gone. So right, left. So this way I would have created one motif, but now I am stopping here and I will show you from step this painting. Okay, so this
Hello, Dr. Wahida, audio is not coming.
Video is also not coming. So maybe disconnected. I request the
red over the green. Bring that in. Once this is done, then again this step I bring the light around it. Then I do this step by step, and then afterwards I close it with proper boundary. In a way, the rainbow sequence is in we bring all the colors in the nature and create this picture. That means we are focusing more on the process and the experience. You feel how you feel when it is too warm, how you feel when there is cooling of colors. Colors itself has its own subject by itself. So you really look at here the three, you got this circle, every color you experience, how you feel, whether the texture sense, the weight sense, and everything, and this also. And now you see this motif, how it is. It is in the center. You have maintained the center. Look, this is again greenery, the nature, and then the blossoming. So this is, consider it's a human archetype. We can actually look at this is how the center and the balance is. Right? So this is one thing, and next I will tell you what happens when the balance is out. Okay, look at this picture. I will bring it closer to you. I'm just thinking, can you see this? Is it visible? Right? Okay. Okay. So now you see this, can imagine yourself as a tree. And then what is here? In the darkness, in the too much of hardening of intellectual activity and less of, fluid aspect, too much of this one-sided creates this kind of sclerotic thing, and the heaviness around and the illnesses which are related to sclerosis. From all this, hypertension, blood pressure, till cancer, arthritis, everything. So how a person, like how depression occurs as, enclosed. And the opposite aspect is anxiety. Just look at all this warm colors and the burnout syndrome. Too much of fluidity. And this is the anxiety pole, opposite of this. Imagine somebody coming from this side to this side. It's like a bipolar aspect. This is a hysterical aspect because there are no ground. And if you want to see a human being, the real normal aspect is this. Look at this image. It's middle, upright, and full of green leaves, foliages, growing fossils, blossoming roots, standing very strong on the ground, and also with its strong immune boundary. Can you see that he creates the person with immunity very strong, balanced? This exercise, actually, you can show this extremes and extreme situation, and this is creating the balance. So all these are training pictures which Steiner gave for the health providing things, and these are like I feel. These are like I feel. Yeah, I'll finish.
Yeah, please conclude, madam. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm finished.
Yeah, please.
I'm completing. Yeah, I'm completing.
Please.
Yeah. So I feel this is like a healing art expands from subjective activity to the universal phenomena. That is what is the thing which we are looking at, integrating art therapy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Sri, one or two words to conclude this session. Session will be ready. Please.
All right. Dr. Vaida, thank you very much for a lovely but a hasty presentation. It was well put across. I think the concepts have been sent across very well. And it's very unique that this whole forum has an opportunity to understand the difference between hygienic art and curative art. And it's very important that these concepts have to be understood in a very holistic way, and how art can be very powerful as a tool and as a therapeutic element. So, and I'm really impressed by the way you brought in the relationship between water and air, and the relationship of its importance in being enhancing our immunity. So, and the picturization that you demonstrated have been excellent in understanding how the healing process can happen from one point to another point, while including the blossoming of the immunity that is growing up within us. So thanks once again for this excellent presentation. I would really like the organizers to make note of this and see if this can be utilized in a better way at some other opportune time. And I guess we are already way behind the sessions, and there are actually one or two questions to Dr. Ravi, but maybe we can ask the participants to directly reach out to him. I will request the organizers to share the email IDs of all the presenters to the participants so that they can stay in touch with them and take their questions forward. And in conclusion, I would like to say that this has really been a very enlightening and enhancing session, very unique. And I would really, from the bottom of my heart, thank the speakers especially. They've done an excellent job in trying to see if they can fit in as much as possible in a very short time. And I must say they've done an excellent job about it. And I'm also grateful to, once again, to all the organizers and for having put together a very innovative program like this. And I hope at the end of these 2 days sessions, we will have an opportunity to carry the resolutions forward and see how we can make this not only a memorable session, but also something meaningful for the university as well as for the government to take notice of what we can achieve out of something like this. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, Srinivas.
Yeah.
Now, the next session. One more thing. Now, go to
Good evening, everyone. With this, we conclude session number 5, and we are going to enter into session number 6. This is the last session for this evening, and this session is going to be. We have our Director, Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Professor OSRU Bhanukumar Garu. He'll be the chairman, and I would request chairman to come up with some opening remarks, sir. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good evening to everybody. It's immense pleasure. In this session, we have very interesting topics of different fields where they have met and finally focused towards the point which we are looking for is immunity. We all know that COVID-19 has set in almost 1.5 years back. Since 1.5 years back, we don't know about what it is and we don't have any information about the pandemic situation. So finally it is proved that it is on a planetary scale. It is not on a small scale. As it is on a planetary scale, we found it difficult to control at different stages. So for that, everybody is looking for some sort of solution. So what is the solution means? It is nothing but immunity. Immunity means nothing but having antibodies which can resist that type of disease. So in this, we have two types of immunities. One is natural immunity, another is acquired immunity. So among these two immunities, which one we have to acquire, which we have, we don't know. So we are at a perplexed and complex state, and we are very much afraid, and we are losing our confidence just by seeing the COVID-19. So if anybody gets COVID means, we are almost to feel that we will also acquire it in a shorter time, and we may also die. Though the percentage of death is very less, we are still afraid of that thing. Actually, in developing countries like India, the death rate may be very clear to that, very close to that through accidents or some other forms. It is not really that much, but the pain, the afraidness of people who are really thinking of this is very difficult, and we are not able to prepare ourselves. Especially wave 2 was more dangerous, which is known as Delta or something. The doctors gave different names, and we are also expecting for it. So during this time, what type of precautionary measures we can take? We have static approaches or we have dynamic approaches. Which approach is going to helpful to us? So static means generally it takes time and it needs a lot of data validation and all the things. So we look for some type of dynamic models which will help us to resist or to escape from the clutches of the COVID-19. So for that, in this section, we have 5 others of different fields, and they are going to give wonderful solution for us. In view of the shortage of the time, just please take 15 to 20 minutes maximum. So I request the first other.
The first session we are going to start with. We're going to start our session with Professor Shivashankar Sai, and he is a PhD degree in physics in the area of photonics from Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, and he is interested and desperate about awareness about to the students of campus, and also he has decades of experience and has for national and national and international journals. And we welcome you, sir, Professor Shivashankar Sai. It would be a pleasure to hear the conversation in this platform, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Bhanuprakash, sir. And I wish to make a disclaimer here. I am not a clinician nor an immunologist. I'm a simple professor of physics, of course, a recent practitioner of yoga. It is a kindness of Dr. Sri Krishna who requested me to say a few words, and that's why I'm here. I'm really grateful to Sri Krishna sir and also the organizers of this wonderful conference for accommodating me. Yesterday and today, we had seen eminent speakers giving an elaborate, discussions. They have given a lot of knowledge for us regarding our health and how through different approaches we can improve our immune system. I will share today my thoughts on the topic living in the present moment and its impact on the health. Let me share my presentation. Can you all see my presentation, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Living in the present moment, its impact on health, and hopefully my own personal example.
Now it is only slide. Now full screen mode, please.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Full screen mode.
Yeah, full screen mode. I've given in full screen mode.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. I start with this quotation. Yesterday is history. Already 24th has gone, and then we have heard so many things. Fortunately, it's a good history, and then we can record it, and it has been recorded, and then it is there for posterity. Tomorrow is a mystery. We do not know what would happen, but today is a gift. That is why it is called the present. The present which we give to our dear ones. It's a gift of God to all of us. So we should learn to use this gift of present moment effectively. Past is past. It's like an encashed check. It's already used up. Future is uncertain. It's like a promissory note. You do not know whether it will fructify or not. Present alone is certain, and this present moment which we are talking about is not an ordinary present, it is omnipresent, says my Guru, Bhagwan Sri Sat Sai Baba. Let's see and explore this concept. Now, the research has shown most people spend 80% of their time in the past, brooding over the past, or thinking about the future, leaving the 20% of the time only for now, this very moment. Thoughts of the past often focus on the regret and feeling of guilt. Thoughts of the future often focus on worrying and projecting an unwanted picture of what may happen or may not happen. But we should realize all that real is what is actually happening now. What does Maharshi Patanjali say about this? The very first sutra is Atha Yoganushashanam. Now, the teachings of yoga. He says, yes, he starts teaching us the yogic sutras, the aphorisms. Atha, standing for the now. So he wants us to be alert in receiving these priceless gems. The second sutra, which is also very famous, Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Yoga is the cessation of the modifications or fluctuations of the mind. What are these modifications of the mind? Simply put, it's just the mind chatter that draws our attention away from the present moment. Hence, Maharshi Patanjali says that we need to concentrate and live in the present moment to make sure that we get the best benefit from this gift. The ability to be in the present moment is a major component of our wellness. The more we are present in this present moment, the more fulfilling will be our life, and it will be stress-free. Past can't be changed, we know that, but we can always learn to do things differently from those lessons. Future can't be predicted either, or even controlled, but we can create a clear vision and plan of what we want to achieve. Past does not exist, but it's only the mind makes a rerun of the past. The future similarly does not exist. Mind makes a projection and makes us feel the future. As it is said, mind is the greatest friend and a powerful enemy. As we have seen that mind is the key element, and it is the greatest friend and a very, very powerful enemy. The Amrita Bindu Upanishad says, we all know this, all the yoga practitioners are aware of this one. Mana eva manushyanam karanam bandhamokshayoho. Mandaya vishayas bandaya vishayasaktam muktam nirvishayam smrutam. Mind alone is the cause of bondage and liberation. When attached to the objects, it leads to bondage, and when free from the object, it leads to liberation. Yes, Maharshi Patanjali has mentioned it. What about others? Other great thinkers and seers across the globe. Gautama Buddha told his bhikkhus, do not dwell in the past, do not dream of future, concentrate the mind on the present moment for a peaceful life. On the eastern side, a quote from the Chinese philosopher, very famous Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, which says, if you are depressed, you are living in the past. If you are anxious, you are living in the future. If you are at peace, know that you are living in the present. More recent times, a quote from Dalai Lama, there are only 2 days in the year that nothing can be done. One is called yesterday, the other is called tomorrow. So on these 2 days, the yesterday and tomorrow, nothing can be done. So today is the right day to love, to believe, and to live and spend it usefully. So across the globe, all the thinkers and philosophers have realized the value of being in the present. So we need to live in this now. Once we understand that, what are the indications to know that we are really living in this now? Let us explore that. A most powerful indication as to our level of presence or how much we are into this now is the level of inner peace which we have. And this is definitely, by any standard, is a sign of the good health, which is of our subject matter. And what are the signs of not being in the present? We get easily distracted. The physical habits like twitching of the nails and legs, lack of attention and focus, constant inner talk, restlessness, all of them are indicators of the fact that we are not living and enjoying the present moment. Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba says, we can go from the illness, ILLNESS, to wellness, WELLNESS, by replacing that ILL, the I in the illness, with V in the wellness. The I-ness, the illness, becomes a wellness if you were to replace this I with V. This has a great significance because it means that we think less of ourselves and more about helping others. In life, when we get in troubles, he says, do not get nervous. Just follow your heart, the conscience which is there in each of us. Because though heart may be in the left side of the body, but is always right. It always guides us correctly. So we have the two concepts, the acceptance and resistance. The pain we experience is due to non-acceptance, the unconscious resistance inside us of the situation. On the level of thought, this resistance is some sort of judgment from our side. On the emotional level, this resistance is some sort of negativity. The intensity of the pain depends on the degree of resistance to the present moment. We should live in the present because unease, anxiety, tension, stress, worry, all are forms of fear. They're caused by too much of future and not enough of present. The guilt, regret, resentment, grievances, sadness, bitterness, non-forgiveness are caused by too much of past and not enough of present. What happens if the level of presence, if we learn to live in the present, increases? The moments of presence are surrounded by higher quality of experience, improves our interaction with others, and gives quality life and quality outputs. Because we live our moment fully, utilizing it, enjoying it fully. Residing in the present moment is a path to minimal stress and increased focus and hence better health. Life is like a coin. You can spend it any way you wish, but you only can spend it once. So the Sutra of Modern Age, as given by Einstein, the physicist, learn from yesterday, hope for tomorrow, but live for today. Never ever forget this great sutra. Hence, living in the present moment is the key for our health and well-being. It should become our attitude. This morning, we had listened to all the great people saying that gratitude is the best attitude, and the attitude determines our altitude. The higher we go, how high we go depends on what attitude we have. Our own traditional knowledge, the Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and Jnana Yoga, these philosophies emphasize the well-being of the practitioners, the good health of the practitioners, and we do get this health through living in the moment. And some people, some yogic schools call this as mindfulness. Are we in the present moment, or in the past, or in the future? Oftentimes, the tragedy transforms us into generators of energy and players, because we are living in the present and then respond to the blows of life. We are going through that, one of the most severest of the blows of the century, which is the COVID, which has given rise to so many new things, including this conference of virtually conducting even a yoga conference. Life is not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived and enjoyed, said Mahatma Gandhi, our father of nation. In the end, it's not the years in our life that count, but the life which we have put in our years, which actually matter. But the caution we need to keep in mind is that being happy does not mean that everything is perfect and very well taken care of. It just simply means that you have decided to look beyond the imperfections which cause pain to us. Let me share my experience with COVID and how just simple living in the moment helped me personally to come out of this. I was rather overconfident, I should say, about the fact that I would not get COVID, because I used to do a bit of yogasanas and pranayama, though I was introduced to this recently, a few years back only. But I was sort of confident that I would not get it. But then, as fate would have it, I did contact COVID, and then all the symptoms came. And then initially, because I was sort of overconfident, I said, no, this will go. It's a small fever. And then I did not really take care. And it became serious. And then I was admitted into ICU for almost 7 days. I saw death everywhere. The person who was on the left side of my bed and the right side of my bed passed away. And one of them was very young, 32 years old young man. And then other one is little older, but I was shattered. I was gripped with the fear. But, I reminded myself about this living in the present, and then said to myself that we should live in the present and see so many people are recovering. It's not only the death, it's only a minuscule fraction of the people only are actually passing away. But so many people are getting recovered and then coming out of this morass. So I pinched myself and then convinced myself that I would become well. And then, lo and behold, after 7 days in ICU and 2 days in the general ward, I was discharged. I'm here to present my case. So there are as many nights as days, and one is just as long as the other. Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness. These are all the gift of God for us to enjoy the life. We would not enjoy the happiness of the daylight if we did not have the night, the darkness of the night. So tips to develop living in the present moment, in my own humble opinion, are these. Trigger it initially if required. If you are conscious about it, you have to live in the present to make sure that you live in the present. If you realize that you are going out this way or that way, trigger yourself, pinch yourself, remind yourself that you need to live in the present moment. Sometimes we resist the current moment, maybe doing something when you actually want to do something else. Become aware of this fact and focus your attention purely on what you need to do. Breathe in, breathe out, and move on. When you're in the past, when you're trying to live in the past, often mind goes towards the past. If it is not a positive experience, either use it or learn a valuable lesson from that, or which can be adopted now or simply drop it. So learn this technique of dropping a negative experience after learning the lesson. If it is not going to be useful, just drop it. When you're in the future, when your mind is in the future, if it is not a planning of a future desired outcome which you want to achieve, then again drop it and come back to the present moment. Give our full attention to whatever we are doing currently. Give whatever you're doing and whoever you are with, you gift them with your attention. So, and the conscious breathing, meditation, and all the techniques which they teach us in the yogic science are extremely helpful in developing this very, very beautiful concept of living in the present moment. So the gift of present is very precious for us to leave or lose. Let us grab it. We make this gift lighter, that is easy to implement, or heavier depending on our attitude. The right attitude combined with the mindfulness is the best combination for our health. As I mentioned, the gratitude is the best attitude, as mentioned by that Guruji in the morning. Learn from the past. We should definitely learn from the past so that we don't repeat those mistakes, but then don't stop at that. Go forward. Future planning with realistic goals can be done from the past experience. Allow our inner light, the heart, the conscience in each of us to guide us on the correct path of living in the present moment. Let me end my talk with this beautiful quotation again by Bhagwan Sri Sat Sai Baba. He says, the present which you are living in is not a simple present, but is an omnipresent. And he gives the example of a seed. The seed which is there has the history of the past tree and the mystery of the future tree. The present is like a seed. Past life of the tree is there inside the tree, inside the seed, hidden. The future tree of the seed is also there inside. Hence, past and future is present in this present seed. So this present is there in all the three kalas, the Bhuta and then Vartamana and Bhavishyat, the past, the present and the future. Therefore, it is omnipresent. Now you say the God is omnipresent because he knows the past, he knows the future, and he knows the present too. So this present moment is very, very precious. Let us all live in the present. Now currently we are soaking in this beautiful knowledge of the techniques and the approaches to develop our immune system. Let us absorb as much as we can and make the best use of this present moment. Thank you. I'm through.
Thank you, Professor. You have really put it physics into the health and related immunity things. You have a very good sense of timing, and you have a wonderful understanding about the time. We really appreciate, and this is the first of its kind among the lectures which we had since last 80 days. We are very, very, very thankful to you in the short period. You prepared a nice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have our next speaker. It's Dr. G.K. Narayana. He's a professor and an ENT ear surgeon from Sri Devaraja US Medical College, And he also has a website where he posts a lot of video ear surgeries, which I myself have watched them actually. So welcome, sir. Welcome to this seminar, and we would like to hear some valuable talk from you, sir.
Welcome to Dr. JK. And though you are a EAT specialist, you are great in that field. You have brought the important topics to food and health. Just this is really an innovative thing to us, and we are very anxious to see your lecture. Thank you so much, and you can start it by me.
Sir, unmute yourself, sir.
Am I audible, madam?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Sir. Good evening to everyone. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present this talk. When we talk about immunity, we are talking about the interaction between this individual with the surrounding environment. This interaction occurs at different levels, but one major thing that will be happening between us and environment is food. Probably that is the reason why we call this body as a Annamaya Kosha, and lot of things depend on this food. And this is the hospital where I go every week to operate. The super specialty hospital built by Bhagwan Sri Satyasai Sai Baba, and more than calling it as an hospital, we consider it as a temple of healing. I thank him for allowing me to work in that hospital and enjoy that bliss of being in the divine presence. Whenever we talk about the health or immunity, it is directly related to how we take life and what we are trying to achieve with this life. As our Vedas declare, the goal of life is Uddaren Atman Atmanam and Loka Hitayacha. We have to sanctify ourselves also, and we have to serve the society also. Here, both are interrelated to each other. Again, when we say about sanctifying life, it can be done by many of these things like doing good, earning money, fulfilling desires, reaching goals, which our ancients say as Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha, 4 goals of life. But again, here also, Dharmartha, Kama, Mokshanam, Arogyam, Moolamuttamam. Without a proper health, we cannot achieve any of these things. Again, here also, many times people sacrifice dharma for achieving money or desires, or sometimes people doesn't give any attention to this money or desires also in trying to achieve dharma. There also life doesn't flower itself completely. So that's where we have to find that balance, and there that practicing that balance between these things is very important. That's where that Krishna's advice comes into the being. That again, if you see, basically 2 things determine our quality of life. Ahara, Vihara, that is food and work, And in both these things, to achieve that balance, we require the abhyasa and vairagya, that is practice and detachment. Here also again, if you see, all these three things, food, head and God, are interrelated. As is our Swami Bhagavan Sat Sai Baba says, as is the food, so is the head, and as is the head, so is the God. So we have to give a lot of attention to kind of the food that we eat, because that food will influence our thoughts, and that thoughts, when they are kept properly, will lead us to the God. Here again, when we talk about this health, one small story comes into my mind. All of you might have heard about this also. This is about the Charka, who is the father of the Ayurvedic medicine. His fame being a good doctor becomes so big that it will reach the heaven, and the God of health, Dhanvantri, comes to test him. The Charaka was sitting in the forest below a tree. God Dhanvantri comes in the form of a crane and sits on the tree and sings Koruk, Koruk, Koruk. Koruk is the way a bird sings also. But if you see in Sanskrit, this Koruk means, Ko means who, Ruk means healthy. For this, the Maharshi Charaka, he gives answer with these three simple words: Hitabuk, Mithabuk, Kshutabuk. These three simple words with lot of deep meanings can help us to achieve the healthy life and also to have a guidelines for our food. Here when we talk about Hitabuk, we have to eat that which is Hita to us, that means which helps us. So this is where the food which is good or Hita is fresh food. Always eat food which is prepared fresh. At least within that 6 hours we have to eat it up. And the simpler the food, the easier it is for the body to assimilate. And when I talk about live food, it is these fruits and these sprouts. Uncooked food is the live food which will contain very high level of prana, so the body also remains very vibrant. But again, this food also, if you eat in excess quantities, and then it can produce that tamasic nature. So that's why when we eat, we have to eat it in a limited quantity. The guidelines given is we should stop eating before we feel full. So that's why we have to eat this quantity which is sufficient for us. But there we have to make sure that it is a good quality food. Again, the third point that the Charaka says is Kshutabuk. We should always eat only when we are hungry. So this is where the amount of or the number of meals that we take should come into consideration. I myself is following for this last 25 to 30 years. I take only 2 meals in a day. Combine the breakfast and meals. So take it at around 9, 9:30 or 10 o'clock, then go for my work. And then once we come back, 6:30, 7 o'clock, we can have the other meal. So that there is sufficient time between meals so that our stomach and intestines can completely digest the meals and are empty and are in a receptive state for the fresh food that we take. That is where there is an ancient saying that one who eats at one time is a yogi, one who eats twice is a bhogi, one who eats thrice becomes a diseased person, rogi, and one who eats 4 times has very little chance of leading a healthy life. So having 2 meals I found is very good and has helped me to maintain a healthy lifestyle. Of course, if you come to our modern medicine, it says a person should have about 2000 to 4000 calories. 2000 calories is sufficient for somebody who is leading a sedentary life like us, who are white collar workers. but 3,500, 4,000 calories are required for manual laborers who have to work very hard. And again, the modern medicine says we must have 70% of our calories derived from carbohydrates, and about around 20% should be for proteins, and fat should be about 10%. The food that we eat should be rich in this iron, calcium, zinc to help us to have a healthy body. And again, we should drink sufficient amount of water. Again, here water also should be taken in a particular manner to promote our health, which I will be concentrating on the future slides. Again, the nutrition that food we eat should also be personalized, as I have told before. A office worker should eat less, manual worker should eat more. When we come to dry climates, probably we have to drink more water, whereas humid climates can support lesser amount of water. In a healthy person can eat sufficient food and digest, whereas a diseased person, we may have to give him lesser quantity of food, and it should be a more simpler food to help in assimilation. Again, these are the points which I have already highlighted. In health, 2 meals is sufficient. Ideally, we should have food which is fresh and more live. So when I tell about live food, it should contain more fruits and vegetables. Here, I am talking about this water. Water, when consumed properly, can promote health. But I have seen many patients who come to me with this gastritis, and many times I find that one of the common traits I find in these patients who are having this acid peptic disease or this gastritis is they drink large amount of water at the end of their meals. They say that bhojanante vishevari. If we drink water at the end of meals, it can turn into poison. When I was trying to think over it, why it is so, I realized the stomach releases the gastric juice and all those enzymes well suited to the kind of that food we have eaten. And once we dilute it with water, that enzymatic proportions varies, and the food that we eat will not become digested, but it will start getting rotted. So that's where we get that sensation of acidity, belching, and many times we end up with this gastritis. Then what is the answer for this? Ideally, we should drink sufficient amount of water about half an hour before meals. That means when we are in the empty stomach state, if we drink about 3 or 4 glasses of water, during meal, we don't require much water. Very small quantity of water, we can keep it and sip it. And once we finish the meals, we can wait for about 90 minutes to 2 hours so that we can drink water later to replenish that water requirement for the body. Again, water should be ideally drank in the room temperature, because too much of hot water, again this corona, lot of WhatsApp University people are promoting drink hot water, and I come across a lot of patients coming with pharyngitis and lot of burning in the throat because of this hot water. And again, if you drink very cold water also, I have seen it promotes constipation. So ideally we should drink this normal temperature of water. Many of my patients, when I tell them to drink this water, they say, doctor, if you drink water, we will get this stomach becomes very full and very uncomfortable. So for that, I tell the simplest solution is drink it like sips. So best thing is early morning when we get up, we can keep about a 1 liter bottle, and we can keep on doing whatever work we are doing and keep on sipping that water, so that in about 5 to 10 minutes, we can complete this water. Then this fasting, I have found, is a very important component to maintain a good health. Again, for last so many years, I do this fasting once every fortnight, what we call as Ekadashi. So once I have started doing this fasting, I do it like yesterday night I take a meal, and today, the fast day, I will be completely on fast and take only water, and then tomorrow morning, I start with that small amount of meal. This, what I have found, has given me a lot of health benefits, and I can see that my whole physiology changes when we do this. Actually, When I remain on fast for this 24 hours, next day I see that my taste has become enhanced. When we eat, the food becomes more tasty and the taste has enhanced. Even the eyesight becomes better. The skin becomes more soft and mind becomes more clear. That's why they say that this mild fasting state is very useful for this meditation also, and mind will be very clear. But many patients may not be able to do this fast. So I tell them, instead of doing this 36 hours fast, you can do 24 hours fast. 24 hours fast means yesterday night you can take a meal. So today, if you can remain empty till today evening, then you can eat in the evening. So that becomes 24 hours fast. But some people have difficulty doing that also. For them, I suggest in the early morning, instead of breakfast, they can take some fruits and again take meals in the night. So that becomes almost 12 hours. So this is one way to reduce that severity or rigorousness of fast. Another method we can use is, as I was telling, the best way to do fast is drink lot of water during fasting so that our intestines can become empty, and whatever these toxins that are in the body, they can flush out when we take this excess water, and that will go out through the urine. But people say that they will not be able to tolerate the tiredness. So I tell them they can take this fruit juice. Don't add any sugar, don't add any this ice. Take this fresh fruits. That also helps in flushing the body and keep the body healthy. If you cannot manage with that, you can even take fruits also. So this is how you can keep yourself less rigorous, but again, only water gives you the best benefit. But again, sometimes these patients also come and ask me, like diabetics or old people or pregnant people, when they come and ask me, doctor, should I do a fasting? I always tell that it should be done under medical supervision. Because sometimes old people may not be able to tolerate, they may go for hypoglycemia, even that can occur for diabetics. So there they can do it under fast and begin with this less rigorous fast, and then they can go for this more rigorous ones. Again, for a good health, not only this input of calories is important, we should also learn to spend it well. Especially today, one of the important pandemics that we have is the pandemic of overeating and obesity. I come across a lot of patients who have developed severe allergic rhinitis, severe that arthritis, a lot of tiredness. Even nowadays, we have found that even diabetes is more prevalent in these obese patients. And even this COVID pandemic, we have seen that COVID has a lot of propensity for people who are obese. So one way to reduce obesity is reduce the intake of calories and spend or increase that output of calories. Here there are the important guidelines for this exercise. It should be comfortable. Always say that Shakti ka atikramana nahi hona chahiye. We should not go beyond our limits. And whatever we do should be joyful, because if you don't enjoy it, you will not do it for a long time. And the simplest exercise that we can do is walking. Take some friend or some family member with you and you can go for a walk, so that not only you will have that companionship, you will have that good exercise for the body. If you want to have a little bit more vigorous exercise, you can go for aerobics, you can go for jogging, we can go for swimming or any of these other athletic activities. Again, this food, head and health, all these three are interrelated. Only a healthy body can accommodate a healthy mind, and to have a healthy mind or a healthy head, we need a healthy food. Again, our God, Bhagavan Sat Sai Baba, says a wonderful sentence here, a very important statement. Daihika anarogyaniki manasika ashantiki anyayarjita dhaname karanam. So that's why we should make sure the food we eat should always be earned in a righteous manner. So earn that money in that right manner and earn your food from that. So that will give rise to that healthy mind and healthy body, which will keep us healthy. Again, here this food, health and society are also interrelated. Only a healthy body can accommodate a healthy mind, and only a healthy society can accommodate a healthy person. Again, a healthy person's duty to the society is to promote both his well-being and the society's well-being. That is where this Satyasai organizations, that wonderful philosophy and ethos have come into being. Love all, serve all, help ever, hurt never. Swami says, give service, take love. This giving service and taking love can apply to everyone, starting from our family members, our colleagues, our neighbors, our society people, even including strangers. Once we can find this harmony between these other people and ourselves by giving service and taking love, life can be very joyful. Again, that is where that serving the needy becomes very important, and having good friends can make life very joyful. They say friends are our brothers and sisters who are not born to us. Again, food as a treatment. Here I would like to tell a few things. This is one of the important guidelines that Bhagavan Satsai Baba has given to doctors also. Whenever a doctor wants to treat a patient, his knowledge is very important. Here, there are different degrees of knowledge. One is bookish knowledge, what we all get in our colleges. And that will give rise to superficial knowledge. You might have come across a lot of unfavorable outcomes in the treatments of diseases. That is because of this superficial knowledge. Then what is required is practical knowledge, in-depth knowledge. And how do you develop that practical knowledge? For that, we must have a discriminatory knowledge. Discrimination about what is good or bad, and is it required for the patient. Say, for example, if you give a very costly treatment to a poor patient, he will not be able to take it. Or if you try to do a surgery which can give rise to unfavorable outcomes, then patients will not be very happy. So we have to find what is appropriate for the patient and treat. So that's where Swami says, whenever you have to do a surgery, always do only indicated surgeries. And even indicated surgeries also, if you have a less invasive treatment, try to give that. And again, when you are giving treatments also, always make sure that you are giving the simplest treatment, cheapest treatment, and the safest treatment. So here I come across many of these people having this allergic rhinitis and this gastritis, which are common diseases, and I have found that food helps these patients a lot. I have already told about this gastritis. A lot of people come with gastritis, and many times I find that they are eating excess food. So there I give them these guidelines: reduce the frequency of the food intake and the quantity of food intake. Always make sure that you are hungry before you take your meals. Swami always says, take your meals when you are hungry, not before and not after. So once you feel that you are adequately nourished, then stop eating. So that's the nourishment. And again, many times I find these patients have to be supported. Just if you tell them and send, it may not help them. You have to call them frequently and make sure that whether they are doing what you are telling them, and then you should give them these guidelines. For example, I was telling, if they say that they will not be able to reduce their calorie count, you tell them combine that breakfast and lunch and take one meal at around 9:30, and then or 10 o'clock, and then second meal can be at around 6:30 or 7 o'clock. That I find helps these patients. Again, simplifying food. Here what I mean is too much of oily food, too much of non-vegetarian food, too much of foods which are taken from this outside, that is from the supermarkets or other things, and they are stored for a very long time and eaten. All these can promote disease. So try to have home cooked meals, fresh meals, simpler meals, and another very important thing I have found is eat a lot of this raw food. And the simplest raw food I have found is this sprouts. We can use this green grams, chana, or this other things. We can just make them into sprouts and eat. Here the advantages is it is a live food. It will contain a lot of this minerals and this vitamins. So that will help us to have a better health. And this uncooked food gives you a lot of fiber and helps in that intestinal mobility also. And again, when I talk about this detox, if you take these fruits and this raw food, it helps in this detoxification process also. Another simple and very efficient method of detoxification is we can take this fasting. Fasting also helps in that. Again, food and spirituality. I have seen that Annadana, there is, Swami says that Annadanam kanche danam ledu. There is no this alms better than food. So that's where I feel that this comes into being. I told you, instead of taking 3 meals, if we take 2 meals, our health is promoted. So skip a meal for a better health. Then what to do with that 3rd meal? Share that meal to the needy. Share that meal to the hungry. Share that meal to the poor. So that will enhance the well-being of the society. And the satisfaction that comes from giving this Annadana will nourish our soul also. So share a meal for the well-being both of ourselves and of the society. Again, when we talk about food, if we just consume the food, it is only a raw material or a calories. But if we offer that food to the God before we eat, then it becomes God. This Swami Satya Sai Baba has given this prayer. Before we take our food, these 2 slokas from the Bhagavad Gita, we should always chant and then eat. Again, these slokas also contain a lot of meaning. Brahmarpanam, Brahmahavir, Brahmagno, Brahmana. See, as I was telling, this body is called Annamaya Kosha. Brahmarpanam, the food is Brahma. Brahmahavir, the process of eating is also Brahma. Brahmagno, one who is taking that food is also Brahma. Brahmanavatam, that process of digestion is also Brahma. And this Brahmena Tena Gantavyam, Brahma Karma Samadhina. So finally, it is only that interplay of that outside and inside, and finally everything becomes same. This next sloka, Aham Vaishwanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehamashita. Vaishwanara, this spirit which is present in the Vishwa also and this Nara also, is taking the support of body and remains as this Vaishwanara. And this by making this pranapana samayukta, by balancing this intake and outgoing air, and it will help in digesting this food in these 4 different ways. So once we say this prayer and eat food, then food becomes prasadam and our health also improves and our mind also becomes.
Thank you so much. We are glad.
Yes, I'm coming to last 2 slides. So once we have this loving and serving attitude, life becomes very pleasant and health can be promoted. And this is the temple of healing. And the motto of this temple of healing is also love all and serve all. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
We have shown a lot of light on food and health and how they lead to a lot of growth, not only for ourselves and for our neighbors, towards the entire society. We are very, very thankful to you. We have a very lucid lecture on it because we could not give you any extension of time. We are very sorry for this. But still, we are very, very happy and we had like a good meal with your talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next on the session we have Dr. Narayana Krishna Prabhu, and he has a PhD in management in science, and he has attended 16 international research conferences and published several papers. And we welcome you, Dr. Narayana Krishna Prabhu. And we are running short of time, sir. So if you can make your presentation for 10 minutes, that would be great, sir. Unmute, sir.
I shared my presentation.
Okay. My presentation over. Slides.
I've shared my presentation. Okay. Respected gurus, revered elders, dear presenters, students, and friends. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Now, please go to the second slide. See, we all look at the Western medicine, but let us look at our own scriptures, which says that 5,000 years ago, a virus was seen just like coronavirus. We are talking of Crimi infections, and it is said that we discovered similar virus some 5,000 years back. Please let us go to the second slide, third slide. What is this? No, you have skipped one. Okay. It says the virus settles down in the respiratory system, creates cough, severe congestion, breathlessness, and sometimes even leads to death. Next slide, please. Please, let us go to next slide. It says, isolate yourself, so don't catch the infection. See, this has been said 5,000 years back. Don't feed them anything that strengthens them, and then they become more active. Let us go to next slide. It says, eliminate the dosha, mala, and krimis sangata forcefully. Destruction it should be of susceptible environment of krimi. Avoid the causative factor. Let us go to next slide. Again, this is COVID appropriate behavior, so I can skip the slide. Let us move to the next one, which is more important. I think you skipped one. Okay. What does it say? Avoid stress and anxiety. No, please skip this slide. Please skip the next slide. Okay. Avoid stress and anxiety. Now we are talking of psychological boosters. So stress and anxiety has been talked about. Stress takes a lot of toll. Negative moods can change the way in which our immune system operates. A chronic feeling of loneliness, depressive tendencies, anger, hostility, and conflict. So what we should go? We should go to next slide. It says the mind-body interactions, which is a pathway to well-being. Listen to the mind, listen to the body, provide psychological support, provide prop-up. Let us go to next slide. Now this is important. I stay in an ashram, Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba's Prashanti Nilayam ashram, where there are 350 individuals who are 60 plus. See, dealing with a large number of people who have been here for the last 60 years, 70 years in the ashram, they've given everything away just to provide selfless service to Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba. And now they are 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, 90 years, and even 100, some of them. What is important? We should take care of them. So how do we take care of them? We use various interventions like meditation, mindfulness, relaxation, positive affirmation, rest, recuperation, and sleep. This is very important because some of them have lost their physical potency. They are weak. At the same time, they have one strength, and that is they have served the Lord. They served the Lord in the younger years, and they have done selfless service. It's very important to know that these people have been here for 70 years, some of them, and they have served Bhagwan. And while serving Bhagwan, they have never thought of anything. So many of them are all alone. Even their family members have left them. So who has to take care of them? we have to take care of them. How do we do that? Let us move to the next slide. There are basically 3 initiatives that we use. We have a band of excellent counselors who meet them every day practically. They spend time with them. They help them to exercise themselves, help them in yoga, help them in pranayama. Let us move to the next slide. This is very important that we divide at various levels. What are those levels? We deal with individuals and families and provide psychological support. It's a one-to-one relationship with each person. Every day we spend time with these people. We gather people together, sometimes small groups, sometimes large group, and provide them psychological and sociological support. We provide the entire community with lot of support so that they feel very comfortable to live in the ashram. Mind you, in the ashram, it's a protected environment. We don't allow people to mix with outside people normally unless there is a requirement, and outside people are not normally permitted to come inside now during the corona time. Please move to the next slide. We have been always telling people you need to have love towards one and all. You should acknowledge each and every person. As we have often been saying, let all the worlds be happy. Samasta loka sukhino bhavantu. It is not the happiness of mine or yours. When everybody is happy, I am happy, everybody is happy. And that is a constant prayer. When we think of that, it's an ideation because we feel that people can feel the pulse of everybody. It is not only human beings, it is every species that matters, and the entire universe that matters, that we feel that all the lokas should be happy, and that is what our prayer is all the time. Next slide, please. What is the development process that we are talking about? When we talk of development process, we mean people, for those people who are 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, etc. See, one thing is, many of them are highly educated, but at the same time, there is a need for reinforcement. There is a need for providing information. There is a need to have some reforms in their lives. We need to be emotional towards them, appreciate their emotions. We need to help them to build relationships with each other. We need to build affiliation, and we need to help them to communicate with each other. Many times, although they know this at the head level, but then when it comes to practice at the heart level, we have to constantly be with them, hand holding them, telling them that, look, we are with you. Because many of them are all alone. They are staying either single or husband and wife together. All the children have left them many times because they are in the materialistic world. Whereas these people still today are in the spiritual world. Next slide, please. This is very important, which I also learned just now. I was going through some internet sites, etc. We are often talking of social distancing, right? We are talking of people being away from other people. It's not that. What is important is people have left you, fine. But how do you handle that? Social rejection, social isolation, social loneliness. See, this can also be a great strength. It is not always necessary to be with some other people. You can also be alone. Now let us see who does this. We have yoga teachers. Among the counselors, we have people who have trained in yoga. We have counselors. Now these counselors are different from normal counselors because we need to understand the psyche of the older people who have grown in age. Aging is an issue. Can you just come to previous slide, please? Previous slide. And most important, we have people who are also like a psychiatric social worker, who are always available for help. Please go to next slide. How do we take care of this? How do you repair the wounds of the people? See, Physical wounds, a surgical wound, a doctor can really help out. But when it comes to a psychological wound, when it comes to an emotional trauma, psychosomatic trauma, psychological void, loneliness, it's really necessary to spend the quality of time with those people to help them realize that, look, you're not alone. We are always with you. And the Lord is always with everybody. Next slide. So we need to realize, we need to optimize, we need to socialize. That's very important among the people, because we should not allow them to be all alone. Next slide, please. So that's from my side. But what is important is, what I've learned over here is, dealing with old people is a different ball game. Intellectually, we may find so many answers, but we have to also deal with ourselves. Because many of us, first we have to become strong ourselves when we have to deal with other people. You cannot help any other person unless you are strong mentally, psychologically, emotionally. Because every person is different. Every human being is different. And if he has a problem, it could be a different problem. And the problems can move from, or problems or the issues can move from time to time. It did not be always the same. And you have to provide hand holding to the people so they feel secure, emotionally secure, psychologically secure. What the children could not do many times. I'm very sorry to say that the children are far away and they cannot do that. And we have to provide that. Thank you so much for listening. Sairam.
Thank you. Wonderful message, Narayan Purji. Now we have two speakers are there, Anuradha and Seema. I request Anuradha and Seema, we have actually something we want to start the conducting function at 6 o'clock. So please try to conclude with both of you, one of you. This is both of you share, but please one of you, both you can enter and okay, you both are there. Thank you. Please try to conclude with your 10 minutes. Please, Anuradha and Seema. Sorry for that. Yeah, VC Garu and our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Registrar, everybody, even the Chief Guest, NIM Satyalakshmi Garu is also waiting. Please try to conclude your main points. We have your presentation, so try to conclude as early as possible within 5 minutes. Please tell me your points. Please, Anuradha and Sheila.
Okay, 5 minutes. Namaste, good evening to you all. This is Dr. Seema and I'm Anuradha. And we're going to be, first of all, we're very honored to be here, and thank you, Sri Krishna sir, for having us speak this evening. Let me get the presentation up here. Can we see also? Can we see? I don't know. Is that working? Ask them if it's able to see this presentation. Stuck. Okay, is that visible? Are we audible?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, you can see the slides? Okay. So we are going to be speaking about an umbrella of topics which all fall under this title of Light Yourself to Good Health. and I'll be taking the first part. And we'll just start with this little thought here about positive thoughts, creating positive health, which lead to a happy life. So first off, we'll talk about what things we can do in our environment. And the first thing is to keep our external space clear and positive at a high vibrational level. And that goes with starting with the day with putting on some mantras. And we know that mantras have an energy and a high vibration level and can create actually an intracellular vibrational change within us. So that will keep toxins at bay in our immune system more resistant. So always having positive sounds, talk, music in the air will create a very positive space. And that includes turning off anything negative, such as noise from the television, which could be uncontrollable negativity. So we want to keep those things away from our environment. And then we'll see on the right, there are salts and plants that we can put into this space which absorb negative energies or negative bacteria, toxins from the air. And another thing which I'll go into more detail is what you see on the left, which is an essential oil diffuser, which is putting a water vapor mist into the air, purifying that air and increasing the vibration levels. So that includes essential oils, spreading that into the environment. Okay, so those are things for the outer space. The next thing we talk about in Ayurveda is our daily routine or dinacharya, which we've already heard mentioned in previous speakers' talks, such as Dr. Pooja and Carol, starting the day off with gratitude, waking up with a positive smile on the face, creating that energy for the day and the intention set for the day to be positive, which will automatically increase our immune resistance. Then we would go into a Surya or Jyoti meditation, and we've heard about the benefits of sunlight, including vitamin D. And vitamin D activates the T cells, which are the killer cells which fight off infections from our body. And we all know the benefits of sunlight, and here's some research done that sunlight decreases depression levels by 75%, and meditation on the sun also reduces anxiety by 30%. And overall, people reported a 65% sense of higher well-being. So with all these things, our immune system will definitely be increased, the resistance level of our bodies. So rather than medicating, let's meditate. And then we would go into Omkar chanting, the next portion of our early morning. And we know by 21 Omkars, we can increase our psychological as well as physical well-being. So this is all part of sound healing. Other sound healing techniques include singing bowls or just positive music and instrumental music in the environment. Then going into the kriyas and what we all saw yesterday, so I won't go into those. The steam inhalation with herbal fomentation, kriyas, jalan and sutraniti. Nasya with anutailam, which is a massage technique using a medicated Ayurvedic oil after the kriyas are finished. Then we would do our Kapalabhati and pranayam, which most of us as yoga practitioners already know about. And rather than just sipping warm water throughout the day or just being hydrated, we need to make sure that that water is warm and has either some tulsi, turmeric, or even lemon, ginger, and honey to just keep our bodies more resistant to diseases or fighting off any bacteria that might already be latent in the system. And then we would go into what's prescribed for us already using ashwagandha or any other Ayurvedic herbs, which I'll go into later. Now I want to talk about a little bit more about essential oils, and there are many essential oils that have immune boosting properties. And essential oils are essentially the essence, or what people call the blood of the plant, and these are taking the plant compounds and putting them through a distillation process which extracts the most potent form of the plant, and they're very highly powerful medicinal qualities and properties. So they all will have some sort of either antibacterial, antiviral, antimicrobial, or antiseptic quality, and some of them have a combination of those. So they're making them very, very strong, potent forms of aromatherapy to use in our system. And we can either spray them or put a couple of drops into our on our wrists and rub them directly into the bloodstream. Lavender, sandalwood, and rose are 3 essential oils that are tridoshic and can be used directly on the skin, whereas the other ones should not be. So those are easily available and widely used. Then we have lemon and eucalyptus, which you all know are good for the respiratory system. Neem and clove, which are widely available in India. And then there is a series of 7 essential oils that are including oregano, peppermint, rosemary, tulsi or basil, and 3 other oils, which when dropped along the spine from a certain height will actually cleanse the aura as well as structurally straighten the spine and remove any diseases or bacteria that are present once they're absorbed into the skin using a feathering massage technique. And I've used this on myself and on patients and seen a drastic overnight improvement on things such as the common cold, scoliosis, structural vertebrae that are out of alignment, and even there are reports of cancer being cured by this essential oil technique. So if you have any other questions on essential oils, we'd also take those at the end. And then we know that there are several Ayurvedic herbs for immune boosting, and these include ashwagandha, which is a nervine reproductive as well as general overall tonic for strengthening the immune system. Amla, because of its vitamin C property, high in vitamin C. And we all know about tulsi or holy basil, 1 leaf or 1 drop, or a decoction made into a tea or some form and used throughout the day is highly antiviral. Neem and turmeric, ajwain, and guduchi is another plant that's very highly useful in this COVID time especially. And then just sipping on, as I mentioned, lemon, ginger, and honey water throughout the day is also very good for fighting off any sort of infections. And then finally, which most of us know about, is Chyawanprash, which is a combination of 64 or so Ayurvedic herbs, including ashwagandha and honey, and can be started from childhood in the winter season using about a tablespoon and reducing that to a teaspoon twice a day in the summer or warmer seasons. And this just overall strengthens the system, boosts the immunity, and of course has several other benefits as well. Now finally, I will go into a more subtle technique using light and visualizations, which both Dr. Seema and I are extensively trained in, which is known as the Phyllis Crystal cutting the ties that bind method for protection and healing, and a variety of other benefits. And this is the basic symbol we would be using would be a visualization of a circle of light around our feet on the ground. And this is generally to just protect our space and not allowing others to come into our boundaries or any other people's feelings coming into our space. And when we raise this circle of light into the shape of what you see on the left here is an hourglass. That hourglass is a protective and healing symbol and allows, when it's open from the top and we're visualizing ourselves in the middle of it, when it's open from the top, it allows whatever the universe feels is needed for us to be healed to come into that space and protect us. And this can be actually even put over people at a distance, or when a group of people visualizes this together in a meditation, it's very powerful for a group of people who may be sick or under stress or in conflict over countries, put over hospitals or any such places. It has an overnight benefit, and we've seen this many times when we do group meditations. Then you'll see on the far right is a cylinder of light with somebody sitting and meditating within that, and that is our own self, which we would be sitting in our circle, and raising the walls of that light, the sides of the circle up, and closing it off from the top. And this is very useful for people who are overly sensitive or are in a large crowd of people. So when we don't want to absorb any negative energy from others or keep our space and keep us calm, especially if we're sensitive, so that negativity stays out and we can keep our positive internal vibration level high. Finally, you'll see what looks like a ball and a man standing inside of the ball. It's the second from the bottom row. And that is a beach ball. And when we visualize this ball around us, it's a rubber ball of light, we can actually bounce off anything negative or any harm that actually may be coming our way, and it would bounce right back and go the opposite direction. And we can use this even for protecting our property, our homes. And so when I've done this, I've stayed healthy. I've kept it around me to just protect me from viruses, or when I go out of the home, I'm in the beach ball, basically, and I keep well. Or if there's snakes or dogs on the road, I've seen them automatically turn the other way when I instantly visualize myself in the symbol, or protecting from accidents on the road, things like that. So these are very highly beneficial, and they definitely work, these symbols of light that can be used at any time by anybody who is properly informed and trained, even children, or people can put them on their children to protect them. So we've seen that health does not always come from medicine, and most of the time it comes from peace of mind, peace in the heart, and peace in the soul. And we know that laughter is the best medicine. So health comes from laughter and love. So with that, I will turn it over to Seema, Dr. Seema, who will be going on to present more about these vibrational and energy techniques to cure ourselves or keep our immune system high. Dr. Seema?
Hello, Sairam everyone.
Thank you, Anurag. Seema, please try to conclude within 2 or 3 minutes. Chief guest other functions.
How much time, sir?
2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, fine. I'll not take much time. Then I'll just go to the main section. Everybody, I presume, know about Panchkoshas and chakras. And it's always the mind which is the starting point of all diseases. It gets blockages in chakras and nadis, and that's the cause of everything. And we have numerous energy medicines available. Yoga pranayama, starting, of course, everybody knows about that. Many hands-on healing like Reiki and pranic healing. Even prayers, mantras are all energy medicines. Reiki was introduced and publicized. It's basically a life force energy, which is introduced by Dr. Usai from Japan. And it has 3 degrees, and definitely all of those symbols can be used to remove the blockages in the chakras and nadis, energize your aura. It helps in, you can protect your space, you can give healing across the time and space, past and future and any places. And this is another pyramid which is, of course, and everybody knows, even in the mandir it is used to increase your, amplifying your energy. And you can place symbols for protection. And you can accelerate your immune system healing. There are 2 meditations I recommend everyone to do, that is aura cleansing and chakra balancing and meditation, with the links of which I have given the end. You can use it daily. Even non-Reiki initiates can practice by energizing your hands and strong pure intention and chanting mantras. There are various kind of crystals which I like people to know that they can program for healing and any manifestations actually. Simple quartz crystal can be even charged with healing, kept in water, and that water can be drunk. They are different, like amethyst, which is for healing, lapis is for meditation. Numerous are there, you can Google it. Another kind of vibrational healing is pranic healing, which is similar to Reiki, but only thing is you have to develop your own pranic body. Since you will be using part of your own prana to heal, and you have to protect yourself from the absorption of symptoms or diseases from the patients you're treating. And you can use color prana, like you can use different colors. Commonly, you can use your chakra colors also to heal yourself. And Reiki, in that way, heals the person who is using it because you are just a channel. That's the main difference between pranic healing and Reiki. And definitely there are studies, you can go through the links I given in the last slide, which shows that Reiki has had a significant effect. Research has showed that they have significant effect in reducing the autonomic nervous system disorders and calming the people. Even health workers with burnout syndromes were having their serum cortisol was normal after Reiki versus those who did not have Reiki. And those people, and there was another study in which they were having stress, life-threatening stress situation was present. And those group of people who had Reiki subsequently did not show any such high, it was normal cortisol levels, and they did not develop any infection with rhinovirus. So more research, of course, is needed, but definitely Reiki has a very significant impact on the healing and health. And of course, affirmations should be used alongside. Actually, everything you say and speak to yourself is an affirmation. So it's better to have your own affirmation spoken in the present tense as if it's already present. And there are numerous present on the net, but you can make up your own. Another thing which I like to introduce is vibronics. And vibronics is the vibrational medicine which has been imprinted on the cards through a machine which is called a potentializer. And I like to mention immunity boosters, especially for current times. And I have used, given 100 people immunity boosters, out of which only 10 developed COVID. And that too, they were all mild, and nobody needed any hospitalization at all. And even one person who was staying with COVID positive of 12 to 15 days remained symptom free, and RT-PCR was negative. If vibronics has side effects, it can alleviate the side effects of vaccinations as well. And of course, you can broadcast healing to anyone you want to. Another simpler system to vibronics is Sai Sanjeevani, which is simpler because in vibronics you will need some kind of training, but Sai Sanjeevani you need to download a book which I've just shown here, and of course you can go through the websites I've really mentioned on the slide and go through the experiences as well. And when you download this book, you will have different kinds of cards like these, over which you can put any medium you want to use, water, maybe homeopathic pills, vibhuti, whatsoever. I have placed even photographs over it and chanted mantras, and the results have been really encouraging. This is for immunity, this is for whole body, this is for corona. And this is a broadcasting card. Here in the small circle, you will put the remedy, and in the bigger one, the one you want to charge, or the photograph of the person, and definitely that medium gets charged and you can dispense. And this is a neutralization card which neutralizes all kind of negativity. You place any medium, photograph, even I've actually enlarged it and sometimes sat on it and remove the negativity around me and in the spaces. You can mix and match. So I just like to end with this affirmation, which is you can use it and read it. And just for today, I'll not worry, I'll not be angry. And of course, any of this, and most important is I will be grateful. If you live with gratitude, even for the difficult things in life, of course, you will always be living in joy and peace. And if anything becomes very difficult, I choose to believe that it is easy to change a thought or a pattern. So you can mix and match and experiment with whatever guidance, ultimately realize it is you and your divine self and the intention to heal. If it is pure enough, you don't even need a tool. You will get that result. These are the references, you can go through it. And I'll end with thank you. I hope we can be of use to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, once again, good evening, everybody. This session 7 is really a variety of items covered, like spectra, and starting from health and immunity and food, psychological boosters, especially more emphasis is given on but unfortunately we did not provide them much time to Anuradha as well as to Seema. We are very sorry for this inconvenience because of lapse of time. Because before that, others took lot of time, and this is really interesting, and we are interested to have interaction with you in the department so that we can put some of the practical classes in consultation with you. So in future, thank you so much. To 6:30 in a very wonderful manner. So thank you so much. I could not give any time to the participants for the questions. Sorry for this inconvenience. Thank you so much.
Now we conduct the concluding session of this seminar. For this concluding session, I invite chairman of this session, Professor K. Krishnamohan Ragaru, Registrar, Honorable Registrar, Andhra University. Sir, please welcome. Welcome, sir. Next, for this concluding session, the chief guest of this session, Professor Dr. Satyalakshmi Garu, Director, National Institute of Naturopathy, Pune. Madam, just I invite you, madam. Next, I invite Professor OSRU Bhanukumar sir, Honorary Director, the Department of Devana Consciousness, Andhra University. Sir, I invite you. Next, Dr. Sri Krishna Chandaka, convener of this international seminar and the guest faculty of our yoga department. I invite you, Dr. Sri Krishna. I invite the guest of honor, Professor Paul Garu, the Director, Academic Staff College and Director, Sanitary and Beautification, Andhra University. I welcome you, all of us, sir. Now the convener of this international seminar session, Dr. Sri Krishna, will give report on the seminar for this 2-day seminar.
Namaste, all the dignitaries and who joined online. This is a great experience with this seminar, the international seminar. We attended. It is a very miracle and the God's grace, His grace. It is only the whole time of this whole seminar on only just 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks. Only 12th night, our honorary director called me, we want to conduct a seminar by the direction of UGC, Inter University Center of Yoga Sciences. So our honorable Vice Chancellor want to promote this yoga.
సారీ సార్ వినిపించట్లేదండి మీ వాయిస్ కొంచెం.
Yeah, it is a. Please make your things louder. Is it okay? Okay. Okay, but because of that, immediately he consulted all the faculty members and our Bhanukumar sir, honorary director, arranged a meeting on 13th. So all the faculty members, all the staff, we decided the title of the seminar, Dynamic Approaches to Strengthen Immunity, both traditional and modern methods. So immediately we want to invite Padma Shri H.R. Nagendraji as a chief guest. So because we have very close association last 30 years with Nagendraji and the yoga department. So with that we requested him whenever he accepts we want to conduct the seminar, so immediately the Nagendraji accepted his busy schedule. He is, we call it as a Guruji, and he is the Guru, and his brainchild is only International Yoga Day, and so many things. Indian Institute of Yoga, Indian Association of Yoga, and this is also another brainchild of Inter-University Center of Yogic Sciences, and so many related to yoga. So with his busy schedule, he accepted and he given his appointment on 24th, 11th, immediately next day. So he confirmed on 15th. So immediately we contacted that Inter-University Center of Yogic Sciences Director, Avnish Chandra Pandey. He also raised with our kindly, he accepted our invitation to be a guest of honor of the inaugural function. Then we start contact all the people we want to conduct on 24th and 25th. So then we contacted, because this helped me a lot. One thing I want to share with you, that A.C. Pandey is the Inter-University Center of Yogic Sciences too. What is the important functioning is accreditation. Accreditation is the important for all yoga institutes. In that direction, this is a Inter-University Center of Yogic Sciences working. I'm very happy to share, because of his blessings, H.R. Nagendraji, I also participated in the World Accreditation in WHO headquarters in New York with all these things. That's why I have a good contact with all the people all over the world. So then immediately we contacted all the people. They are kindly accepted in the different fields and different fields of expertise. So then we prepared for a brochure between 15th to contact all the people, and we try to incorporate all their names and their acceptancy of this seminar, and we made the brochure on 19th. So our Honorable Vice Chancellor released it on 19th. So then we started registrations on 20th. So then surprisingly, we have more than 300 registrations are there online. And another important thing is our institute have especially the Andhra University have a great name, and also the yoga department. It is a very ancient, it is one of its kind on the university setup. It started almost, I know, according to my knowledge, it is the only institute started in 1985 under the university. After that, other institutes have that, but they are affiliated or they are recognized by university. But in the university setup, we started in 1985 itself, by inaugurated by Rani Jain Singh. So that because of that contacts, we have everyone is agreed to participate if it is Andhra University in the yoga department. So like that, we have especially registrations from Australia, New Zealand, Sri Lanka, Canada, USA, Germany, Netherlands, Singapore, whatnot, Malaysia, and so many yoga teachers from our department. They are working in a different cadres and different institutes they are running. So that's why we have in all over the countries, and all the speakers also for all these countries. And then another important thing is universities like SVASA and some Ayurvedic colleges, naturopathic colleges, the Patanjali Yoga University, and another university, Sri Vivekananda Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, that is also completely dedicated. Another university, that the Gayatri Parivar Trust. There are so many institutes they registered here, and also Indira Gandhi National Institute, Tribal University. All the parts of our country also joined in this seminar, and there are more than 40 eminent speakers all over the world participated, especially from Australia, Hakim, and New Zealand, so many, and Sri Lanka, and Canada, USA. There are so many people, the doctors, academicians, medical practitioners, modern medicine, like neurophysiologists, cardiologists, psychiatrists, yoga experts, energy healers, integrative medical experts, naturopathy, Ayurvedic, vaccine development scientists, nutritionists, microbiologists, sleep experts, and also homeopathy, art therapy, Reiki healer, microtherapy, like so many. Whatever the therapy to boost the human immunity, all people participated and they delivered their lectures. And one more thing I want to share with you, and our AC Pandeji assured that we will do support in all the stages wise to our institute, and also with the, I think, our Honorable Dynamic and Honorable Vice Chancellor leadership, and also our Honorary Director, we will definitely get the A+ grade of this university because of the accreditation process we have now. I am also one of the member to accreditation body in so many organizations with this, what is that? Indian Yoga Association, and also Yoga Certification Board, YCB. I'm also, because of all the things, with his both, especially Vice Chancellor Ji, he expressed this yoga, we want to give it to the public, and also a good certification programs, also both in naturopathy. So another important thing I shared with our chief guest, I called her and just invited. She immediately accepted, because when she was the principal of naturopathy college, that is the first world first college of naturopathy. That was, she was the principal. Fortunately, at that time, I'm the consultant for government of Andhra Pradesh. So she visited our hospital and see, after so many years, she recognized me, and she said, that time I'm in USA. So she told me immediately we will do that our best. And also, thank you, madam, for your whole heart support. And also, you given that we will combine the naturopathy and yoga with the maximum extent. Now you are the director, and also you know all the people in yoga, CCRYN and Raghavendra, all the people you know, and you assure that you will develop a excellent research and naturopathy center with yoga and all other systems. Thank you, madam. This is a short, brief report. And Guruji also assured that he will give the wholehearted support with our institute. And one and all, thank you giving me this opportunity. In a very short time, we did all the things and successfully we managed. It is another important thing is the seminar is from morning 11 to it goes without any break. We are conducting one by one lectures up to night because of the all over the world. They are according to their timings they're joining. So that's why it is excellent. At least 100, more than 100 people they are joining in live in our Google Meet and YouTube and other things. They are also participating. For this, I am thanking you, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, and giving me the opportunity, our Honorary Director, Murthiga Ramkumar Garu, and Head of the Department, Ramesh Babu, and my co-convener, Dr. Tulsira Garu, and all the organizing committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. We will do again a wonderful international seminar again and again with the giving the knowledge to all the public. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Now, I invite Chairman of this concluding session, Professor Krishna Mohan Garu, Registrar of Andhra University. Sir, please deliver a message on this occasion.
Sir, unmute, sir. Sir, unmute, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Namaste to all of you. Great good evening. I know today International seminar has come to an end very productively. The way the report is read few minutes ago, have learned that the objectives of the international seminar with so many eminent speakers from all over the world on different themes and topics connected to wellness, well-being, and health of individuals, which are connected by yoga. And I am so glad now and then, based on my interest, I was also joining, listening as and when time permitted to some of the eminent speakers. What I have learned, the gist and the essence, as I understand in today's pandemic situation because of COVID-19, all over the world, people realized the natural way of improving your immunity, your well-being, your mental stamina, more than physical strength, is required to face the challenges that we are facing today can be overcome if you are committed for the disciplined way of learning and practicing yoga. With my little knowledge in the subject, these 2 days, whatever I have learned from those eminent speakers who are specialists in each of these areas, whatever is covered by 40 eminent speakers, I think the conclusion is yoga certainly lowers the stress hormones in your body and strengthens the immune system. Stress, as we understand, is one of the biggest reasons why our immune system might become weakened. Yoga, when we practice, definitely calms down our nervous system, conditions the respiratory tract and lungs, and stimulates lymphatic system. I know there are many yoga poses to boost immunity. I have learned from friends of mine earlier and also practiced like Salabhasana, Anjaneyasana, and Bakasana, and Tadasana, Krupa Chaturanga, Dandasana. And these are some of the yoga poses which will boost our immunity. And this in turn, when it improves immunity, there are 3 ways, as I understand, yoga helps boost our immunity. Number 1, it reduces stress. I think majority of the people, whoever come to yoga and consciousness department, definitely they come for reduction of stress. It not only reduces your stress if you practice yoga, it also strengthens the spine, the stretches, the back and shoulders while stimulating the immune and endocrine systems. This is what is taught when I was doing my program at IIM Ahmedabad. As a part, when I attended these yoga programs, we were taught to practice to improve our immunity in the state of Gujarat. Apart from these yoga poses, I have understood from a little knowledge that there are many mudras. For example, Prana Mudra, Shakti Mudra, and of course, there are 30 types of mudras which were given to us in our class. But Prana Mudra or Mudra of life, many a times known as, it implies and helps in improving general health and immunity. it invigorates the life force and keeps you in peak health. To do this mudra, you know how you touch the ring finger and the little finger with the thumb. We were also given as a part of yoga classes, apart from yoga exercises, what food improves immunity. That is what is being discussed, debated by experts from the food technology, and which mudra increases immunity. What are the signs of weak immune system? Which fruit is good for immune enhancement? What is the most powerful immune booster? Can we reset our immune system in our body? How can I boost my immune system naturally? This is where I think yoga as a science, and with the poses of yoga, practices, exercises of yoga, one can improve not only the health and also the wellness. Health and wellness, I need not tell you how important in any human being. Unless there is a health, there is no wellness. The very objective of maintaining good health invariably should lead to wellness. Many people are the impression that if I am maintaining good health, how you maintain good health? Not physical health. Many times, health definition is both physical and mental. How you are going to balance them. And more than physical health, as I understand, somebody may be physically weak. When he is mentally strong, definitely he is going to achieve ambitions of life. Let whatever be the obstacles, and sometimes physical deformities are not going to prevent such people in accomplishing their life goals. That is how the physical health, of course, is important, but more than physical health, these days so many articles I have read in the recent past in newspapers that people, whoever is affected with coronavirus, most of them died because of the fear in their mind rather than the failure of organs of the individuals. So that's an indication. In fact, there are people who committed suicide when they were affected with coronavirus because they are not having the mental stamina, mental makeup, and preparedness. This is also like any other virus, I can survive. If that kind of attitude, determination, strength in one's own mind is there, people survived. And people who are weak mentally, they succumbed and died eventually because of the mental weakness. And fortunately, from a layman point of view, apart from yoga exercises, when I was taking classes, we were also taught there are many healthy ways to strengthen your immune system by your habits, by your practices, like don't smoke, how smoking is injurious to health, how particularly it affects your lungs, and when it is going to cause damage to your lungs, how it is eventually going to damage various organs in our body. This is what is explained. If yoga is a holistic perspective, when you look at what we eat, how we think, how we live, all they go together. And my Guruji used to tell that the ultimate benefit of yoga is synchronization of your body, your mind, and your soul. That synchronization, if it is objective, you have to learn healthy ways to strengthen your immune system, like quit smoking, eat a diet high in fruits and vegetables, exercise regularly, whatever exercise you do, maintain a healthy weight, which I used to do. You check your body weight. If you drink alcohol, drink only in moderation and get adequate sleep. The younger generation today, if you look at their sleeping habits, most of the people are suffering because of lack of, sound sleep, proper sleep. If you do not sleep adequately, as all of us know the consequences. So you need to take steps to avoid infection by washing your hands frequently, and the cooking means is also taught. What is a good food? What is a good cooking? And what is going to enhance our immunity as a result? So yoga is such a subject, and it has so many subject boundaries. It is truly an interdisciplinary subject, and it deals with so many aspects. And as all of us know, health is wealth to anyone. Without a health, wealth is not required. If you have wealth, health cannot be bought. This is the realization by richest people in the world. Therefore, right from the beginning, especially the present and younger children, if they are educated by observing international yoga days and by organizing seminars, interdisciplinary approach, like what is being done by, Department of Yoga and Consciousness in collaboration with, another organization which is renowned, known. Therefore, this could be the reason why so many delegates from different countries joined the international seminar. I strongly believe that the seminar has thrown various dimensions and issues connected to enhancement of immune system. And as I said, the immune system depends on so many aspects. All those dimensions are thoroughly dwelled upon, and useful information by those researchers, by those practitioners who dedicated for the cause of enhancing the subject of yoga science and the emerging dimensions. Definitely, there is an increased awareness in these days, and that should be sustained. And if many people are going to propagate, become torchbearers, not only the faculty, whoever has practiced from the Yoga Institute, if they pledge whatever I have learned is not only for myself, as an individual, my contribution towards society, towards enhancement of social well-being. It is not only my well-being, my health. If everybody is healthy, if everybody is well-being, if I take into consideration, my happiness becomes double. That is the attitude. That is the kind of, concern one need to develop. I take the opportunity, and I'm so gratified, glad to take note of the grand success of the international seminar, and whatever is done by creating this platform to exchange views from different angles that are going to determine immune system, well-being, both physical and mental, how we are all affected. And because of this pandemic situation, so many good things are happening. I believe because of the compelled situation, now all over the world, people realized that is how yoga has attained the broader coverage, and the Yoga Day is declared as International Yoga Day. And on this context, the International Seminar Organization taking so many pains, as explained in the report, by contacting in a short span, that too offline. When it is not possible, people think that seminars cannot be organized. Now online, how fruitfully, the valuable discussion took place is a testimony that the seminar has fulfilled all the objectives invariably, and the mission of conducting such program like truly an international seminar by inviting people from all over the world and arranging the best lectures by 40 eminent speakers is not an easy task. I take the opportunity, really congratulate the organizers, both the organizations, in bringing expert people together and ventilating their best ideas, best practices, so that the coverage is going to become much wider. And definitely, whoever has participated as a delegate in this international seminar, if they take up the responsibility of informing at least 10 others about the goodness of yoga and the subject matter that is discussed across different disciplines, across different boundaries, definitely is going to give, very, very valuable inputs in further enhancement of yoga. And as I understand, any medicine may have side effects, but definitely yoga will not have any side effect. It is only for goodness, for enhancement of your immune system, your physical health, your mental health. And particularly when you are able to synchronize, as my Guruji said, the body, mind, and soul, definitely people are going to be happy. And when individuals are happy, societies are going to become happy. And that is the way how we build society, a happy society. As all of you know today, apart from GDP, earlier, the wealth of nations used to be a criteria for deciding how advanced you are. GDP used to be a criteria, gross domestic product. But today, there are many countries which are taking Human Development Index. In Human Development Index, invariably, the health, the culture, the backdrop, the good practices of people constitute important criteria. And a step ahead, there are countries, in fact, there is a measurement, there is a survey. Who are the people, happiest people on the planet? I believe India has a legacy, in all our mythologies. I think probably culturally we are so strong and we gave the culture to the entire world. Therefore, I take the opportunity, appeal to all those, experts, whoever has spoken, to bring many more laurels to India. And India need to be, need to capitalize on our competencies. And definitely, yoga can be considered as a core competency in the years to come. To the entire world, we are going to teach the good practices. If happiness is the ultimate measure of a society's well-being, definitely yoga is going to enhance not only immunity, not only physical health, not only mental health, ultimate testimony of happiness. If you can build happy individual, happy family, happy society, what else is needed to any mankind on the earth? This is my message. Thank you for the opportunity. And really, I am thankful to Dr. Bhanukumar and also Dr. Ramesh and also the associates, whoever is there, and accept my compliments, my best wishes. And I look forward to many more such occasions organized by both the organizations in making this yoga as not as a remedy, as a practice for the future generation in building happy society. To begin with, the India need to be an ideal society to all other societies in the world. Thank you all. Good luck to all of you. I take the opportunity, wish all of you best of luck.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving a wonderful message on yoga in detail. Just you covered all aspects of health, all aspects of life and wellness. Yoga techniques also, especially you mentioned particular techniques, asanas and mudras, which will boost our immune system. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Next, I invite chief guest of this concluding session. Now I invite Guest of honor, Professor. Who has accompanied with us? Professor Palji. Sir, I invite you to deliver a message on citation.
Good evening, friends. The chairman of this session, Dr. Ramesh Babu, our department of Yoga and Science Department, and our university, and our this seminar behind the person. The dynamic chairman of and the director of yoga, that is Professor Bhanu Kumar sir, and Dr. Sri Krishna sir. Thanks to all, and first and foremost, I am really thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.V. Prasad Reddy Garu, for giving consent and encouragement, continuous encouragement to conduct these programs. And when Bhanu Kumar sir approached me, so we want to do this program at our center, then immediately I contacted because one thing, it is a part of our university, and the other thing is Bhanu Kumar sir is our Rameshwar, and he is a continuous resource person to our center. You will see authorities. Whenever we used to organize any program here, whether it is APSI or OC, we used to invite our Bhanu Kumar sir. So thank you, sir, for utilizing it. We feel proud to spare your skills. And really, he has rightly observed by our Honorable Registrar sir in his well-dedicated message, an excellent message, that is, yoga is our part of our Indian culture, tradition, and heritage, definitely. And to this entire world, we have given the greatest gift, that is yoga. And yoga is a part of life to our Indian nation. And yoga touches you, melts you, welds you, and puts you on the righteous path to shoulder the responsibility of the future India and to act as the torchbearers of the society to generate a healthy world in general and a healthy India in particular. So yoga is an excellent thing, and whenever particularly our Andhra University, our people are very much giving this yoga courses to several people. Through this yoga, the topic is very English, dynamic approaches to strengthen the immunity, traditional and modern methods. And what I heard from this, our Dr. Ramesh sir and Sri Krishna sir, several people across the world participated in this seminar, and as rightly appeared by our visitors sir, definitely it is really equivalent or more than the offline program. It fulfilled everything. And an excellent participation. It's not so easy. Even in the offline seminars, till 9:30, 9 o'clock, no seminar was conducted. And I hope that this is the first seminar under the dynamic leadership of our Bhanu Kumar sir conducted even at after 8:30 or 9 p.m. like that. An excellent program and a role model. And with all these things, I think our Honorable Vice Chancellor, under the leadership of our dynamic Vice Chancellor, Andhra University will be a role model to all other universities across India, and particularly in Andhra Pradesh, reaching the aims of our Honorable Dynamic CM Jagannath Reddy Garu. Definitely, Andhra University will be number one. And in the coming days, for the NAC accreditation, and yoga will contribute its share, getting more marks by conducting all these programs on several occasions. That is there. And my appeal to all of the people at the helm of the effects of yoga, my appeal is that once in India, it's poor man can't touch the banks, and during 1960s, and banks were nationalized, and poor man stepped into the banks. At the same time, poor man can't touch the court. The court is a rich man's word. And later, with the advent of human rights, now the doors were opened even to the poor. My appeal to you, all of you, is the research in yoga science. The fruits of yoga science should reach to the unreached millions in general, and more particularly to the common people. So yoga to common man. So this is the other side of the coin. Yoga is okay, but yoga should not be a rich man's word. And our department should improve as a part of inclusive policy to bring more people, common people also into the web of yoga, so that we can develop a healthy society through the Department of Andhra University Yoga and Consciousness under the dynamic leadership of Bhanukumar sir and HOD Ramesh sir. And to from my side, UGC HRDC, I don't know about all other UGC HRDC sir, but Andhra University UGC HRDC regularly involving yoga session in each and every refresher courses and faculty induction programs. On several occasions, I used to invite Dr. Ponshara to take one session, nearly 1.5 session, in each and every program, whether it is short-term programs also. So that is the greatest thing. So appeal is, let the research fruits of yoga science should reach to the unreached millions, particularly to the poorer sections, so that we can uplift the healthy society, we can fulfill the healthy society, we can bring a healthy society. Definitely, we can improve the immunity of our community, that is, the humanity. Thank you all and for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful message, shortly to deliver in a poetic language. Thank you very much, sir. Next, I invite chief guest of this session, Professor Dr. Satyalakshmi, Director, National Institute of Naturopathy, Pune, Mrs. Madam, please, I invite you to deliver a lecture on yoga and naturopathy. Madam.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to place on record my gratitude to the Andhra University Vice Chancellor, Registrar and Director Department of Yoga and Consciousness, and the convener of this program, Dr. Sri Krishna Garu and Dr. Tulsi Rao, and all others who made this program a success by participating in it. Coming from naturopathy background, I would like to share a few things which will really, what you call, being the program being organized by Andhra University, and we have somehow, for reasons not known, it is all along downplayed that the naturopathy in this country took roots into this country through Voltaire, that is the current Vishakhapatnam, and then where Andhra University is located. So I would like to congratulate the organizers on this occasion that in 1890s, it is Drodam Raju Venkata Chalapati Sharma who learnt German, went to Germany all the way. In those days, there were no flights. Travel was not all that easy as it is today. But he did travel to Germany and stayed there for some months, and then learnt naturopathy, and then obtained rights to translate books into Telugu, and that is how naturopathy took roots in this country. And then today, we, the naturopaths in this country, can, say with confidence that it is their greatness and then their ability to see the virtues of these two systems coming together. Yoga has come as a therapeutic tool in a big way. Today morning we had another webinar organized by our ministry, in which the Tamil Nadu Joint Director of Health, he shared the kind of contribution yoga and naturopathy system has done in COVID mitigation activities. The immense contribution, and more than 170 COVID care centers, it is yoga and naturopathy which delivered health care
not only to patients suffering with COVID, but also to the healthcare delivery uh, uh, chain, starting from doctors to nurses to ayas. All these people who were there in COVID care needed the kind of health solutions which mainstream medicine or the conventional medicine cannot offer or could not offer. So it was the preventive care of yoga and naturopathy that came handy. And all that took roots in Andhra University. I think it is high time Andhra University recognize this contribution and start a department for naturopathy also. Because naturopathy now all over the country, 56 colleges have come. And it is very unfortunate that we don't have one. This may not be a platform to discuss this, but it is pertinent that the officers responsible for the development of the university curriculum and programs may understand this need, because yoga and naturopathy are the two systems which do not talk about any external aid. The systems believe that human body is all capable of handling all issues from within. So any and every medicine can be produced within. And for this reason, Mahatma Gandhi took it upon himself to promote this all over the country, and self-health reliance is possible only through self-health reliance. Self-reliance is possible only through self-health. स्वावलंबना के लिए स्वास्थ्यावलंबना चाहिए. So if you want to have self-reliance, yoga can provide, and yoga along with naturopathy can provide a healthy and sustainable health to people. It makes one completely empowered. So long as you depend on doctors and drugs and hospitals for your health needs, you are perpetually in the hands of anybody outside you. That means you become dependent. So the true liberation comes from these two systems, and we Telugu people can really take credit for that, for bringing these two systems together and then made a beautiful system out of it, where non-pharmacological applications can be offered not only for healthy individuals to remain healthy, but also to restore health even if one falls sick. And not only that, now in post-COVID conditions, we are even offering it to repair and reconstruction and also rejuvenation. So this is the strength of these two systems working very well, and then the blend is perfect, and hence it needs to be thrived. Of course, it is already happening all over, and it should happen in Andhra University also. And I thank the organizers for giving me this.
Thank you, Rich Madam. Now, I invite Professor Bhanukumar Sir, Honorary Director, Department of Human Consciousness. He is the only driving force behind this conducting international seminar. Since he joined in our department, I felt that I got immense power. With his support, we will do wonders. I have this attitude since he joined. Last year also, during this COVID-19, only with his encouragement, our department conducted health management camps, yearly 12 camps. Yearly 500 people utilized these camps. And this year also, only by his encouragement, he showed us, Ramesh Babu, can we conduct this program? At that time, Dr. Sri Krishna also is there. I limited to conduct the seminar to the country level one. But Dr. Sri Krishna, he supported and he encouraged, why not international level? Immediately, Dr. Ram Kumar sir also helped us, and within a short period, with the help of Dr. Sri Krishna, arranged international eminent speakers from different countries and make this seminar successfully. Now, sir, I invite Professor Kumar sir, please give a vote of thanks.
Once again, greeting to all the participants and learned speakers of different fields. It really gives me a great pleasure. Now we have come to the last leg of international seminar on dynamic approaches to strengthen immunity. So, using different traditional as well as modern techniques. So, whenever in the word presently comes immunity means, so everybody, it is attraction to everybody. So, how it is dynamic and how it is static, and they keep on want to take some judgments through our lectures. So, we have a lucid lectures covering most parts of the very close to around the immunity. So that's a great part of it. Not only yoga, not only breathing exercise, not only meditation, and not only food and nutrition, and everywhere it has covered most of the place in a very natural manner. We keep all those sciences in under one nut, so that that nut will be very, very fruitful in future. So, Lord, places because of this vast, places because of this vast knowledge. Because I never know that he is having keenly interested in each and every point is talking to Kriyas and everything. So it's really a great thing, and his support is very much essential, sir, to start somewhat new programs with our madam NIM, especially Professor Satyalakshmi Garu will definitely help us to make some sort of collaboration, because it is a volunteer and Andhra University is also a volunteer. There is a lot of commonality is there between these things, and we are going to definitely start with the blessings of Vice Chancellor, and we are also discussing with the Vice Chancellor because of his busy schedule is not able to come to this function, and our Vice Chancellor is to help directly, definitely with a different program. So, like this, we are so happy with our registrar's remarks in a very natural manner. And I am also very, very thankful because of him only we are able to make use of this venue for this great success. And finally, Madam Satyalakshmi Garu, we are very, very grateful to you for sparing your valuable time in spite of your busy schedule. And I promise you, definitely with your support, we will start the center of your own in a very modern as well as in a very advanced center. I can promise that much, and we can do it. And if possible, if you come very close to this area, please visit Visakhapatnam. Otherwise, we will arrange a talk by you for our students who are very much interested. And our people also they have been sick since a long time. Start of naturopathy, and previously we used to have some sort of naturopathy afterwards. It was not in a good way. So now we will regenerate this naturopathy and make the things successful. Madam, we need your blessings in this regard. So I request you to help us in this regard. So here, now I am very thankful to Sri Krishna for expressing my vote of thanks. He did a along with him, another great, tremendous lady behind is Sravani, our research scholar. She spent both of her energies and now she is energyless. So she cannot smile also. Such a wonderful day. So finally, our research scholar, Sai Baba, and Pratap, Radhika, and Tulsi Rao is another key man who has to take this role whenever we start this naturopathy. So I want to strengthen his hands by starting this
Azurabadi. So he is a key person and he is a well-known person who is having a lot of connections with all over the globe. So he is a fitting person for this, and who will do some good thing here. And I am also thankful to other research scholars who spared their valuable time for this great lectures. So our head of the department is very nice for organizing any good things. He is the first man to come forward, and we did so many things. As you said, because of the COVID, we cannot take the department to the expected level because offline programs are almost zero. So we depend only on the online programs, and we are ready to do some more certification programs also. So in future, the blessings of the Madam Director, NII, I think we will definitely start this in a very big way. Yeah. We need your support, Madam. So finally, I am thankful to each and every person who has done. Yeah. In this, for computer programming, Ramasovan is also very, very thankful to her. And she has kept her technicians. I forgot their name because of my age. So they are very, very helpful to us. And down to dusk, they have been here to help us because we are not that much acquainted with this computer systems. So like that, all the staff from the academic college, because of the green signal of director, we could get everything in a positive way. So thus everything is really Dr. Brahmaya and Lakshmaya, they are the people who support us. So really we are so happy, and we have very good conclusions, and definitely they are very, very useful for the speakers. So all the speakers really they spared their valuable and great time for this great cause of immunity. So now it's time for our research scholars to start their methods, whether it is static model or it's a model. Get some PhD. So first, our Pratap also took a lot of pains since 3 or 4 days before for printing this thing, everything. Without him, I think we would not have done this thing. So in this, finally, I want to conclude that our Guruji is the main attraction. Actually, we waited for him for the date. Actually, we have started the date. Actually, we have to the date, but the date was started after the green signal and acceptance and consent of our Guruji. So our Guruji blessings are all there for us. So, Madam, you also please help us to get this finished. And AC Portagaru is another key person who has it. Because if his circular was not there, we don't have any information about these things. We got the circular 10 days or 11 days back. So immediately we rushed it. That was also a Friday afternoon or Friday evening. Saturday, Sunday, holidays. So Monday we had a meeting with our staff and staff teaching as well as non-teaching. They strengthened this idea of starting an international seminar. So finally, we are very, very successful with the flying colors. So I am thankful to each and every person who has contributed if I can. So media is also gave very good coverage in this point, and we are also happy that all the results are passed in Telugu, in particular, and in English in general, about the programs, about the parts in a very natural manner. So now this message is well spread, and now we want to make some more newer programs, plans for our very white chart. So our white chart is ready to do anything for us if I go with any program, with any plan. Yeah, in this program, more than 300 people registered because we put restriction for Google Meet 350. Previously, we had some problem with the Zoom in number, so that's why we restricted our people only 350. Otherwise, we would have got much more, 500 or 600. So like that in YouTube also, anybody can do the entire nice lectures, lucid lectures, which we had. And so we had a nice time. Thank you. 1 hour. and my great vote of thanks are due to you all. Thank you.
Now I request invited guests and participants to listen a song, beautiful song, composed by many artists encompassing the essence of yoga. Please listen and enjoy.
सूर्य तुझे नमस्ते, धरती तुझे नमन, शुक्रिया वायु तेरा,
धन्यवाद गगन,
कोश कोश का अभिनंदन, श्वास श्वास में हो चंदन। विश्व एक परिवार ने योग को किया है बंधन। विश्व एक परिवार ने योग को किया है बंधन। भारत का उपहार है,
योग रोग पे प्रहार है,
आपदा की हार है, योग तो पालनहार है। देश देश का पथ दर्शन, अंतर मन का नव सर्जन। विश्व एक परिवार ने योग को किया है बंधन। विश्व एक परिवार ने योग को किया है बंधन। Let's heal the forest, yoga is the way from India all the way.
उम्मीदें नाती टूटने, आशाएं नाती छूटने,
वृक्ष की तरह रहे अटल, योग ने ना दिया झुकने।
प्राण प्राण का ये बंधन, जीव जीव में स्पंदन।
विश्व एक परिवार ने योग को किया है बंधन। विश्व एक परिवार ने योग को किया है बंधन। विश्व एक परिवार ने योग को किया है बंधन। विश्व एक परिवार ने योग को किया है बंधन।
But as a father, I have big concerns about the future.
भारत माता की जय।